Medical Fraternity, the depth of American medical malpractice. Pradeep K. Berry. Dedication. To the love of my life, my wife, my Connie, and my son, C.B. Berry Jr. Preface. Also in memory of our handsome son, Mr. C.B. Berry Jr., and Mrs. Constance Ann Berry. My beloved wife, Connie, had taken very good care of me since the day we met. She even got me in the habit of dental hygiene and took me to a very renowned clinic as I was new in Chicago, USA. She once introduced me to her friend Cheryl, who was a junior teacher by profession. We met at her house, and she wasn't pleased with my curiosity and insulted me for my queerness because I was moving around in her apartment. She objected to my Indian mannerisms and that I didn't take her permission to move around in her house. She was furious over my behavior. My Connie instantly jumped to my rescue. Connie shared with Cheryl that I am an Indian and told her about my free-spirited culture and how different it is from that of the USA. Cheryl got married over the next few years, but it lasted only 3 months. She became an alcoholic, and for the longest of time, she remained bitter and financially unstable. Connie started helping her financially and even took care of her clothing, food, and other things. Around that time, one Christmas card was returned to us undelivered by the post office that was addressed to Cheryl, stating that she was no longer with us. That card was a wake-up call for me. It was a lesson for me to see how a divorce can cause so much pain and suffering in life. It made me realize the relevance of Connie in my life and how grateful I am to have her. That returned card made me realize that I only wish to give Connie all the love that my heart could grant. Introduction. Conspiracy and medical negligence causing death in the USA. Constance Ann Berry, an American born in a wealthy suburban family in Glenview, Illinois, USA, was a professor of Spanish, German, French, English, and had a master's and PhD in foreign languages. This book is a true story based on the factual information and conversations with my wife's former oncologist, Dr. Bruce Brockstein, who was treating my late wife at the time of her admission to the hospital, yet caused her untimely demise due to medical negligence and conspiracy. Connie was declared a palliative care patient by the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota on November 7, 2014, by pulmonologist Dr. Katrina Keogh, which was very shocking news to Connie and me. We then called Connie's former oncologist, Dr. Bruce Brockstein, in the Evanston Kellogg Center in Evanston, Illinois. He had been treating Connie for her second parotid gland cancer since April 2005, after her second surgery on March 31, 2005. It was Dr. Bruce's dependency on PET scan and not knowing how to treat cancer that compelled us to take the suggestion from another physician, Dr. Satyendra Humad, who referred us to consult Dr. Ravi Saja, a lung cancer specialist at the University of Chicago Medical Hospital. However, we didn't approach them for personal reasons. I then decided to take my wife to the Mayo Clinic on Sunday, November 2, 2014, to the pulmonologist Dr. Katrina Keogh. That day, multiple tests and bronchoscopy were done, post which she was declared a palliative care patient. It was then that Dr. Bruce Brockstein's negligence came to light. It was noticed during her physical therapy that Connie had low oxygen levels and her X-ray revealed water in her lungs. The grave error made by Dr. Bruce Brockstein was finally revealed. Connie was further suggested to have 3 chemotherapy treatments in the Mayo Clinic or North Shore Medical System in Evanston, Illinois, in conjunction with the oncologist Dr. Chidambaram from November 2014 onwards. Dr. Brockstein avoided returning our phone calls until I called the chairman and cancer specialist, Dr. Janardhan Kendakar, who committed to follow-up care of my wife, Connie. After much scrutiny, Dr. Bruce Brockstein finally left us a voice message asking us to consult Dr. Douglas Merkel, a breast cancer specialist, who was no better than Dr. Bruce. He was equally taunting, angry for no reason, and gave Connie only 2 chemotherapies in December 2014 and January 14, 2015. Due to shingles, no chemotherapy session was given on February 7, 2015. Dr. Douglas Merkel further prescribed medication and was advised to come back on February 20th, 2015. On the morning of February 20th, 2015, an ambulance took Connie to the hospital in the emergency room since she fell on the bathroom floor and she had to be admitted. I noticed the DNR, that is, did not resuscitate, code on February 21st, 2015. The night was changed to full code with Connie's consent, which was not put, to my knowledge, Connie's husband and attendant. Connie had a cardiac arrest on the evening of February 22nd, 2015. While we were in the hospital room, as a standard protocol, CPR was necessary. But the hospital staff seemed rather careless. At that moment, a ferocious tiger took over my body, or so it felt. My body was responding to my emotions in a manner I could never comprehend. The medical staff was not attending to Connie's deteriorating condition, and it was frustrating for me. I yelled and screamed at the staff with all the energy in my body and the fear in my voice, and temper shook them so strongly that they finally started considering Connie's health. CPR was not helping, so after 9 minutes of CPR, she was taken to the ICU for cardiac arrest on the same evening. Throughout 42 years of marriage, Connie and I have been together. Through all of our ups and downs, we have been each other's pillar of strength. But this was a very difficult time for me because I didn't have Connie standing beside me. I, Pradeep Berry, was granted the power of the jungle's most ferocious tiger to command the medical staff and doctors to be more vigilant to focus on Connie's condition. Although I was asked to leave the hospital after my little charade by the social director Ruth, PM. I was advised to stay at home to calm my mind and let the doctors take care of the patient. I refused, and that made them unhappy. They were giving me garbage full of bullshit with their talks. My decision was one and final: to be with my wife, Connie, 24/7. Around 11 a.m. on the morning of 27th of February 2015, Friday, I left Connie to sign a few documents. My wife, Connie's caretaker, Ms. Florida Harris, suggested that I could go for the documentation work as Connie's tubes were to be taken out on March 2nd, 2015. However, I never assumed that in my absence, that conspirator, Dr. Bruce Brockstein, would come over and fabricate the medical records with assistance from Connie's elder biological brother, Michael Fuller, and his wife, Suzanne Fuller. Their names are attached in this book as they were involved in a family inheritance shared with my wife, which they wanted for themselves and their 4 greedy children, which, sadly, they eventually managed to acquire after the death of my wife. Michael hid about his involvement with Dr. Bruce Brockstein on February 27, 2015, and called me on the afternoon on February 28, 2015, precisely after 24 hours of his joint conspiracy with Dr. Bruce inquiring about my wife's finances. He also asked me that if I file a medical malpractice lawsuit, I should not mention him and his wife's name in the lawsuit. I have no concerns about this, and I would never deprive my wife and have mentioned my wife's brother's name. I, Pradeep Berry, husband of Mrs. Constance Ann Berry, or Connie, sadly could not win the lawsuit as the requirement of obtaining a letter from any other oncologist who could confirm that there was a breach of trust in the medical treatment couldn't be fulfilled. Regardless of the physical and emotional pain Connie and I went through, not a single medical doctor or practitioner was willing to oppose their fellow co-equal peers. It came as a shock to me when I realized how this medical fraternity operates, not merely in the psychology of a patient, but in scrutinizing and conspiring against the already suffering being. I was in turmoil to find out that the 2 years of my life from March 2015 till 2017 went by in vain. These doctors do not care about the pain I went through or anyone else like me. They will never accept their incompetency and conspiracies. The demise of my wonderful lifetime partner, Mrs. Constance Ann Berry, was not merely because of a medical condition, but due to a grand scheme of medical negligence and conspiracy. There was a daunting conspiracy and scheming put to execution by my wife, Connie's former oncologist, Dr. Bruce Brockstein, my wife's biological brother, Michael Fuller, and his wife, Suzanne Fuller, who were in their winter condominium in Sanibel Island, Florida. After getting back from the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota on November 7, 2014, where lady pulmonologist Dr. Katrina Keogh declared Connie a palliative care patient and suggested that we should consult Dr. Bruce Brockstein at the Evanston Hospital in Evanston, Illinois for chemotherapy. However, Dr. Brockstein didn't respond until November 25th, 2014, further suggesting that we should consult Dr. Douglas Merkel, MD, breast oncologist, which Mrs. Berry did, perhaps. Dr. Merkel was probably involved in similar cases in the past, which made him worried about his medical malpractice lawsuit. Dr. Merkel wasn't happy about the change in treating Connie, but he gave two chemotherapy, one in December 2014 and the second in January 2015. On February 7, 2015, chemotherapy was postponed due to Connie's shingles and rescheduled to February 20th, 2015 after the medicine. However, she fell on the floor on the morning of February 20th, 2015 and was rushed in an ambulance to the emergency room at Evanston Hospital. It was a urinary tract infection and was kept in the hospital for a few days. I noticed the DNR code, which was later changed to full code with the consent of Mrs. Constance Ann Berry. However, Connie had a cardiac arrest while having a salad with me, and only when I shouted and screamed for help, CPR was performed after 9 minutes. She was to stay on life support until March 2nd, 2015, while I, Pradeep Berry, had to decide to either shift Connie to the Holy Family Hospital in Park Ridge, Illinois, the USA for tracheotomy, or take her home. However, neither happened. I left the ICU units of cardiac arrest on the 4th floor of the hospital to sign certain documents at 11:15 a.m. on the morning of February 27, 2015, leaving Connie with her caretaker, Mrs. Florida Harris. I was returning to Connie's room after 1 hour, where Dr. Bruce and Dr. Catherine were waiting for me to tell me that I no longer had the power to decide anything but to let them take out Connie's tubes, which they did at 3 p.m. They told me that they had already consulted Connie's elder biological brother Michael Fuller at noon, and it was okay with him to do whatever the doctors and the medical staff think best. No more treatment was performed on Connie, and she left for her heavenly abode on February 20th, 2015 at 1:10 a.m. On the morning of February 28th, 2015, Saturday 6:40 a.m., I reached my home alone. My Connie was no longer with me. Michael Fuller called me asking about Connie and her finances and requested not to mention his and his wife's name in the medical negligence lawsuit. I could not win the lawsuit, as the requirement of obtaining a letter from any other oncologist who could confirm that there was a breach of trust in the medical treatment couldn't be fulfilled. And no matter how hard and diligently I worked to get that letter, not even one medical doctor or practitioner was willing to oppose their fellow compeers. Chapter 1. Connie, the Light. My Connie. Connie, the Wife. My Connie, an extremely imaginative true biography for the writer who thought to start the beginning with some valuable quotes emphasizing true and pure love for a lifetime commitment, knowing marriage is an art. Coming to the USA 40 years ago looked so daunting and was a difficult decision, especially not knowing the many variables of life, not very clear vision of the short-term or long-term goals. Things have changed tremendously now with globalization, and it is not a substantial issue anymore. However, still for many types of grass looks greener on the other side and people want to explore, and that is an individual choice. Some would never leave their own country regardless of how many opportunities there are. Again, it is an individual choice. One of the easiest ways to avoid this confusion is having the passion to see the world. You can freely travel the world as a tourist and go back to your homes. It has happened before and will continue to happen. This is one of the many luxuries of globalization. In my early years, going abroad sounded lucrative but was limited and mysterious. The mystery of life could have been the lucrative part. I wanted to go to the UK for my chartered accountancy, but I was forced by my grandfather not to even think, as he always wanted me to stay back in India with other joint family members. However, some of my college and chartered accountant friends left for the UK and USA. More ideas started stabilizing in my mind when one of my cousins in India, who was my senior school friend and a Harvard professor, visited India after 15 years with his American wife and kids, which encouraged me to go to the USA to explore opportunities and live the mystery. I got this thought in my head and came to the USA to see where my life would take me. But I knew I have a moral responsibility for my profession in India and a commitment to marry the bride my family had chosen. And I could not escape the bride which one I want to marry. It was puzzling and exciting and confusing, and with homesickness, I decided that I would give this experiment of mine 2 to 4 months, and then I would go back to India. I wanted to see for myself what a foreign land could offer, and that 2 to 4 months would suffice that. Nothing more could be exhilarating enough to alter my decision to go back to my country, India, and marry the bride my family had chosen for me. I had the return ticket expiring in 4 months. I left for the airport to return to India several times, but some acquaintance or friend would encourage me to stay back. The lack of decision and puzzled mind led me to my destiny to stay in the USA permanently. That same confusion and destiny proved to be the best thing to happen in my life, and it was the Supreme Lord's special reward and the most precious part of my life, for which I will forever be indebted. Realization and enlightenment for faith had a new revival in my life, and it will remain throughout my life with happiness, love, and contentment. But presently, with the most painful chattering making me fall apart, and I think that of my destiny becoming my reality again if I want to regain happiness. It will now or for sure in my next life, that priceless and most precious destiny I can't buy for any amount, and that is my Connie. True love and great destiny. Pure love, whether of the significant other, mother, father, or whoever, is a double-edged sword. On one hand, if you never were gifted with that love, you would not feel as much pain. However, if you have been blessed with deep love, the downside is that pain is even deeper after they are gone. According to Khalil Gibran, worldwide known author, life and death are one, even as the river and sea are one. Also, like seeds dreaming beneath the snow, your heart dreams of spring. He says to trust in your dreams, for in them is hidden the gate to eternity. Gita is a holy book of the Hindu religion, also used in the courts for oaths in India. In this book, when Arjun was grieving over his son Abhimanyu's death, Lord Krishna told him, "Why grieve? What son? Whose son?" It was a mortal relationship, and with death. The mortal relationship breaks for good. Soul has already taken a new birth. Do your duty by killing your enemy brothers who betrayed you and killed your son. Otherwise, they would kill you and your brothers. This true episode is one of the most popular and powerful in Indian history, Mahabharata. There are plenty of books, movies, and TV series on this Hindu mythology. Further, many American and Indian stage actors have played this act on stage all over the world. Lord Buddha wrote in one of his books, "Our body is given by parents and nourished by food. Therefore, it would be destroyed one day." A quote in India, "Sadnam Paramatma ka hai." God always exists, but there is no relation with anyone before birth and after death. It was a temporary existence. However, it is easier said than done. Practically in life, I believe it is not always possible to realize this. Leaving pain, vanishing knowledge, providing no solace, and is extremely painful after losing a loved one, depending upon the love or relation it might hold for some and may not for others. It is a matter of the depth of love, but a love that is difficult to forget. One merely hopes that coping with the loss would become easier, but it rarely is the case. Rather, I feel that as time passes, this pain, the ache of loneliness, gets worse. With increased withdrawing desires to be less traveling, dining, and other great things socially, instead one finds solace in a modest living. Thinking of you much at this difficult time, what we know is not much. What we do not know is immense. Pierre Laplace, astronomer. One or the other, one of the other must leave. One of the other must stay. One of the other must grieve. This is forever the way. This is the vow that is sworn. Faithful till death do us apart. Braving what has to be borne. Hiding the ache in the heart. One whomsoever adored. First will be summoned away. This is the will of the Lord. One of the other must stay. Edgar Guest. Compiled by Gabriel. Yes, I agree that there are some great words and philosophies mentioned above, and they may not hold universal truth, not to everyone at least. However, it doesn't provide any comfort, solace, or peace of mind. All the spiritual and religious knowledge and beliefs sounds meaningless, leaving an unbearable lifetime of pain with detachment from this materialistic world, whose relationship was and is still extremely strong. With true love, attachment, and devotion for each other, it is, or rather, I would say, becomes like death for the other half. However, this kind of love had to exist when the other was alive. Chapter 2. Our true and pure love, but love. Yes, now, I'm talking about my most precious love and friendship for my darling wife of over 39 and a half years, Mrs. Constance Ann Berry, or Connie. We both not only loved, but worshipped each other for our pure and true love. I can say with great pride that we were two bodies and one soul, specially gifted by the Supreme Lord. That kind of love, in my opinion, is extremely rare, a unique destiny of love. The pain of losing that love is rattling, bewildering, and mortifying. It is hard to believe that your whole world, happiness, stands still for the other half. Only I can feel that no matter how my family, friends, and outsiders sympathize with me, comfort me, care for my loss, and even try to help me move forward in my life, the shock, the trauma, is still upon me after so many years. But their effort in helping me has no effect, as my loss, sorrows, and painful daily life are all the same. I only want one thing. My family, friends, and distant relatives would see how beautiful Connie's heart and mind were. Not just her external beauty. Her education, great teaching career, intellectual knowledge, intelligence, her knowledge of books, world travel, knowledge about the world, economy, medical science, and its innovation, and extremely diversified reading on any topic, and along with discussions. Also, if only my family and friends could empathize with the trauma her demise has had on me since she was diagnosed with cancer, especially after we were given the second opinion from Mayo Clinic and its heartbreaking report. And our agony of being separated from one another. The most traumatic time was the 8 days in the hospital, which I can never forget or forgive. I would mention all that in the painful chapter of my life. My positive reactions were very high due to my pure love, but love nonetheless. However, I'm writing what I feel and don't intend to offend anyone. I also know many people have gone through the same, but I am concentrating on my loss because I am still grieving. I'm still processing the loss of my life, my wife, and my Connie. My relatives and friends know my trauma and pain, but I'm still shaken, and vibrations come from that trauma most of the time. I am not ready to follow any advice, suggestions, or try to forget the past, but I don't think that way. I want to bear this loss alone, grieve alone, cope alone, and find some way of a temporary ray of hope, but darkness always surrounds my heart and soul. I'm trying to be healthy, keeping myself busy working on many legal works, our home and its cleanliness as Connie did, clean, spotless, a perfectionist for her home, dressings, car, reading, food, knowledge, and whatnot. This includes, but is not limited to, cleanliness, spotless and sparkling everywhere, best of everything with proper matching in decor, no matter what it is. I, therefore, have written a separate section, her home, her life, in this book. Secondly, and most importantly, I am working all the time to get justice for Connie's early demise, which, in my opinion, was the negligence of the two doctors. Everyone tells me that even if you get justice, which perhaps would take years or may not happen due to the strong lobby of doctors, what would I gain? Connie cannot come back. Well, to them, I don't want to listen to anything due to the loss of my one love. I am very aware people die suddenly. But I'm angry. Angry as to why God did not listen to my prayers, devotion, and one thing, I wanted that Connie gets better, no matter how much sacrifice or hardships I have to bear. But I lost that battle, and I feel angry with my Lord as to why they did not see her and my devotion to each other and did not give her an extended full life, so that our separation from one another was of short duration, if not the luxury of togetherness forever. I am not a cruel person, but my happiness has been taken away, and that has left me with pain and detachment, with so much anger with everything one does, dining out, travel, hobbies, movies, stage play, Broadway shows, and worldwide travel which Connie and I would so often plan. Now, my life is limited to traveling to meet and stay for some duration with my brother and his family in India, and not too much social life. I talk over the phone for banking, with airlines to book tickets whenever I travel, telephone company, computer tech support, or in the grocery stores. To name some, these are the only conversations I'm left with. Some analyze our love, but some do not. I'm not asking for any sympathy, but I do respect what they tell me. Some happiness comes from my brother and his family and my grandnieces in India, and some good friends back in the USA. But darkness and emptiness follow every moment in my heart and soul. Chapter 3. My heartfelt tribute to Connie. The painful and sad chapter of my life. The sad chapter of my life and the trauma I went through began when my darling Connie fell at home on the morning of February 2015. Around 4 a.m., her oxygen was out and she fell. I had fallen asleep around 3:45 a.m. that night and only heard her around 6:30 a.m. asking for help. I gave her her pen to use for bowel movement as she took over the counter medication for urinary tract infection, and that caused her a bad stomach. I had to call 911 and they took Connie with me in front of the ambulance, next to the driver, as we drove to the emergency room. They did a series of checkups and said she had UTI, and the hospital kept her for 2 days under observation while subscribing to intravenous medication. Connie was to be discharged on the 22nd of February 2015. However, she left me on February 28th, 2015. This was the date when we were to travel back to our home from Sanibel Island, where we had been going for the last 10 years to be away from the cold and slow in Evanston. We cancelled the trip in November 2014 after the negative report from the Mayo Clinic. Connie was so considerate. She said, "I hope you're not disappointed that we can't go. But if you want to go, you can go." I replied, "No way. I wouldn't go anywhere without you. I cannot even think about that. And will stay with you, no matter how cold it is or even if I must suffer." I was taking full care of her with great happiness. The message I would like to convey here is, do your duty. Life is a duty, and one must perform it with happiness in mind. If you cannot perform, then sit outside the church, temple, or road and ask the Almighty for help. This is something I have believed all my life. But it didn't pain me, as it was not only my duty, but also my love and care from heart and soul. And for the first time, I rejected this message. I might or might not share this with others or even the younger generation anymore. However, in Connie's case, it is a hurtful message now. What duty? Which duty? Whose duty? Why duty? Why is this word duty in the dictionary? It is bothersome, where love and only love are involved. My purpose was to save her from leaving me, but I lost that battle, and that bothers me. Why? Why and why I lost that battle? I was serving her like we serve God, and why God did not see that devotion, knowing that it was absolutely the purest love with diligence and devotion. Why both had the most important things. We are one loving couple and extremely happy with each other, and hoping that the Supreme Lord would watch our true love and would grant our wish not to separate us so soon. Again, we were begging the Supreme Lord to extend our love and Connie's life. We know God is always watching our love and sincere devotion, and we ask for any forgiveness. There was a time when Connie showed motherly care and took care of me. Now, when Connie was sick, especially since April 2013, my devotion, love, my pain was beyond reach, and I asked God one thing only. My Supreme Lord, please grant Connie a long, healthy life. Take some of my good karmas and give it to Connie by curing and extending her life. Evaluating our deeds, we realized that we both did good deeds and perhaps a few mistakes were mitigated by good ones. This is enough to ask God for Connie's health and life. I begged as a mother asks for her child. The Lord said, I would help you, my child, as seen in the churches. What happened to that child? The answer is very clear for us all. I have my understanding of spirituality, death, and birth, over which we have no control, especially about death. But I was not ready for Connie's demise. She had told me her family had a history of living a long life up to the age of 90 years. She was very positive, had tremendously good health throughout our marriage, world knowledge, and was super intelligent. She said she would live long as she had been regularly swimming, golfing, and walking. She would also do all the household work along with shopping, teaching, driving, reading, etc. She had been the president of our building association for 25 years and had great knowledge of building laws. She loved movies, travel, education, a healthy lifestyle, and world history, to name some more things of her interest. She was extremely careful about her and my diet. I too believed and knew she would be given that inheritance of a long and healthy life. However, I was not sure about my long life up to 90 or 95, as my real mother died at the age of 26, right after giving birth to me. My maternal aunt was forced to marry my father to spare us young kids a stepmother that might not love us. She was 19 at the time of her marriage and died at the age of 25, right after giving birth to my sister. In those days, life expectancy was very low, and illnesses and diseases weren't easily diagnosed and treated. Multiple marriages to continue the family name was also a common practice at the time in my culture. My father married a third time to someone from another family. Our stepmother separated us from my father and had her 2 sons. She's still alive at the age of 88, but my father died at 80. On November 14th, 2003. My paternal grandparents died at the age of 81, my maternal grandmother died at the age of 56, and my maternal grandfather at 93. However, I was quite convinced, with Connie's positive approach to living, that she'll have a long and healthy life and may live up to 90 years. Mentioning my childhood memories brought back some painful memories, as Connie is no longer with me, but my loss for Connie supersedes the childhood pain. Perhaps a tribute to Connie I am writing, otherwise I would have not have expressed the painful childhood I and my brother had when we were in India. As mentioned above, after the loss of our 2 mothers, our father was more favorable to our new stepmother. It was like she somehow controlled him. It is hard to believe, but it happened to us, and we were raised by our grandparents. After the demise of my paternal grandparents, my father and stepmother, 2 of my uncle's wives, also started mistreating us. They made me do the household chores, run errands for our family business, counting thousands of huge boxes in the inventory from 50 to 80 trucks, opening and counting the cartons every morning at 4 a.m. I was also made responsible to take all the meals to my uncle when he was admitted for 15 days in the hospital, taking care of his meals and his health like a nurse. Alongside, I had to study, go to my college, and pursue my chartered accountancy, a postgraduate degree of higher court in India. These paternal aunties would give us food, but after a while, we felt that they were obliging us. Although all the expenses were met by our family business, it was bothering my father's elder brother. But he was also at loss. To fight with 4-1 was losing ground. My elder brother was asked to separate his kitchen after his marriage in our mansion. I started eating with him, as my brother forced me not to eat with our stepmother and our aunts who mistreated us. It came as a shock to my aunties and realized that they tyrannized me and were feeling guilty. My brother insisted I do not eat with them as he was hurt. Aunties told me, ashamed of how they had behaved with me for so long, that they did not intend to separate the family, but I did what my brother told me. Although the utility expenses like electricity and water bills were paid from the family business, we were staying in one of our big mansions at no cost to us. Later, my aunties tried to put the utility expenses on me and my brother, but my father's elder brother said that no way he would allow us to pay anything. As I recalled our childhood, I wondered why I wasn't more focused on building my career as a chartered accountant. I was offered many senior positions in India. Repeat, I was offered many senior positions in India, but I refused. Perhaps because deep down in my heart, I wanted to leave that painful atmosphere. I am now convinced Connie being my great wife was my destiny. I am happy and grateful for this destiny. Forgetting my Indian career and would take Connie as my wife, my destiny in all my future lives. Chapter 4. Knowledge theory versus practical for myself. The realization of death. Everyone must die. Man is born alone and will also die alone. Does death become a destiny, or destiny is destiny? Everyone has their faith in this dynamic puzzle, and some manage to cope early. Some are not depending upon their love and relationship with the person they are grieving. We all think that if the cause would not have happened, then the death could have been avoided. Few examples. If he or she would have not traveled at that time, had not driven on that certain day, had not stepped out so late in the night, or attended a wild party with heavy drinking and had driven without a seatbelt, etc., then their loved one's death could have been avoided. Yes, realization is there, and we all complain and regret it. That is the first reaction to someone's demise. However, our old scripture and knowledge, Vedanta says, death or its destiny. Indian and perhaps other old civilizations of many countries are of this view that when death must occur, it takes the person to that place where death must occur. To some degree, I believe this by seeing so many instances in my life, and I will share a few examples listed below. My uncle was married to an English lady who belonged to a very wealthy family in 1969. He studied and practiced in the UK and USA and was a world-renowned dermatologist. He returned with his wife to India permanently, but continued to travel the world for his thesis, conferences, and as a visiting professor at many universities. My aunt's mother, Mrs. Violet Hopkins, and father, Mr. John Hopkins, used to visit India, and my uncle, Dr. P.N. Behel, and Auntie Marjorie would visit them in the UK. Before my uncle went to the UK, there was an Indian Muslim boy called M.L. Rashid who left for the UK at age 6. This boy had no money, and Aunt Marjorie's parents brought him up like their son. He remained a bachelor and lived with Mr. and Mrs. Hopkins. Mr. Rashid considered Marjorie as his daughter and acted as a godfather. He had become a Surgeon General in the UK. Dr. Rashid happened to meet my uncle, Dr. P.N. Behel, in the hospital and felt someone gave him a chance once. So he gave him a medical internship. Mr. Hopkins had died in 1971, and Marjorie went to the UK for 6 months. Post that, Marjorie, Mrs. Hopkins, and Dr. Rashid went through a tough time. Later, all three of them came to India in 1971. It is important to note that Dr. M.L. Rashid came to India after 80 years and spent 6 months with my uncle in Delhi. After 6 months, Mrs. Violet Hopkins and Dr. Rashid were to go back to the UK together on Sunday night. However, Dr. Rashid decided to stay 2 days for some work and told Mrs. Hopkins, who decided to go as planned on Sunday, and informed them that he would fly on Tuesday. Mrs. Violet Hopkins left on Sunday and arrived in the UK on Monday. The moment she arrived, she got a phone call that Dr. Rashid had died early in the morning on Monday. Mrs. Violet Hopkins immediately flew back to Delhi and was very keen to take his body to the UK. However, by then the body was buried as he was a Muslim. Mrs. Violet Hopkins tried her best to take his body back to the UK, but the law did not permit her. Later, my Aunt Marjorie went back with her mother, Mrs. Violet Hopkins, to the UK many times and finally told her to keep coming back and forth to India. Now, Mrs. Violet Hopkins was going back to the UK for a month and coming back to India after a month. I was in the USA and was married to my darling wife, Constance Fuller, now Constance Ann Berry. I got a call from Mrs. Marjorie Hopkins Behel and Dr. P.N. Behel that Mrs. Violet Hopkins is going to the UK and would visit me in the USA later. After a day, I received another call that Mrs. Violet Hopkins died in Delhi, where we all lived. She too was cremated next to Dr. M.L. Rashid's grave. What is this? Destiny? Or a chance? Or just life? At the same time, people sleep and never wake up in the morning. People get heart attacks while driving, while in the house, in ambulances, and die, and some get saved. Who should or what should we believe and why? Are we justifying the reason for our solace as God's decision? Or do we blame why the person went to the place of death and would be alive if he had not gone there? I think no one knows this answer. And if someone says he knows, perhaps he is justifying himself to others. However, if that happens to someone close to him, he will believe the same. If he or she didn't do or be at the place they passed away, they could have been saved and they would be alive. Chapter 5. The Medical Negligence. What is the answer if there was 100% negligence by the medical staff and doctors, and a husband is arguing and fighting for justice for 2 years, stating that the doctors have caused the demise of his wife? I simply wanted justice for Connie and me. I requested that other medical specialists be given a chance to look at the patient. However, what can a simple man do when the doctors are overconfident and think they are the best, working in one of the best hospitals in the country? They also know Mayo Clinic in Rochester. Minnesota is the best hospital on the planet. That label of being the best took away everything from me. We were discouraged to go for a second opinion, saying that what would a new hospital do that they already weren't doing? We went to the same medical schools, and Mayo Clinic is just a marketing gimmick. Can we justify this kind of doctor's thinking and this scenario? Whom we all consider next to God when sickness comes and we trust them for our lives? Then they play with our lives, with good intentions, and so many times to promote new drugs from which the pharmaceutical companies make money with no regard to human life. Some people gain and some people lose and even die. A good physician would always admit to referring to another specialist if he cannot handle the case or feel he has made some errors. They do refer other physicians, and some feel that they can handle everything so that they would not have to face the embarrassment of being a failure, which brings ego and playing with the patient's life. I may be naive, but I believe a few errors due to medical negligence had happened. My Connie would have been alive for maybe another 10 to 20 years. It is very easy for the medical professional to rule out early death as some wrong treatment was given, and in my case, suddenly palliative care was diagnosed after the negligence of her 2 doctors until Mayo Clinic detected it. God did not want that. Innovation was coming. Another doctor who took over was pretty sure that Connie could get better. Otherwise, he would have not taken the case after Mayo Clinic and would have warned us of Connie's deteriorating condition. But he did not and had full hope. But another mistake happened in a hospital, and then another mistake which ended Connie's life. Following is the conversation that has happened between Mr. Berry and the medical institution in the forms of emails and letters, and even reports. According to Mr. Berry, they contain all the proofs that it was a negligence from the hospital's end that led to his wife Connie's death. Chapter 6. Life and Death Episode Message. The purpose of writing this episode is for the enlightenment of people, a human cause, which might save some lives. Don't trust your doctor blindly, and if needed, get a second opinion. Mayo Clinic diagnosed Connie's condition in 4 days with different tests, which should have been conducted at her hospital, HH. We both were still optimistic that Connie will live and be with me for a long time. In my opinion, her 2 doctors at the HH ruined her case in the last 2 years, which led to her death. What difference does it make to them? They are still working. They did not follow the noble cause of being a doctor. We all trust them next to God in times of sickness. Do they know this or have ever thought of it? In my opinion, no. They should have been open to recommending a second opinion, but their ego and overconfidence were in place. After visiting Mayo, Connie said, "These 2 doctors at the HH first ruined my life, and now they are taking my life." She repeated this several times, and it was the most painful thing for both of us and would remain so till I am alive. She was right, but we still thought she would be alive for a long time. Another specialist at HH agreed to take her case, though he was extremely disappointed and stated who was on the team for the treatment. We gave him the names of the 2 doctors. He said that this case should have been given to him 2 years ago, as this was his specialty for the last 30 years. He ordered different tests and started different chemotherapy for 3 months. We were very happy. Connie had 2 chemotherapies in December 2014 and January 2015. But on the day of a third one on February 20, 2015, she fell at home and an ambulance took her to the hospital for a checkup and was ready to discharge her the next day and was ready to come home on February 22, 2015. I must mention that I saw the nurse on the 20th of February 2015 with a checkup machine and I noticed DNR. Do not resuscitate. I told Connie, and we told the 2 doctors on call to change the DR and were assured that it had been done. She didn't want to eat anything on February 21st, 2015, but had a little salad and in 5 minutes she felt short of breath, and that was a cardiac arrest. Medical staff refused to perform CPR as the code DNR to DR had not been changed and they saw DNR. I lost my temper and was like a ferocious tiger and blasted them. They better perform CPR, otherwise I would go to the highest law, as I had 2 witnesses when doctors stated the DR code has been changed. It still took them 7 to 8 minutes before they performed CPR because of DNR code was not changed. I believe that this 8-minute delay caused her death, otherwise Connie would have been alive and still be with me. She was on the ventilator and tubes from her mouth were to be taken out on March 2nd, 2015, and I had to decide the next step. But doctors went behind me. When I went for short family work, the caretaker was there assuring me Connie is better and I can be away for a short time. Around 3 to 6 doctors and 2 nurses took advantage of that and told me that Constance told them to take the tubes out. There is no way that Connie was even talking, as we were communicating with body language and written notes. I was showing my written notes and she was telling me by her body language. Again, I became a ferocious tiger and blasted 6 doctors and 2 nurses, 8 versus 1. What they promised was not performed, despite my aggressive behavior and 100 phone calls. A great message came to my mind. Never deprive someone of the hope that may be the only thing they may have. Miracles happen every day. These messages were great tools for us to be happy. I also started thinking about God to make Connie normal by some miracles like raising of Lazarus, Jesus bringing him back to life, and also I thought of Savitri and Satyavan and the god of death in India centuries ago. Savitri's devotion prevented her husband's fated death. I am enclosing that episode below, which has been extracted from the internet. It was a struggle for Connie to go to doctor's appointments. Even walking in the house had become difficult as she had to use the walker and eventually even an oxygen cylinder to help her breathe. It was not pleasant for us, but her presence and being together was still giving us happiness. Ultimately, I saw my darling's last 4 breaths and death in my presence. 2 nurses and a close couple were with me. My mind went blank. Her face, body, was another thing I had to witness. I have no words for the pain in every part of my body. Is it true that I would never see her, talk to her, live with her? I cannot go on any longer with her. I am left alone. How and when I can get back? Is it possible that God may reward us even a day when she comes back to life? All these thoughts were running in my mind, and every day since then these questions keep coming to my mind. I can't forget how difficult it was for me as a husband to release her body for cremation at the funeral home. The memory still gives me panic attacks. I had stayed with her body for another 5 hours till it was taken. I will never forget this trauma till my last day. I'm still suffering from that pain and withdrawal symptoms which are incorporated into my mind and heart. 2 days after the cremation, I put her ashes in the plot right next to her parents. I was heartbroken and distraught that day. This book I'm writing has 2 parts, happiness and sadness. Sadness has taken over happiness, which is hard to explain, and no one can understand that pain but for me. I don't know what I can do while waiting for the life I must live. However, I would have to be strong to face my wife's death. Want to be alone in Robinson's Crusoe economy, where a man lives alone and does everything by himself. To some degree, I wondered why people were doing that. In ancient times, many scholars learned people took sannyas, totally surrendering the worldly life to get enlightened for peace and to leave a legacy behind. Many generations over the world followed that and gained a whole lot. In my opinion, we are living in a different generation, and only a small percentage of people may either know, or even if they know, they are not interested. The 21st century generation has contributed to great technology and innovation, and the world has gained. I believe in applying both to keep the balance in my life. Connie, too, was of the same view and never criticized anyone. Also, we both believed that who are we to criticize and disrespect someone's belief? In her last 2 years of sickness, she looked normal. She would spend time reading, writing on the computer, accounting, watching movies, talking, discussing different topics, etc. We were happy with the hope that Connie would live at least 10 to 15 years more, as we both were avid readers and read the articles about new therapies and treatments. Mummies in Egypt are a great example of the old century. Perhaps in 320 BC, for the loss of loved ones, I think it was right for those people. At least they could still see the body, which might have been given them a feeling that their loved ones were still with them. I could not have done that, as she wanted to be cremated. I never thought that I, being with her as her loving husband, would have to see these episodes. Why? Our pictures together on many frames are my life, and her paintings on the wall in our house. It is a combination of happiness and sadness. Every day after she woke up and walked to her study room with a walker and portable oxygen cylinder, I would serve her tea and juice. After that, walking to the kitchen was another painful task for her, but making and serving the best meals was my greatest happiness, followed by everything else helping out with showers, etc. Even taking her to the hospital for her appointments was a combination of pain and happiness. In her study room, where she used to get ready for going for her appointments, I always helped her with my heart, with both happiness and pain in my heart and soul. She was extremely positive, though deep inside her heart, she was extremely unhappy, not knowing if she would ever get better. I used to give her positive feedback based on my faith in God and examples of Savitri and Satyavan. I was devoted to Connie and was hoping God would listen to me. However, I lost that battle and was broken and devastated. I was sleeping 3 to 4 hours and lots of work had to be done. Most important was to do her cremation and put her ashes in her plot, next to her parents, as early as possible, and then put the stone on her ashes, as per her wishes. God helped me to do all that with my aggressive approach to get the cremation done in 2 days. I didn't want my darling's body sitting in the funeral home for a long time. She was not a charity case, and I told both the cremation and cemetery people this. I also told them that I want the best casket, urns, and priests at all the services, including cremation, chapel of peace, and later at the ashes on her plot. The same was for the stone. I was firm. I would not compromise anything for money. Lunch for the people who came to show their respect for Connie. I too hired a professional video maker for 2 days to cover the ceremonies of Connie Darling. Not a pleasant video, but all those sad memories could stay with me to provide me some happiness, but also pain. I watch those videos quite often. What I think and how it affects me, I do not know if it provides me with something. How much pain and suffering was going on in my heart and soul to see my wife's funeral, which I never thought I would have to do myself. I was not ready to lose her and to never see the person who played the role of my best wife, best friend, sister, and mother, depending on the situation in my life, which have been explained in this book. It reminds me of what Shah Jahan must have gone through at the loss of his wife, Mumtaz Mahal. Taj Mahal in Agra, India, is an example of love and is one of the 7 wonders of the world. No outsider would understand my pain, which is in my heart and soul and always haunting me. I know if I start talking about this with relatives and friends all the time, they would not understand my pain, and if they say something, I would not follow or listen. Now I know what the great Buddha said, who was silent for 2 years after his enlightenment. At that time, many gods were worried about his silence and requested him to speak, but he refused. After great requests from all the gods, he broke his silence and said that people who understand me know my silence. And if I say something, they would not understand me and think negative about me. I, therefore, decided to be silent. My message is, even if I change the life of one person out of millions, my purpose is accomplished. How wonderful those 40 years were. I pray to God to take away some of my possessions and give my darling Connie back. But I'm sure we would be husband and wife in our next lives, and this hope is giving me strength, and I'm willing to struggle whatever way I must. Chapter 7. The story of Sati Savitri from the internet. I would encourage readers to read the whole story on the internet or in a hard book. Chapter 8. I would also like to share a true story about faith in religion and greed. I read a long time back. I am going to share a true story with you. There was a rich and very generous merchant who would never refuse alms to anyone. His neighbor, an old evil lady, would curse everybody asking for alms. A few years ago, some saints came seeking alms. The merchant gave them a generous amount of wheat flour, and the saints blessed the merchant and left happily. The evil old lady started saying foul language and curses to the saints and the merchant. While traveling, a flying eagle dropped a dead rat over their wheat flour, and the saints died after eating it. People asked the religious leaders, who is to be blamed for their death, the merchant, or the woman, or fate? The learned religious head replied that the merchant gave in good faith, so he is above blame. The evil woman is to blame for her bad language and bad intentions. But it's fate that is responsible for their death. I have met some people who were not able to fulfill their daily needs and others who are amassing wealth out of greed. I wonder what is right, and if it is the greed for more and more that is killing sages. Lord, you are everywhere, omnipresent, omnipotent, and omniscient. Lord, you are perfect. Your pattern and design of the world are perfect. We accept your orders without question. The rule of nishkarma, or daily duty, do your duties, deeds, and karmas with selflessness. This is self-realization. We are puppets in the hands of God, and we have to perform whatever role He wants us to play. In the kingdom of God, every event and situation is preordained in the time scale. There is a chain of cause and reaction, but God has allotted a function and duty to everyone. And man, however great he may be, should not interfere. But when we fight our fate, then there is so much discontentment, frustration, and crime. To practice religion, there are certain rules laid down by the ancient scriptures Rig Veda and sagas. Chapter 9. My loss and pain for Connie compelled me to repeat the same thing I wrote before. I can say for sure there was no lack in my devotion to Connie throughout life. However, when Connie was first diagnosed with cancer in 2002 until her death, the devotion and love were at their peak. Perhaps it was an example for many people who knew us, also some strangers, and how they wished they too were blessed with that kind of love and devotion. On November 8, 2014, when Mayo Clinic declared palliative care, my devotion and prayers to the Lord to make Connie heal and keep her safe was at their peak. Her body was like a god, and I prayed using that weak body, her walker, oxygen, and her clothes or anything which was Connie's favorite. I was convinced that God would see and would give me more strength and new enlightenment which would help me save her at any cost. I know miracles happen every day, and our good karmas would make God change the process of palliative care back to normal life, where we would share another 10 to 15 beautiful years. We thought we saw signs of possible miracles all around us, and confidence in her prolonged life was coming back. We were sure that in 10 to 15 years, after all the treatments and struggles and healing, it would all feel like mercy. God helps those who help themselves. God has the power to do anything, to take and give life. We were not asking God to live forever, but just a few more years. I decided I would fight her sickness all by myself without involving any friends and relatives. I had read and heard true stories of jungle life, animals, and people, of how they were granted new life. These thoughts kept giving me the strength to handle the stress of my love and devotion, which had increased a million folds. I gained confidence that God knows how much genuine love I had for Connie. The saying, if one truly asks God for something with devotion, hard work, God is kind to grant that wish. This is the story of three different ladies we met in 2006 and was narrated in front of the doctors. Three different top medical doctors, and all the three ladies were told that they really don't have too long to live. One had around 3 months, another 6 months, and the third one had almost no time. All they could do was pray to God and hope for the best. But, contrary to what the doctors said, their life went on for the better. After years, it just happened that these three women went to the same hospital for some other small medical consult and met their doctors. They asked, "Do you recognize us?" Since it was almost after 16 years, 19 years, and 12 years respectively for these three, their doctors were astonished that the medical science had failed. These three ladies were childhood friends and neighbors, and we were in touch with them. I had a few friends in the same situation. It brought a new wave of confidence in God and miracles. We were sure that Connie would make it through this illness. I also told Connie about my uncle in India who survived cancer for 33 years, and another lady who survived cancer for 23 years. These stories all around us made us positive and gave us strength. But again, we also saw the obituary column in the Chicago Tribune and noticed that not everyone was lucky enough to survive cancer. These were encouraging and fearful thoughts, but we decided to remain positive and decided to fight this by ourselves. I truly did not want anyone to know, but despite that, I was very angry with my friends and relatives as they did not make any effort for almost 5 years to call us and check on us. I took an oath in 2012. I would never disclose to anyone that Connie was not doing well, but would only call to meet us for dinner, lunch, or just a token of lip service. They never stated seriously that we are with you and you can count on us. I could read the difference between lip service versus sincerity. I know everyone has problems, but we thought that we always went out of our way despite our busy schedules or even Connie's health to inquire about their life problems and sorrows. We expected sincerity in their concern for us and not just pretentious words for show. That time, I turned to the Supreme Lord, thinking that this is our battle and all our good deeds will help us get past this. But what happened ultimately? We lost that battle. At the time of a cardiac arrest, another chance was given to me to fight with the doctors and staff like a tiger. God was helping me to fight and fight, blast and be a stronger boxer, tiger, Superman, ambassador of God, whatever it was or whatever readers want to believe, but I did not win the game and lost the most historic battle of my life. I would never forget this lost battle, love and my future. Chapter 10. Well-planned conspiracy. Michael, Connie's only sibling. I've always wondered how come Connie's only biological brother never called when he was contacted by Bruce Brockstein around 11:30 a.m. on Saturday morning to ask about her sister and me. I have been a wonderful husband to Connie, and she was in peace. Instead, later he called to ask about Connie's finance and to tell me to keep his and his family's names out of the lawsuit against the medical doctor and the hospital. If I got a chance, then I would insult them in front of thousands of people in the church they go to and tell everyone there that these creepy people don't come to his holy place to pray but to target old people who are single and ask them if they can help them in managing their wealth, etc. Linda and Jerry were one of the couple friends they tried to entice. But Linda understood after the demise of her husband Jerry. I never imagined that her brother would become a puppy, an ultimate henpecked husband to a wife who is so cold and cunning yet smooth. Connie could always see through her antics. God watches all the good and bad, and only He knows when and how will they pay their dues for their ugly deeds. My uncle Dr. P. N. Behl and his wife Mrs. Marjorie visited us in our home on the fourth floor of 1310 Maple Avenue in September 1979 and told me that Connie and her parents were wonderful, amazing people, but Michael and Suzanne were totally the opposite. And Michael was just a henpecked husband who didn't care at all for his parents and his only sister. I would like to mention to the world that I had received a telephone call on my house phone on February 28th, 2015 at 11:30 a.m. when I was looking for the paperwork for my wife's cremation on Monday or Sunday. However, the law is no one can get to the cremation until 24 to 48 hours later because of the Sunday holiday and Monday to take care of a death certificate from the Crook County and Evanston City Center, and the death certificate was very specific, signed by D. Douglas Merkel, who was her last doctor, breast cancer specialist for cancer or oncologist at the Kellogg Cancer of Evanston Hospital. The mysterious thing was then why the hell Dr. Bruce Brockstein, head and neck oncologist who ruined my life partner medical treatment, and after the Mayo Clinic reports as palliative care scared the hell out of the pants of Bruce Brockstein, head and neck oncologist who did not know anything about the medical treatment, and he should be fired. And if I was the chairman of the University of Chicago and North Shore Medical System, I would like to see his license is cancelled for lifetime. I have had to talk to FBI about it in April 2015, and they recorded my statement and told me that I should have called the police to arrest him, and his license would have been cancelled. Also, the elder biological brother of my wife, Michael Fuller, and his wife, Mrs. Suzanne Fuller, who lives in Sanibel Island during winter from January to April and move their asses in their car to drive back to Green Lake, Wisconsin on Illinois Street, which is 189 miles from our house in Evanston, Illinois, after crossing the Milwaukee and Strait to 41 North to Wisconsin. Chapter 11. Another painful chapter for Connie and Pradeep. Before I share what I'm about to, I want to apologize for mentioning the sensitive issue I am about to. Connie's family did not come for her cremation or any other service. Her only sibling, his wife, their 4 grown-up kids, and 8 grandchildren who go to church every Sunday. They are 3 hours away from where we live. Even their summer home is just a 3 hours flight. When I informed them about my darling Connie's death, they said that they cannot come as they had a knee surgery scheduled around the same time. Could that surgery not have been postponed by just a few days? Even their grown-up kids and their respective spouses did not care enough to come for their lovely aunt who truly loved them. It was very sad and painful for me to see their cold love for Connie. The same Connie that used to buy cards, wrap Christmas gifts, always buying gifts even while traveling the world. She used to make quilts for them and sent money for their birthdays, Christmas, and other occasions. In the last 25 years, they all lost love and passion for their Aunt Connie. The love and passion these kids had when they were small and wanted us around all the time to bring joy to their lives. We used to celebrate every single occasion together. Concerts, graduation, Thanksgiving, Christmas, Easter, Mother's Day. Connie was exceptionally fond of all of them, her only family. From 1976 until 1998, it was great fun and joy. Later, things changed as greed is a curse of the land. I must mention that Connie's family has always been very nice to me. I am extremely grateful to them for all of that. I regret and apologize for writing this bad episode. One big mistake and years of love, and my feelings towards them have changed. However, I would never wish anything bad for them and would like to see them happy and enjoying their life with their kids and grandchildren. Now, I am the only one with loss, as darling Connie is no more with me. Maybe I'm writing this sad family episode for my loss. I pray to God that one day I can forget and forgive them for their behavior. I would say the same for my extended cousins and their large family, including my uncle and his family. They never called for 3 years to ask how Connie and I were doing. I was so mad at them that I did not even inform anyone of her passing. It is only when I went to India in the middle of May 2015, but even then didn't tell anyone till June 2015. My elder brother's persistent pressure as the head of the family and as his duty, he informed all of my family. Even then, only 3 people showed up to pay their respect. And even to date, no one from the family has not called or shown up. This episode has made me learn more and more about the world and has made me bitter and angry towards relatives. I am angry with my friends of 40 years. It takes years and years to make friends and develop love with them, but because of that one incident, the love is gone forever. However, I am at peace by writing Connie's biography, which gives me happiness but also a lot of sadness. Also, I want to share my childhood tragedy. My mother, respected Shanti Mehra, came from Lahore and Lyalpur, which is now in Pakistan. She was highly educated and wanted to go to appear for civil service exams during British Empire. But can we play with destiny? My maternal grandfather was not wealthy, but still financially stable. He was convinced by a close friend, Puran Chand, that ladies do not go to the UK for jobs and should be married. He suggested a boy of an extremely wealthy merchant in Delhi, India. My mother was devastated and did not want to marry as she wanted to pursue a career. I am still very angry about why she was forced to marry my father, Mr. R.P. Berry. My paternal grandfather was extremely wealthy. My elder brother Arun was 12 months and I was 2 months when Shanti Mummy, who was beautiful and educated, died. I never got to know my mother. It was a big loss for the family, and everyone thought my 27-year-old father would remarry, and his 2 boys would get a stepmother who might neglect and ruin these 2 boys. My maternal grandparents forced my mother's younger sister, Miss Kanta Mehra, to marry my father, to avoid having a stepmother who might not love us. Respected Kanta Mehra, who completed her double masters in English and was going for a great career, was too absolutely devastated and did not want to marry. She had no choice but to marry my father. I am extremely upset about her being forced to marry even today. My brother and I remember her being a great mother and extremely beautiful and educated. She loved us like her children. But God had other plans. She bore 1 daughter, my sister, and died after her birth at the young age of 24. Arun was 6.5 and Pradeep was 5.5. We both remember her death and funeral. My father married for a 3rd time to Mrs. Uma Malhotra, who was our stepmother. She played her role very well by separating both of us from our father and producing her 2 boys. That was the end of our tons and tons of inheritance. We were brought up by our 2 grandparents and our mother's younger sisters. Sometimes it still bothers me why our parental grandparents did not give us in person whole lots of properties and houses and money, trust or some provision that we get parts of his wealth, as we had only good education but nothing else. We became successful on our own merit. My paternal grandfather's children had no education, but an inheritance that multiplied 100 times. I could have never done this greedy act. I am totally upset and still can't believe that the Berry family could do that. They have no passion, no shame, no guilt, and no sympathy that we had lost our 2 mothers and suffered. Even my father, who became a puppet in my stepmother's hands, did not give us a penny. My stepmother must have been a very cruel person. I don't know if she felt sorry or not after my father's death on October 14, 2003. My 2 half-brothers, my brother and I, did the last rites of her father. My paternal grandparents were very charitable and helped many people, but their children did not do any charity at all. It is hard to believe that our stepmother did this and separated us from the 2 smart, intelligent boys who had so much to offer. My father too became like a stepfather and never gave a penny to both of us and our sister. He became a henpecked husband in my stepmother's hands, although he was not able to forget our 2 beautiful mothers and used to talk when he was alone with us. Greed is ruining humanity everywhere. However, the world still has good and passionate people. Connie was the most ethical, honest person, and so is my brother and me. My great uncle, Dr. P. N. Behel, told me about this money war 30 years ago. Son, either fight or forget. Give me your power of attorney, and I would get your share. He was very well connected and would get us our share. But we did not listen to him. According to Indian law, grandchildren have the first right on grandparents' property and assets. Connie told me to fight so we don't lose our inheritance, especially my brother Arun in India. But we both refused. I have now forgotten and do not care. But I have to mention how the greed of a man is a curse on this land. How these people can live with their consciousness and heart. My stepmother and a few others who saw something in her used to tell me, Pradeep, you are very lucky to have Connie as your wife. She allows you to visit India whenever you want, as the wives in India make a huge deal if their husbands go somewhere even for 2 days. Few of my relatives had visited us in US and Connie went to India 7 times. All family members and friends were highly impressed with her manners, simple life, not demanding any special food, any special privileges, and accepted whatever was offered to her. It truly impressed them. Now, when I think of all these qualities and other special intelligence, I go into the deepest pain of losing my Connie. And each day of our 40 years of marriage, love and care just soaks my mind and heart. It is due to our special bond, having no boundaries, no biased love like the smile of a small baby, soothing effects of the ocean, early morning voices of the birds, and the beauty of stars and moon and sun. Many people told me that they knew how lovely and great she was. I would like to tell them that she was far more than that. Connie was 1 in 10 million. Many times, while traveling on cruises or at hotels, I asked Connie if I should give a tip or buy a present for the general manager, thinking he or she may be offended. Connie always said that no one would say no to a present or money, regardless. I found this to be true almost all my life. Connie also told me many times that we should leave a little early to go anywhere as traffic or any other problem could come. It is better to be there, especially at the airport, so we don't miss the flight. Friends or restaurants or anywhere, punctuality was her theme. I have to some degree forgiven my stepmother since I met Connie, as her love, devotion, charm, external and internal beauty, and my true love and my devotion to her made us extremely happy. My darling Connie, who was my wife, friend, sister, and mother too. She took all my pain on her shoulders and heart and started loving me so much, and I did the same. My love for her was endless. We were made for each other, and our love was true and pure. In our old centuries, Vedanta, it is believed a great wife can play all those roles. Chapter 12. To prove this, and as part of my tributes to Connie, I would like to share some remarkable quotes I studied and knew. But now I'm taking them from the internet, to put the exact words. This quote by Chanakya in 520 BC. A good wife serves her husband in the morning as a mother does, loves him in the day as a sister does, and pleases him like a prostitute initiate night. I would not use the word prostitute, but Chanakya went into depth by using this word, and maybe he was right. My renowned worldwide dermatologist uncle told me, Son, marriage is an art, and you have to understand your wife as she is very sensitive, and your husband's love is very important for her. More than anything besides the necessity of life and comfortable living, the wife surrenders herself to her husband. I have written more on this under my uncle's advice. In our Vedanta, it is written in Sanskrit as Kyushu, devotion, career, keeping the house in order. Though I also believe the husband must contribute more to the house and cooking and do the greatest help for his wife. I was very happy to do everything, including cooking, cleaning, and anything to make Connie's life easy. She too was a human being. I cared very much. But she did a whole lot too and valued each other. and including career, housekeeping, traveling, etc. Kasrameshua, giving good advice to her husband and others. At the same time, I too was the same way, and we had the best understanding, value everything equally. Bhojeshu means good food for their husband, and at the same time, I did for her. We both value all things equally and had no ego that she is a woman and I am a man. She was everything to me. Shaleshu means love of wife and husband, and in whatever form it is, in the old centuries, women and men marry for physical relations, more emphasized having a good marriage and having kids. Love was there. Chapter 13. More quotes by Chanakya. One of the best quotes. A man is born alone, dies alone, and he experiences the good and bad consequences of his karma or deeds alone, and he goes to hell or supreme abode. This message Connie and I practiced throughout our lives. I am therefore positive that Connie is with the Supreme, and that gives me some consolation. However, I still live with pain in my heart and soul. I would do my best to do more good karmas and good acts of humanity, but never be able to forget Connie till I am alive. She was everything to me. I can't even go to those places that we visited together, shopping, restaurants, or even the roads we took to get there. Everywhere I go, I miss her terribly. It is extremely hard for me to believe that I would never see her, except maybe in my next life. But I want the exact Connie, same face, and same external and internal beauty. And my faith tells me that God would fulfill my request, and this hope makes me strong to do better and better things. Number 2. As a single withered tree, if set aflame, causes a whole forest to burn, so does a rascal son destroy a whole family. Connie only had one brother. I would strongly agree it is Connie's brother and his wife that destroyed the happiness of his mother, father, and most importantly, Connie. Now, when I think of Connie, yes, the son, who is the only sibling, and his 4 children and grandchildren were truly proved to fall in this coat. They were nice first initial years of her marriage, but later we all had love and hate relations. Now, after the demise of Connie, none of them came for her last rites and no condolences. Now my 40 years of good or bad relations vanish. I have no desire to talk or to see any of them. Anyone who was not nice to Connie would never ever be my friend, nor would I like to talk or to meet them. This is all due to my love for Connie. She had been alive in my bitterness and would have been forgotten, but not anymore. Connie is gone, and so are they from my life. Perhaps they do care, but only care for money. Number 3. Treat your kid like a darling for the first 5 years. For the next 5 years, scold them. By the time they turn 16, treat them like a friend. Your grown-up children are your best friends. Number 4. The life of an uneducated man is as useless as the tail of a dog, which neither covers its rear end nor protects it from the bites of insects. Number 5. A person should not be too honest. Straight trees are cut first, and honest people are screwed first. Connie and I have both gone through these messages, and we always followed the same regardless of the consequences. We, therefore, have been through so much pain and suffering, but Connie suffered more. This too reminds me of a true episode. In 1984, I visited a huge client of my employer, the largest finance company in the world, California, and took Connie with me, who would drop me and pick me up in the evening and would go visit the library and go shopping while waiting for me. This client was one of the largest trailer homemakers in the USA with a big loan from our company. I was introduced to the chairman of the board and all the senior management with whom I spent the entire day discussing the business, plans, expansion, and all the related things about the loan, etc. Later, they introduced me to their lady accountant, I was highly impressed with her knowledge, grace, and business knowledge. During lunch, she asked me if I want to go for lunch, and I said yes. Later, she told me that she can't go, so I decided to order lunch for her, and I paid for that as part of a business expense. We were extremely busy as a lot of work was to be done, and she closed her room, and we both were working while having lunch. She told me her story, which I will never forget. She told me that this huge company was owned by her husband and her. She trusted their employees and her attorney a lot. She adopted a young kid and put him through school and law school. She had a big customer in Mexico who owed the company millions of dollars in accounts receivables. The customer was in tight cash flow, and she gave that account to her adopted kid or attorney and asked all the employees to cooperate as a team. Suddenly, the company was forced into liquidation, and she and her husband were on the road and lost everything. She later found out that her attorney took all the millions of dollars from that customer and later bought back the company and made my husband the plant supervisor and himself the president. And she was now reporting to him as an accountant. Her husband practically had a heart problem, but her will made him strong to work as an ordinary worker. She further narrated that since then, she and her husband never got a call from the Rotary and Lions Club, other charitable arts and theatre clubs where they used to donate for many causes. Also, all their wealthy friends disappeared. And that the only people who came forward were the food vendors who make food at home and sell in the trucks. They used to come 4 times to their plant for selling meals to thousands of their employees. Those food vendors bought them a small place to live, gave them food daily, and met all their expenses. The rest of the rich friends and cultured socials and music artists, etc., who used to invite them in return for donations were all gone. From riches to rags, and lost the entire world. It was such heartbreaking for me. While living to approve the new loan, I put a clause that we would only lend a huge amount again if she made the chief financial officer by replacing the current one, who knew nothing and was making 15 times more money than her. I openly stated that unless she is in that position, as she knows all the customers and business as well, more than anybody, we would lend the money and the attorney would have to face the crime as he cheated on our previous loan and made my employer write off the loan. The deal was approved, the attorney went to jail, and we recovered our loan. She was now making 15 times more money and was extremely happy with her new life. I finished my work early on Friday afternoon to be with Connie, and we went for a lovely long drive. Connie was in tears when she heard this story. I'm writing this as a great tribute to darling Connie, who is no longer with me, physically. But the whole scene of her picking me up and driving through Palm Springs is, with me as a photographic memory. Our entire life, we loved traveling. Everything over 40 years is a movie in my mind and heart. The same types of episodes in Michigan, Austin, Columbus, California, Seattle, Indiana, Baltimore, New York, New Jersey, Chicago, Denver, Philadelphia, Phoenix, and almost all over the world. I would always remember and wonder how I was able to do all of that. Perhaps I would like to describe it all as a case study for the coming young blood to gain knowledge on crisis management. These were extremely great challenges I have gone through, and I am lucky that my employers and in my own consulting, these banks, finance companies, and equity players gave me this opportunity. It was a win-win situation for them and me. I know for sure that there are many other brilliant people with lots of things to teach, but I would also add some of mine as a legacy in Connie's memory. Michigan was special. In early 1981, I traveled Monday through Friday for over 3 months to liquidate our borrower to sell the company to avoid any write-off in our large loans. Connie was on 2 months vacation from teaching and was busy doing her research. She also would travel with me. She stayed at the hotel while I was working at the office, but all our meals were together and we would go around sightseeing on the weekends. These things were equally important to me as my traveling job had become a joy. The best one was when I had to go to Germany and France in September 1996 for around 2 weeks. I asked Connie to join me to avoid being lonely. I never felt lonely and was amazingly happy. Even when I write this in my book right now, I practically start shaking and feel devastated. Every detail is fresh as new. Every single day's activities, dining, driving in Germany and France, sightseeing on weekends, going to the winery. I can write a 600-page book about her traveling alone. Now, I don't think I can travel even for a night except to visit my brother and his family in India. How much has changed in my life due to one person, Connie. Many people will never understand, but I'm still happy writing for Connie and me. If someone appreciates, I'm extremely grateful and obliged that they are giving tributes to Connie. Let me share another true story with you. Oh Master Ji, which means Oh my teacher, which was part of my syllabus in 8th grade, and we had to write an essay on it. It was in the early 1940s that there were very small schools in Indian villages, and there was one Hindu teacher. He took a lot of pain in teaching Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs, and students of all religions with love and passion. Suddenly, for some reason, riots broke out between Hindus and Muslims. The village started burning and people were being killed. At that time, many Hindu and Muslim bullies were fighting against each other. One Muslim boy went to the teacher's home and brought his daughters to his home. Later, when the teacher came back to his house and found that his young daughter was missing, he was devastated. Some eyewitnesses told him about the boy who had taken his daughter. It made him extremely upset, and he took a big knife to go kill his Muslim student. On his way to his house, he was sad and asked God, why did he take his daughter? I gave my love to all the students and took so much pain to teach each student like my own child. Why would he do that to me? What bad did I ever do to him? All these thoughts were wandering in his mind. He was determined to kill him. From a distance, he saw the student and started running towards him to kill him. The moment he came across to kill him, suddenly the Muslim student said, Oh Master Ji, which means, Oh respected teacher, I've been looking for you. Thank God that you are safe, as your daughter is safe and sound. I brought her to my house like my own sister so that nobody harms her. Please come and rest for some time, then I will send you and your daughter to a safe place with a group of my people for your protection. Masterji was overjoyed that my devotion to teaching all the students had finally paid off, and he apologized to his students for the negative thoughts that had occurred to him. Connie and I have tried to apply this lesson in our lives, but now it is bothersome, and our selfless, unbiased love and respect for all the relatives and friends did not make them realize our pain in difficult times, especially when Connie was alive. God gave me the power to reciprocate my love for Connie when she became sicker. That power was more than a 150 people together. This is all due to our love for each other, which was true. I also did not inform anyone and decided to cope with my loss by using my love for Connie as my strength. However, every day of our 40 years is like an ongoing movie in my mind and is very painful. How the same relatives and friends never showed any passion when she was sick and even after her death. Only a few handfuls of people came to give their condolences. I've been extremely angry with them and perhaps with myself, as they always showed up when things were fine with us. I would order food and all the other things of their preference, but they never came. I'm extremely angry and bitter because of my loss. If Connie comes back, I will forgive everyone and would rather treat them very nicely. Number 1. Whores don't live in the company of poor men. Citizens never support a weak company. And birds don't build nests on a tree that doesn't bear fruits. Number 2. He who is overly attached to his family members experiences fear and sorrow. For the root of all grief is attachment. Thus, one should discard attachment to be happy. Yes, it is a quote I'm rather fond of and use very frequently in my conversations, although it is not practical for me at all, and I would perhaps never leave that attachment. Number 3. O wise man, give your wealth only to the worthy and never to others. The water of the sea is received by the clouds, and it is always sweet. Connie and I applied this message to all our lives. Connie left donations for Carleton College in Emin and the University of Michigan for needy students, the Red Cross, the American Cancer Society, and Mayo Clinic. I have also started on an annual basis to give more to all her organizations and schools. This gives me happiness, and I hope to keep doing the same thing in the future too. A lot of people drift towards noble causes after the loss of a loved one. like charities, hospitals, small foundations for education, adding a block in the school, colleges, churches, and temples. It could be their wife, husband, father, mother, sister, daughter, someone whom they loved beyond everything. I am sure that these noble causes heal the loss of these people. I think there is a great healing power in doing these charities in their memories. Connie and I never went against the word of this quote. Number 4. Do not put your trust in bad companion, nor even trust an ordinary friend. For if he should get angry with you, he may bring all your secrets to light. How true it is. And we both went through this in our lives. And I have become more careful after Connie's demise. Friends and relatives, who showed themselves to be our well-wishers, were all nowhere to be found. Number 5. The fragrance of flowers spread only in the direction of the wind, but the goodness of a person spreads in all directions. Connie had this quality, and she did not have to try at all, as it was innately embedded in her always, and her goodness left a mark on a lot of people all over the world. I always get so many letters and appreciation from so many people all the time that they give me happiness, but as bittersweet as Connie went so suddenly. I still can't believe it, and maybe never will. I have to see the reality every day, every moment, wherever I am. The photos, books, the memorabilia of Connie are all over our house. In the health club, grocery store, bookstores, her desk, her chair, our bed, and just about everywhere. Number 6. Education is the best friend. An educated person is respected everywhere. Education beats the beauty and the youth. Connie and I followed this belief all our lives, and I'm extremely grateful for it. We both had a great education and kept increasing our knowledge. Education stops after many schools, colleges, degrees, but knowledge has no end. And that is why Connie read so many newspapers, magazines, watched intellectual TV programs like 60 Minutes, News, 2020, Nightline, Mystery, WGN, 11 public programs covering different world events and music, taking intellectual tours with scholars all over the world, listening to the lectures, reading books, library, not wasting time in gossips and stupid conversations or shallow topics. Research about the different recipes, treatments, and other symptoms, etc. From the book and internet of our knowledge, Connie put more for this foundation in me. Though I have been like it since childhood, but she polished me into a diamond, and furthermore, I would never be able to repay her in my many lives. Number 7. It is better to live under a tree in a jungle inhabited by tigers and elephants, to maintain oneself in such a place with ripe fruits and spring water, to lie down on the grass, and to wear the ragged barks of trees, than to live amongst one's relations when reduced to poverty. Connie and I always followed this great code, and to date, we don't owe anything to anyone except our body. People took a lot of things, and we gave with happiness. Till now, no one is called to return, and now I would rather forget about it. Connie managed all the budgets and financial planning so that we never depend upon anyone except the supreme body, which belongs to God. Number 8. Test a servant while the discharge of his duty, a relative in difficulty, a friend in adversity, and a wife in misfortune. Connie and I went through this many times, and we tried to forgive them, as hard as it. Connie never expected that relatives, friends, and people we held in all forms would betray us. Now I don't know if I can forgive them. I would rather cut off my relations with those who were using us and are now gone. Especially when Connie was sick from the middle of 2014 till the end, it would be extremely bitter and angry, and perhaps time would heal this deep wound. Number 9. If one has a good disposition, what other virtue is needed? If a man has fame, what is the value of other ornamentation? Number 10. The one excellent thing that can be learned from a lion is that whatever a man intends to do should be done by him, with a whole-hearted and strenuous effort. Number 11. Foolishness is indeed painful, and verily so is youth, but more painful by far than either is being obliged in another person's house. Number 12. Do not reveal what you have thought upon doing, but by wise counsel keep it secret, being determined to carry it into execution. Above are some more quotes that we imbibed in our everyday values of life. Number 13. The world's biggest power is the youth and the beauty of a woman. I applied this message to Connie all my life and would keep on doing it. She was both externally and internally beautiful. I agree with this message to some extent, but due to Connie, I sometimes don't want to believe, howsoever true it may be. Connie was Connie. I cannot find any other Connie in my life. We will meet again. It is my faith. There have been movies and stories about rebirth and meetings of the same couples or whomsoever you love. God knows the answer. Number 14. Never make friends with people who are above or below you in status. Such friendships will never give you any happiness. Connie and I never thought of this, as our education and intellectual minds was a winner in all the times, and we never intended to go after rich or poor, but people with good heart and mind, who have contributed something to this world and have accomplished something, regardless of wealth or no wealth. We had some very great and intellectual friends. I do not know if I would meet them or not had it not been because of Connie. She was so special and always introduced me to her friends. If I meet them now, Connie's memories will haunt me. Number 15. The serpent, the king, the tiger, the stinging wasp, the small child, the dog owned by other people, and the fool. These 7 ought not to be awakened from sleep. Number 16. There is no austerity equal to a balanced mind, and there is no happiness equal to contentment. There is no disease like covetousness, and no virtue like mercy. Number 17. As soon as the fear approaches near, attack and destroy it. Connie was always successful in following this message, except in November 2014 after Mayo, but was still positive. But the episode I described above was the most painful thing in our lives. She is gone, but the unbearable pain has become my life. And I don't know if it would ever end. I do not think it would. Number 18. He who lives in our mind is near, though he may be actually be far away. But he who is not in our heart is far, though he may be nearby. Number 19. There is poison in the fang of the serpent, in the mouth of the fly, and the sting of a scorpion, but the wicked man is saturated with it. Number 20. God is not present in idols. Your feelings are your God. The soul is your temple. Chapter 14. My uncle's advice. My uncle told me, son, wife is precious. If truly we analyze education and intelligent point of view, how true it is. No wonder Connie is always in my heart and soul and will remain there all my life. Now the world is different, and that is why the divorce rate has gone up tremendously among the young generation. Lately, even with couples married for more than 30 years or so. I wonder why and still cannot understand that it is healthy for anyone. There is an answer to solve. I think marriage is an art, and we have to take care of that plant every day. Now we have distractions like cell phones and other innovations on the internet. Cell phones are good for emergency talks and important things. But what did we do when we had no cell phones 20, 30 years back? What did we do when we had no TV 80 years ago? We had simple living and high thinking. It is terrible, and a sacred marriage is on break. How can we expect this world to be friends when there is fight in couples or families with kids? Are we progressing or going towards darkness? Gandhi truly stated, technology would ruin mankind. Now the world is different. Though it is not the case with everyone, there are beautiful marriages of 70, 80 years which I truly admire and give my respect and a lot of credit to the couples. In our marriage, love and care for each other were of the utmost important thing. I openly want to mention, without offending anyone, that she had the same beautiful body until she got too sick for 2 years and went weaker by the day. So much so that she even found it hard to walk and do everyday chores. All thanks to her 2 doctors to make it bad to worse. I hope God gives them what they deserve for their bad karmas. Her body was like a temple for me. And I used to touch her feet in worship, the same beautiful body as God. It will always be the most painful memory I would have to live with. As a child, Buddha went out of his comfortable palace and saw so much suffering everywhere. He saw weak people, death, skeletons, and so much more. That was the reality. I was no different, but I did not become Buddha. Or could I? However, I will always carry on Connie's wishes for charity, education, and humanity. Even when a man and a woman come from different cultures, I have never been of the thought that a wife is secondary and a man is superior. For me, Connie was extremely important, and we cared for each other as equals. That is why, perhaps, I am writing this book. Gandhi said, "I have the highest respect for a woman as she is the incarnation of tolerance." I followed that teaching all my life. He further stated, "Woman can tolerate husband's all habits, like drinking, gambling, and cheating on her, though she would be extremely hurt and finally may forgive him. However, if a husband suspects a woman's character, then that is death for her." As I mentioned earlier, I had forgotten bad memories of my childhood and my happiness was Connie. And in comparison, the childhood tragedy is nothing in front of Connie's death. It is much more painful and unbearable. I don't care for all that wealth in the world and will concentrate on humanity and teaching and follow the path Connie and I shared of honesty, loyalty, ethics, charity, and selfless work. I will never be able to forget any of it in my life. Now I understand why Indian youngsters and families consult senior people during the crisis and difficult times, as they have worldly experience, which can't be learnt in school and colleges. It only comes from life experiences, and perhaps I'm getting ready to do that, within my limits. I still have a lot to learn from life and everyone around me. Knowledge is like an ocean, and there is no depth to that. And this is what I have always believed. Chapter 15. I would practice many great messages I had studied and known for years in the memory of Connie and for my peace. Jesus said, "Father, forgive them. They know not what they do." I always undertake self-examination to remember and evaluate past deeds and think of the holy preaching of the Bible, Gita, and Quran. And I am no exception. This process reminds me of a lot of holy sermons. Number 1. Surrender and accept when you are helpless, but keep the mind and body active. Number 2. Think of my past doings for corrective things. Number 3. I must prepare for mental and physical hardships if I want to survive and do a noble human cause, including teaching and giving knowledge and learning more for myself. Number 4. Pray for the self and humanity and the world. Number 5. Keep busy, occupy your mind, and pray for forgiveness from Connie for any unintentional hurt, also for her blessings and doing good deeds for her sake. Number 6. Find a purpose in life to do things which Connie would appreciate. Number 7. Lead a simple life and high thinking and deprive of the great traveling and dining out, etc. Number 8. I am doing that, and perhaps I would not go to cruises or any trips except to India to see my brother and his family and other members of my family. Number 9. Lord Krishna had stressed evenness of mind in all circumstances and situations, skill in action, and overcoming the law of opposites, working without attachment, and considerations of returns, rewards, and prizes. Number 10. They told lies and went ahead with life. And here I am telling the truth and stagnating. Number 11. Adam said in a similar vein, "Allow your mind to think. Say anything it will. Only do not identify with it. Allow your body to do whatever it needs, but do not react. Everything would happen on its time and accord." Number 12. Religion is not a business. It is a mission, a great way of life. Manu had said, "The holy world is kept in order by punishment, for a guiltless man is hard to find. Through fear of punishments, the whole world yields the enjoyments which it owes." Chapter 16. Further, it reminds me of nice quotations from my late world-renowned dermatologist uncle, Dr. P. N. Behl. Darts, barbed wire, and heated spears, however, deep they penetrate, the flesh can be extracted. But a cutting speech that pierces like a javelin to the heart, none can remove. It lies and rankles. Bad language used in anger or otherwise hurts the person. The dagger wounds heal, but the hurt caused by the speech leaves a permanent scar on the heart. Hence, control of the tongue and speech is very important. Never hurt others with your words. I strongly recommend austerity in speech, body, and mind. A man's job is to help one another and not to hurt each other. The latter is an animal instinct and not a human one. A good cheerful word can win the hearts of others. A bad word makes enemies. Similarly, a dirty look can be killing. A cheerful smile is always appreciated. Women can seduce with a winsome look and a sweet word. Self-restraint is essential in all walks of life. Restraint in speech is important. If you hurt or abuse somebody with foul words, you hurt them. He becomes an enemy and vows to take revenge. Further, if he returns your foul language, it will also hurt you. I'm slowly trying to follow this learning and used my words wisely. Chapter 17. Further, per Khalil Gibran. My soul is my friend who consoles me in the misery and distress of my life. He who does not befriend his soul is an enemy of humanity, and he who does not find human guidance within themselves will perish. Life emerges from within and derives not from inference. I come to say a word and I shall say it now, but if death prevents uttering, it will be said by tomorrow. For tomorrow never leaves a secret in the book of eternity. I came to live in the glory of love and the light of beauty, which are the reflections of God. I am here living, and the people are unable to exile me from the domain of life, for they know I will live in death. If they pluck my eyes, I will hearken to the murmurs of love and the songs of beauty. I came here to be for all and with all. And what do I do today in my solitude will be echoed by tomorrow to the people. What I say now with one heart will be said tomorrow by many hearts. Prayers have a very soothing effect on a troubled mind, but sometimes that fails depending upon our love and devotion. I am going through that pain every moment of my life. It is worse than ever. I thought, after Connie's demise, I am aware that we all leave this world one day, but I am not ready to accept that right now. Chapter 18. Gandhiji, his messages and his teachings. Now I think of Mahatma Gandhi, known as the father of the nation in India. He sacrificed and fought to get India's independence from British rule. He was a barrister by profession and fought for equal rights in India and South Africa. When a small-built man can bring an entire nation to freedom, then why can I not get peace of mind and the power to bear the loss of Connie? I know this is a personal loss, and I cannot even make this comparison, but even then, this thought comes to my mind that Gandhi said, "My life is my message." Truth always triumphs. Non-violence, my uniform experiences have convinced me that there is no other God greater than truth. God can never be realized by one who is not pure of heart. Self-purification, therefore, must mean purification in all walks of life. But the path of self-purification is hard and steep. To attain perfect purity, one has to become absolutely passion-free in thought, speech, and actions, to rise above the opposing currents of love and hatred, attachments and repulsion. I, bidding farewell to all the readers for the time being at any rate, I ask him to join with me in prayers to the God of truth, that he may grant me the boon of ahimsa in mind, word, and deed. I have nothing new to teach the world. Truth and non-violence are as old as the hills. By M.K. Gandhi. These are some of his visions and thoughts, extracted from his famous book, The Story of My Experiments with Truth, an excellent book for all readers. Chapter 19. Nelson Mandela. President Nelson Mandela was a big follower of M.K. Gandhi and practiced non-violence and suffered for years in jail. But he forgave everyone, and his truth and sacrifices made him the president of South Africa. He was a world-renowned figure in the history of the world. He mentioned when Gandhi was going back to India, India gave us Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, and we are returning India. Mahatma. The same Mahatma became Bapu and father of nation of India. In 1982, a great movie Gandhi was released, where Ben Kingsley played the role of Gandhi. This film and Mr. Kingsley won the Oscars. A wonderful true movie for mind and peace. I might see it again to get more enlightenment, to reduce some pain from losing Connie. Although, how much peace I would get, I am not sure. Great Dr. Luther Martin King was a follower of Gandhi and fought for freedom and practiced nonviolence. He too left behind a legacy for the world. Chapter 20. Swami Vivekananda. Swami Vivekananda attended the first World Religious Congress on Michigan Avenue, Chicago, Illinois in 1893 and said, "If you forget and forgive, that ends everything." He was the first person in history who said in his opening remarks, "My dear brothers and sisters of America," before a long speech. People were in tears. There is a street on Michigan Avenue where world religion in a hotel took place. It has been given the name Swami Vivekanand Marg, or street. He stressed strength is life, weakness is death. How long this life is? Do something different, so that world can remember you otherwise. Where is the difference between you and trees and stones? They also live, die, and decay. Show the right directions to youngsters, to students, to men, to ladies, which directions to go in sorrow to help humanity. Show a new ray of hope when stressed. Show a way to go on the path that helps realize one's bad deeds. Show new ways of living to the criminals who are ready to remorse for their crimes. Showing a new way to all the purpose of life, leading them to become good citizens and humans. I would suggest readers read a lot more of this great personality who inspired millions all across the world. These messages were great when I was young and helped others, but it does not provide any comfort to me now after I lost my Connie. I hope I find some ray of hope, and that is reincarnation. It is my solid faith that if there is any supreme power, then they will listen to our love. This hope gives me some peace once in a while. I'm sure that if I have done any good karmas, then the Supreme Lord will fulfill my desire in my next life. Chapter 21. Beginning of our love. I was an extremely qualified professional in Delhi, India, and was offered a lot of senior positions in different parts of India along with other opportunities. And then, around that time, a senior friend of mine who was teaching at Harvard came to Delhi and suggested that I also come to the USA. It took 3 months for me to decide if I want to go or not. I decided to get some exposure for 2 or 4 months with a senior job offer, even though it was not in my field. I was ready to go back in 2 months as I was very homesick, but my employer requested that I work for a minimum of 4 to 6 months, and that sounded like a very long time to me. I had decided to leave, and just then, I met a beautiful lady named Constance Fuller. It was love at first sight, and after dating for a short time, we got married. I was her first boyfriend, and she too was my first girlfriend, and would remain the last one. Constance Fuller became Mrs. Constance Berry, or Connie. Connie and Pradeep Berry became an exceptionally strong, devoted, true, pure, and loving couple. I would say our marriage was so much fun, love and care for each other that a lot of people wished they had the same rhythm. I knew this special marriage would remain that way forever. Great wife and a good friend are only for the lucky ones. A great quote in Indian culture. When my first employer did not pay my salary for 2 months, saying his cash flow was bad, Connie blasted him because she knew he was lying and told him that no one works free and he better pay, otherwise she would report to IRS and Labor Department. I was completely quiet. but I got the check right then and there and worked for another 2 months with pay. Connie wanted me to go back to my specialized field for which I had offers before coming to the USA, and I had started working soon on the same. I was promoted in 3 months, and after that, I have never looked back. My employer paid for my MBA from one of the elite universities while I was traveling half of the time all over the country. For those 2 years, Connie sacrificed her life for my work and college, and we had very little time together while she was also studying to advance her career. During that time, I noticed many of my friends and co-workers were having problems with their spouses because of traveling and being away from work, and some even got divorced. But both of us were enjoying, taking nice vacations and having all the fun, which was extremely rare if compared with other friends, co-workers, clients, etc. All of them were taken away by our lifestyle. I would like to mention an incident that happened to me. I was extremely depressed when I was leaving for the USA, as it was something new and I truly did not if I want to, go out or not. I was not sure about it. My mind was on and off, but some people told me that I had to go and try. I was on the Lufthansa flight from Delhi to Chicago, and after 5 hours layover in Frankfurt, I got depressed, as I had never traveled out of India. The moment they announced Chicago flight was to board, and I sat down on my seat. My depression and panic attack got so bad that I rose from the seat. The plane was on the runway. Air hostesses told me to sit down, but I did not, delaying the flight. I would have been arrested if I did this now. Finally, the captain of the plane came and asked me what is happening, and I told him the truth. He was nice, even though I am causing trouble, and told me to show him my ticket. Upon seeing, he said, it is a restricted ticket for 14 days, and after staying for 14 days, I would come back to India. He asked me how much money I had. I said $7, as that is what the maximum Indian government allowed due to lack of foreign currency in India. Now things are thousands of times different. Captain said, Mr. Berry, I can let you off at the Frankfurt airport, but with $7, you would be stranded and would be in big trouble, and would not even afford a meal or a hotel. He advised me to touch Chicago and live there for 14 days and come back, as I had the round-trip ticket. That 14 days become 40 years in the USA, and now I am delighted that I came and met Connie and progressed in my profession. I would give her a whole lot of credit otherwise. I would have been back to India after 6 months or maybe sooner. This is destiny, and this is life. Least expected things happen. Again, I never thought that I, as her husband, would have to do her cremation and last rites. I still remember my first meeting and how she brought a new life to me. It was 1994. I had to travel in winter to Michigan to evaluate a large new borrower. I did not want to go alone, as other juniors working under me were on Christmas vacations and some were in different parts of the world. I requested Connie and she traveled with me, and I did a fantastic evaluation. The same kind of things happened many times in 1981, 1984, 1993, and 1996. She knew how to entertain herself by sightseeing, exploring shops, reading the hotel balcony, and picking me up for lunch and after my work, and we then go to the dinner. I would do work in the hotel till late, and she would read the book and watch TV. Where would I find that diamond? I did the same for her mother in 1989 after her father died, and after 2006. I left my career to devote myself to her. Even though we always traveled, she wanted to see the world, and with 5 weeks or so, and even after my consulting job, I could not balance both. During her last 3 years of increased treatments as well, we traveled as much as we could. I was with her every moment of her life. It is so painful that she left before time, and her chapter is the most unbearable part of my life. I don't think I will ever get over that. Chapter 22. Education and Career of Connie. Connie attended one of the best high schools and then Carleton College in Minnesota, which is one of the finest liberal arts colleges in the USA for her undergraduate degree, and later transferred to the University of Michigan, another top college in the USA. She started teaching junior and senior high school for a few years. Later, to advance her career, she went for her master's in Spanish and French. She studied in the top colleges in Mexico and Spain, and then taught Spanish and French to the USA Army based children in Germany, England, and Spain for 5 years, and then in California. Later, she moved to her hometown in Chicago. That is how I met her, and she became a love of a lifetime. Connie exposed me to the American culture, dressing and polishing me so I could advance in my career. Although I also had one of the best academic backgrounds, we both had professional careers, but that didn't interfere with our love and understanding. Even though I was traveling all over the country and was home only for the weekends. We would talk 4 to 5 times a day over the phone while I was away. Our Friday through Sunday night was always together, and depending upon the projects, I was in my Chicago office for weeks and home each night. It was a great life combined with our professional senior positions. Connie taught for 34 years and took early retirement, but did substitute teaching to keep her teaching license, and she was in demand for Spanish and French, including getting full-time positions with different districts, but she refused. I, too, told her to enjoy and travel with me and have fun. She enjoyed teaching and had a lot of close teacher friends. We used to meet and always have such wonderful times. I have high regard for Connie as my wife, as my teacher, as close as my mother and my sister. Also, in Connie's character and memories, I would like to mention some quotes. I learned from my uncle, Dr. P. N. Behel, a leading, world renowned dermatologist. Wisdom leads to freedom, education to character, culture to perfection, and humanism to joyous living. In a sense, human beings sometimes are crueler than animals when greed comes. Our thoughts wander in all directions, and many are the ways of man. The catwright hopes for accidents, the physician for the cripple, and the priest for the rich patron. The blacksmith seeks day after day the customers endowed with gold. Our thoughts all run towards profit for the sake of spirit of mind. Let go of all these wandering thoughts. Character. Man is what is. A man of good character makes his life good, while a man with a bad character usually ruins his life and mankind. Character means goodness of heart, tenacity, truth, living by your words, discipline, respect for others and elders and the weaker sections of the society, and respect for the teachers and wise. A man without character is considered to be worse than a beast. People with weak character are usually feeble, meek, and easily changeable. After 34 years of teaching, Connie took early retirement and was going for weekly lunches with her teacher friends, and I was very happy. I too used to go with them as it was like a close family. She was in demand for substitute teaching and kept going to keep her teaching license. She too had more time to travel with me, and that made my life great. The combination of work and travel was great fun. I remember seeing many places with her, and her company gave me great comfort. I never dreamt that loneliness was tolerable, and her demise has crushed me, as I will never see her, except in my thoughts of her. All the 40 years of memories are painful. They are: number one, daily diary with beautiful handwriting of her about things we did. Number two, household notes of bills and folders. Number three, receipts of cash and credit cards. Number four, names of all the vendors and suppliers with phone and telephone numbers. Number five, schedules of painting, carpet cleaning, car service, and other utility stuff with how much was paid. Number six, her different drawers of clothing with listings. Number seven, her drawers of important documents. Number eight, her makeup kits with expiry date and all the details. Number nine, our pictures of traveling and at the back, when and where, and sometimes names of friends. Number 10, her letters from my family, her family and friends. Number 11, important certificates and pictures of a future date in any case. Number 12, years and years of her marriage anniversary, birthdays, and Valentine's Day cards. Number 13, separate books for household inventory, its date of purchase, and price. Chapter 23. My Connie, the Blessed Lady. Connie was highly intelligent and intellectual, and only very few of her philosophies I will mention, otherwise, I would have to write another book with all the beliefs that she applied in her life. Connie always had Irish blessings in her book as a bookmarker. May the road rise to meet you. May the wind be always at your back. May the sun shine warm upon your face. The rain fall soft upon your fields. Until we meet again, may God hold you in the hollow of his hand. This is another quote from Saint Francis de Sales as her bookmarker. Make yourself familiar with the angels, and behold them frequently in spirit, for without being seen, they are present with you. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Salesian Missions. Remember your debt of gratitude. Live in a way that leaves no regrets. Everything people say or do is ultimately noted in the belief that those actions will lead them to happiness. Your dream is possible. Never seeks happiness outside yourself. Live in a way that leaves no regrets. Seek to understand your mistakes so that you may never repeat them. These are a few quotations from Open Your Mind, Open Your Life, Tarot Gold. Chapter 24. Connie. Passion for reading. Connie was a great reader. She used to read Wall Street Journal, Chicago Tribune, Barron's, and New York Times. Additionally, she used to read a minimum of 16 magazines and health news from the elite universities and used to give me important healthcare topics to read. I, too, was an avid reader, but mostly business sections of all the newspapers and professional development, articles on different topics and writing, but found time to read healthcare topics. I have been fond of reading books based on true stories, whereas she used to read fiction, non-fiction, and philosophy mostly. She would read consumer guides, Chicago magazines, and other 10 different magazines to get the most popular and best rating appliances, cars, TV, and anything related to the home. Also, she would let others know the same. She always shared all her knowledge with great kindness. Exploring different foods, Broadway plays, symphonies, and other things while on vacation, etc., was a great deal for her. I would have had a very simple and plain life with all the withdrawal symptoms. The more I think about it, the more I want to write on every topic of her life. I am convinced that I would never find a diamond like that in my life. I hope and pray that God grants me Connie as my wife in the next life. I have a strong feeling that we both will meet in our next lives. The only thing that gives me hope and happiness as well, most sadness because of my loss. Her awareness and intelligence combined with common sense were beyond reproach. She was super smart, writing and reading on different topics, staying busy all day long. I am blessed to have such a gem in my life. And no one else can ever replace her, nor do I ever want to replace her. She was amazing and beautiful. Connie was a super reader. Her average daily reading was 10 to 15 hours a day. Wen took early retirement and she read for an average of 5 to 6 hours while teaching. Connie used to read many intellectual books. I think she must have read over 8,000 books during our marriage. She was very fond of great authors like Susan Vreeland, Susan Elizabeth Phillips, Jane Robinson, comedy of Woody Allen, Shakespeare, Ruth Randall, Tom Wolfe, and John Krakauer, to name among thousands of others. Besides, Connie also loved all cooking books, health-related books, symptoms, their causes and different recipes of world cuisines, Time magazines, consumer reports, travel books of the world, history of the world, cutting recipes and trying them for me and her friends, listening to old classical records, watching Oscar-winning movies, European movies, books in our marine, different music including Elvis, Beatles, Bee Gees, Frank Sinatra, Mozart, and hundreds more. Like I mentioned, We saw practically all Broadway shows: Joseph, Mamma Mia, Miss Saigon, Elephant Man, Frank Sinatra, Irish songs and plays, and I would have to write 200 pages to write all of them. This time, when I'm writing, I have just pain, the pain in my heart and soul. That Connie was extremely one in a million, and this diamond has left me alone, as I'm going to miss reading all that, depriving myself of all the world, plays, Mozart, which was my passion with her. I was just reading about Turkey and its old heritage where King Alexander Cleopatra visited. I would be depressed and would get a panic attack if ever I decide to go alone or with my family members. I can't even think of going. The only thing, I like now is going to the health club, doing important household work, and staying home. I think I can think of going to see my real elder brother and his family and my grandnieces in Delhi, India, but that is all. I now have realized that every author has written books in memory of someone, showing the authors write about their loved ones, and that is wonderful. Otherwise, without two, the book is not perfect. Chapter 25: Reading Passion, Her Intellectual Mind and Brain. I was thinking about Connie's reading habits and her interest in diversified magazines and knowledge the other day. Our whole family, including the entire Berry family, consists of about 200 people, three generations of my grandfather's sisters and brothers' family included. Some of them, about 50 to 60, have settled in the USA, and some of them are smart, computer engineers, and some of them have a graduation degree. There are about 100 people on my mother's side. Overall, if we consider a population of 300 to 400 people, including some of her friends, I can prove statistically that out of the whole population, Connie was the most intellectual person and the most well-read too. I don't think anyone in the group can compete with her as far as intellect in every subject. The people I'm talking about are very successful in their business and are intelligent. One of them is a medical doctor. I can even compare with her. She is a medical doctor. She studied in America, and her husband is also a doctor. I don't know why they think medical doctors are like a god, but this is the way they think, and this is the way they are. I think these doctors may be very good in their field but have no knowledge about any subject other than medicines, in my opinion. I don't think they know anything about the world or old civilizations or the histories of different countries. Their knowledge is just limited to the medical field. In my opinion, Connie was a gold medalist in her knowledge. The same thing with businessmen. They are very good at what they do but know nothing else. So, it all boils down to the intellectual level, where a person can discuss and share the knowledge they have on every single topic. I would not rule out anything, whether you talk about the German War, whether you talk about the Spanish culture, or languages spoken in Italy, Spain, Guatemala, and Mexico. Not only that, Connie knew every single state of India, their languages, and their food habits. At the same time, she knew every single thing about different cultures, different places to see all over the world. For example, she knew how the different countries in Europe like Ireland, France, Denmark, Germany, Norway, Italy, and Spain progressed, and what they did, whether they were communists or Democrats. This kind of vast knowledge and intrigue I don't think I have ever seen or will ever see in my lifetime. When I think about it, I realize that Connie was brilliant. In this particular field, she exceeded me million times. She even knew the history of India and the civilization. However, she, including me sometimes, questions whether Mahabharata or Ramayana happened. Some Indians believe it occurred, but some are skeptical. Some are confused, but most of them, including me, believe that those events occurred. I was watching Ram Leela in Delhi, and there were many people, and I asked them if they believe in it. Some answered saying that they did, and some said that they didn't believe in it, and it was just a show and considered it to be a mythology. So if we have our doubts, I don't think we should single out anybody else. Having said that, Connie would put across her point in a brief moment and be done. People who speak less and read more are intellectuals. I have mentioned this before, and I repeat that listening is gold. I feel that I really was lucky to have Connie in my life, but at the same time, her loss has rattled me. And I don't get any peace of mind even after so many months have passed. People want to see me become normal, but I feel that it will take me years to overcome. The only happiness I get is from meeting people I don't know. The people I met when I went to collect her medical reports were much nicer to me than anyone else, even nicer than friends. Our real estate agent, whom I spoke to for a couple of hours recently, showed more passion, and it was a mental stimulation. This is the kind of environment I'm seeking, and this is how I'm passing my time. I just want to say this about Connie's reading section, that her knowledge was immense. At the same time, I want to give you one more example. I did not know that when she was reading about 20 magazines, she was also giving a copy of that to her neighbor because she was a widow and could not afford to pay for the subscription as she looked after her family. Since Connie was a member, she subscribed to the magazines for her. The other day, when I was talking to her, she told me that she knew I was going to India and, like always, would get her a gift from there. She asked me not to get anything from India, but instead to subscribe for her to the magazines that Connie would read. I was very happy to hear that. I had not known about the selfless charity of Connie. I will continue her legacy for helping people. This gives me immense happiness, and at the same time, it makes me sad. I cannot believe or foresee many things before. On 19th of October 2015, I decided last minute to travel to India the next day. On the 19th night, it was very late, and I had only 2 hours of sleep. I just put every single piece of paper in my briefcase and the other carry-on luggage, and it became so heavy. I would now have to spend hours in Delhi to sort them out and make copies. I have to leave some documents in Delhi and to take copies to the US and vice versa. She knew all about these documents, and it was making me very tense. She never asked me for any help. She was doing it all by herself. That was her greatness. She was the whole world to me. I have said before that she must have read about 50 to 70,000 books in her life. She read very fast. She would find time at the night to read. She would carry books with her on the plane. She would take them with her wherever she would go. Sometimes I would get sick of her reading. I couldn't believe she read so much, and she wouldn't even talk to me. She would tell me that there was nothing to talk about. She would then put the books down only to start reading again after a while. I would get irritated, and then she would get irritated, and she would ask me why I couldn't pick up a novel and read. I would tell her that I liked to read business sections in Wall Street journals. She would tell me that I needed to develop a habit of reading other stuff like novels too. She would say that instead of depending on her to explain why world events like wars, etc. took place, I should read it on my own. Although I knew these things, I wanted to refresh it. But once Connie read something, she never forgot. That was the difference. I want to reiterate that out of all the people in my entire extended family, she was the most intelligent of them all. Chapter 26. Further. In memory of Connie, I want to share knowledge for humanity and revision of things for my peace. I studied in high school. This would enlighten me and maybe others. The following, I have extracted from the internet, very famous scholars and saints in India. I remember the great Tulsidas, one of the greatest poets and scholars centuries back. He was too obsessed with his wife, and her absence was his death. One night, she had to go to see her sick parents. Tulsidas ji was not able to stand missing her. He walked and walked in the night, in the rain, to see her. Since it was late and raining, he used a rope to climb to go to her room. His wife was very upset since it was 2 a.m. and he climbed in through a window. She said, "You are lucky that you're alive. The ropes that you're using is a huge python, and perhaps he was not hungry and enjoying the rain. Otherwise, he would have swallowed you and killed you in no time." She then told him, "Why don't you devote this obsession towards God? You will learn and become well known in the world." That was his enlightenment. He surrendered to the God and wrote so many chapters on spirituality, which are known worldwide in Sanskrit and have great significance for soothing minds. Chapter 27. Connie's love for music and arts. Connie was in love with old classical songs of singers like Frank Sinatra, Beatles, Elvis, ABBA, Christmas songs, Mozart, and many more. She had 2 gramophones and a collection of records that were 70 to 80 years old. I also enjoyed the same music equally, and listening to it together made it even more wonderful. We both loved Broadway plays too: Mamma Mia, Miss Saigon, Elephant Man, Joseph, Elton John, and Jersey Boys. She used to collect a lot of art pieces to decorate around the house. Nice historical paintings that were collectibles. She took me to a lot of art and cultural shows. She was a member of the Science and Museum and donated money to support them. She also thought TV Channel 11 provided great programs and is supported by the public, so she contributed to helping them too. Music, history, Christmas programs, symphony shows. Connie was always curious about these topics and always subscribed to different magazines and TV channels and kept a track of ratings and reviews to know which show is popular. Connie took me to Santa Fe in New Mexico in September 1993, and I loved it. She knew the month and the craftsmen from all over the world came for exhibitions. She shopped for herself and me, and I still have all those things around the house. Connie also took me to Austin and Dallas for different cultural shows. I also recall the very exclusive furniture store in Florida in 2002, different handmade watches in Wisconsin, and Nutcracker dolls in Germany. She had season tickets for North Lake Club for stage plays, Marriott Theater, and Las Vegas. We saw Mamma Mia twice, once in Chicago and another time in Las Vegas. We even saw Jersey Boys in 2 different cities, and each city had its cast while the show is the same. Chapter 28. Her exposure to the world travel. Connie exposed me to the world, which I truly enjoyed. She used to study and plan the best cruises and trips. Without her in the picture, my exposure to traveling to different parts of the world would have been next to impossible. She often told me that I didn't take any initiative to plan anything other than India, though she came to India with me 7 times and made me travel to the most beautiful places in India, including Palace on Wheels. It was a treat, and I would recommend this trip to everyone. A princely trip designed for the kings during the British Empire. We traveled to Agra, Jaipur, Kashmir, Khajuraho, and other places in India in her 7 trips. If I was alone, I would not have done anything. All these truly made me curious to explore more and more about travel and shopping. All these too made us compulsive shoppers for clothes, gifts, a great collection of best pens, frames, shoes, clothes, and many more items for the house and family and friends. We were very social for a while, but later on, we both were so happy together that we didn't care if anyone else was there or not. We used to have few evenings for dinner and visit or invite friends and family over. But we preferred being by ourselves to share our love and company, talking, sharing knowledge, reading, writing, dining out, shopping, traveling, go on drives, and going to the health clubs and small gatherings, etc. We were inseparable and felt lonely without each other. I think it was a beautiful feeling. Even if we were sitting in the same room doing different things, as long as we were around each other, we were happy. I know that sometimes this kind of love is very painful because if something happens to one of us, we had no control. Dining out at the best restaurants was a powerful part of our lives. Connie wanted the best, but she was also conservative at the same time. She took me to Spain for 2 weeks in 1987, an Alaskan cruise in 1988, Caribbean cruise in 1989, and again to Alaska for a second time in 1989. Then to French Quarters in New Mexico in 1990. Later, we took trips with Vintage Cruise for 2 weeks in Norway and another river cruise for 17 days from Budapest to Amsterdam. Christmas Tree Cruise for 12 days in England during winter, French Riviera, Germany, France, and then the 7 trips to India to see my brother in India. But from 2011 to 2015, I did not think of traveling to India due to her health. I could not think of leaving her for even a day when she was sick. I left my senior position in 2006 to be with her. and I have no regrets at all. I am rather happy that I could serve her, and it gives me the greatest satisfaction. She wanted to go to Australia, New Zealand, and China, but we could never go. I live with this regret even today. From 2005 to 2014, we visited Sanibel Island and Marco Island for weeks to escape Chicago winters. It was nothing but fun, lots of love and priceless happiness. Connie was very conservative and not one of a very high society mentality. She never wanted to impress the world, as Connie was very modest and not a show off. She enjoyed meeting interesting and intelligent people. Now, without her, I have lost that momentum and don't enjoy anything like before. Many family members and friends tell me that life goes on, but everything has come to a standstill without her. During one of our trips to Rhine, Connie had a desire to go and take another trip, which was from France, which would go through many countries, all the way up to Amsterdam. From Amsterdam, it would go further to Switzerland. From there to one more country where you would rest overnight in a hotel and return to the United States of America the next morning by flight. They also provided the option of adding an extra "wish I vanished," as we did in Norway. We flew with them, and since we were part of the Advantage Group, we stayed 4 days in Bergen. It was such a wonderful thing and a beautiful country. Connie and I were staying in the hotel with about 30 people. On the final day, when we had to depart from Bergen back to Norway ship, where 98 more people joined us. All these trips that I have mentioned above were not the kind of trips ordinary people make. The people that came on these trips were interested in learning, and they were intellectual people. These trips are not just ordinary trips. There would be many lectures given at every stop by different professors about different lakes. They would explain how the dams were constructed, how the water is controlled in Dam Rhine, and how they have to match and control the water. It is a magnificent thing to see how the Yorkmen have controlled the water system. In addition to the lectures, there would also be beautiful sightseeing in small boats which carry 120 to 130 passengers only. The tourists on these trips were intellectual people from the universities who had graduated in different years and mostly seniors. There were no kids and only very bright people. There were doctors, professors, banking and finance professionals, and teachers. We would share common tables during breakfast. We would sit with different people for every meal so we could have stimulating conversations with different people. Sightseeing would also be done with different groups. In the buses, the drivers, coaches, and guides would guide us and they would tell us the history. As a result of that, we learned so much about that country and its history over the last 500 to 1,000 years. We would also visit different schools and colleges, meet the professors there and listen to them. Finally, there would be a small exam which we had to pass. I don't mean to say that they would give you grades so you can get a degree, but it meant a whole lot of because nobody wanted to fail those exams. So we had to study for the exam. Cultural activities would also be included in the program. For example, we would have to dance according to the particular culture. When we were in Ireland, it was a part of their custom that girls as young as 17 to 19 years old would ask the guests to dance with them. I was sort of embarrassed when one girl just grabbed me and said, "Come man, we have to dance." So I had to dance with her for half an hour in the Irish way. Connie was watching me, but she didn't feel jealous. She didn't think, "Oh my God, my husband is dancing with a young girl." It was acceptable to her because Connie had a lot of faith in my character, and I too had a lot of faith in her character. However, it is not very popular in Irish, German, or French culture for men to ask ladies who are not their wives to dance with them. So when we had the dance in France, I needed to dance with Connie, and we were very well dressed up. I know the different kinds of dance steps to some degree, but Connie taught me a whole lot of different steps. She also told me, "Pradeep, you should take some dancing classes," which I did. So look at how many cultural things she exposed me to. And she cultivated in me a love for dance and experiencing different cultures. This, I would say, is added experience for me. I think with so much experience now, I can talk about it in schools and colleges for hours. I can explain different points of the culture and how Irish, German, English, Norwegian, and American cultures are different. The world is a magnificent place if you know where you go. However, there are people whom some people will just go on the buses and they don't get that experience because they're not educated and they don't have professors and coaches to guide them in the trip. Yesterday, I got a mail from Connie's Carleton College that they are taking a trip to Rhine and Switzerland. We have already been on this trip, although they are covering slightly different cities this time. I would love to go with Connie, if she was alive. We would never have thought twice about it, and we would just have made the reservations. It is starting in November, but I don't think I want to go because I will be depressed. I also received a brochure from Carlton alumni because a cruise that is going to Sri Lanka for 19 days. I thought, in case I'm in India, I can take a flight to Sri Lanka and join them there. I'm not going to go on my own accord because without approval from Carlton. Carlton would love to take me because it is not a business. Chapter 29. Connie, her charm and beauty. Connie was super charming, ethical, honest, giving, faithful, super intelligent, and a great reader, in addition to the incarnation of tolerance and strong will. She was exceptionally beautiful both externally and internally from every angle, and a wonderful wife and a best friend. In addition to being well-rounded and bright in every aspect, she was the darling of my family, friends, and whosoever met her became her fan and friends. Connie was born in Glenview, a very affluent suburb of Illinois, Chicago. She loved her parents and was very faithful and always offered help at any time. She used to invite them to our house every week. I also enjoyed having them, and we were all very fond of Indian food, which we both would cook for them. In their old age, Connie took care of them. I too was involved in helping Connie for all the help. Her father got sick first, and we were there every moment for his help and support, including doctor's appointments and hospital visits. We were there when he died in December 1989. We offered her mother to stay with us, but she refused. Now let me make it clear. Her mother was crazy for her grandchildren and her only one son. She wanted to stay with them, but they refused to have her, and she kept on trying but in vain, including her one other sibling. I think it is pathetic and dirty to deprive his mother of her old age. Their behavior was the same for his father, who was sick of them, his wife, my mother-in-law, obsession with her grandkids. We brought her mother into our house for months and months when she got sick. Otherwise, she was living in her own house. Later, her other sibling and his family took her to another state, a 3-hour drive from our home, and put her in a nursing home against her will. They feared that Connie's mom may not leave all her money to her. Connie had told her sibling that they can see her mother's will as she has left an equal share for both and welcome to find out from the attorney, bank, etc. But they did not trust anyone. Greed of man is a curse of the land. The rules of greed sometimes rule the world. I feel animals are better than human beings. The animal would kill their prey only when they are hungry, whereas the man, on the other, keeps on exploiting and killing out of greed, even when he has had enough and has satisfied his hunger. We used to visit her mother every month, sometimes twice, and stay in the hotel for 2 nights, taking her out for lunch. We have this satisfaction and happiness that we made her old age and her last 15 years extremely happy after her husband's death. We both were instrumental in her cremation and chapel of peace and put her ashes in her plot right next to her husband. Connie was extremely upset after the loss of her parents and did a lot of charity work which gave her happiness. I need to mention that Connie and I would have brought her back from the nursing home if Connie was not suffering from a rare skin disease, PRP, in 1999 and 2000. And that was more painful than cancer, except when in 2014 and 15 she suffered from her cancer. Connie was extremely hurt as to how her siblings and her kids were not nice to her, Connie's mother, whereas her mother sacrificed her life and money for them. Now, I'm not trying to write bad things about her siblings and family, but we both were upset, and it was tragic for me to see my wife's agony till the end. I would mention more about the more painful episodes in another painful chapter for Connie and Pradeep. Chapter 30. Connie's character and thinking. There is no end to her thinking and her character. Loyalty, honesty, helping the needy, not depending upon others, forgiveness, work ethic, and independence. She would never depend upon anyone and find a way to cope. She was very brave and bold. She would tell something right on the face and make a person realize his mistake. Connie did not care if someone is rich or poor and would be friendly as long as they were intelligent. She was not running after the wealthy. It was not in hers or my blood. We cared for people for who they were and not their wealth. From 2001 until 2009, Connie took care of her one senior widow next door to us. Her husband had died and they had no children. She was very lonely, and Connie took her out once a week for grocery shopping and lunch to bring some joy to her life. Also, practically daily, she would ask us to help with her house projects and other things. We would also take her for dinners 4 to 5 times a week as Connie wanted to try new restaurants, etc. Of course, a neighbor would pay her share as she was not poor but comfortable. She told Connie, "You are like a sister to me." She had no car after her husband and her garage. We started renting it from her. She promised that she would sell the garage to us for $20,000 and outside parking, which was worth $15,000. Connie bought a brand new car in 2003, but if he had another garage, we would have bought one more car. We offered her all the choices, but later she decided to sell the house at market price and refused to sell us the garage. She tried to blackmail us and would not sell as she thought we may give her less than she deserved, but she was wrong. We offered the market price, but she did not agree. She shifted to a very expensive nursing home. At the same time, her house didn't sell for 2 years, and in desperate cash flow, she had to sell her house much below the market price. She took a big loss and might have felt sorry. Connie was extremely hurt, and so was I, as Connie was desperate for the second garage. At that time, I told my neighbor's nephew that his aunt showed true colors even though Connie served her as a mother. Thanks to this incident, we learned that there was no humanity and passion in her blood. Finally, we bought another garage from the brother-in-law of a divorced lady who died. He was not close to his sister-in-law and saw this as an opportunity to sell us the garage, and we gave him our outside building parking. He made a whole lot of money, which was a windfall gain for him. I give my tributes to Connie by quoting the following messages from Swami Vivekananda. Have faith that you're all brave lads, born to do great things. Let not the barks of puppies frighten you. No, not even the thunderbolts of heaven. But stand up and work. Your country requires heroes. Be heroes. Stand firm like a rock. Truth always triumphs. A country wants is new electric fire to stir up a fresh vigor in the national veins. Be brave, one. Trust not the so-called rich. They are more dead than alive. The hope lies in you. In the meek, the lowly, but the faithful, have faith in the Lord. Give me a genuine man. I do not care for anybody to help you. Is not the Lord infinitely greater than all human help? Be holy. Trust in the Lord. Depend on Him always, and you are on the right track. Nothing can prevail against you. Faith, faith, faith in ourselves, faith in God. This is the secret of greatness. If you have faith in 330 million of your mythological gods and in all the gods which foreigners have introduced into your midst and still have no faith in yourselves, there is no salvation for you. Have faith in yourselves and stand upon that faith and be strong. All truth is eternal. Truth is nobody's property. No race, no individual can lay exclusive claim to it. Truth is the nature of all souls, who can lay special claim to it. Look upon every man, woman, and everyone as God. You cannot help anyone. You can only serve. Serve the children of the Lord Himself, if you have the privilege. If the Lord grants that you can help any one of His children, blessed you are. In reality, we both apply these messages in our lives, and I would keep doing so for the sake of Connie. My messages to all my readers is, please have a bond of love, care, respect each other, have full trust and honesty. Love thy relations as we give water to the plants. We were doing all that, however, without Connie, I'm suffering like a fish without water. Pain when the animals are slaughtered. Human beings and animals that are killed by other human beings, and all the violence. Gandhiji was right when he started his movement of non-violence and war. Fight never brings peace. An eye for an eye would destroy the world. Please try to understand how sensitive the relationship between a woman and husband is. The majority of the wives only want love, care, respect, security, a faithful and caring husband who provides a comfortable living and a nice family who cares for her. The wife can sacrifice many luxuries and material things in return for her husband's love. Yes, there are exceptions, but in my opinion, the first one holds. Husband and wife must admit and say to each other 3 words: I love you. Chapter 31. Connie's Character, Part 2. I want to write more regarding Connie's character. I think I can tell you we were made for each other. I was raised in an environment with very strong values and with an emphasis on character building. Our grandparents were very strict about focusing on studies, sports, and other activities like Scouts and NCC. I was extremely good in Boy Scouts, was the NCC battalion sergeant, and had a lot of extracurricular qualifications. We were given the strongest foundation possible to build our character. That also meant not having any relationships or attachments with the opposite gender. The priority was to get educated first, and all other things could happen after one was well settled in life. In reality, because we were brought up in this way, we never really even thought of having any female friends. It wasn't unlike today where it is very common for people to have boyfriends or girlfriends whom they might or might not marry each other. In any case, that was a different era. Connie was also brought up in the same way. Her focus was only her education and her research. She was keen only on her studies and she was not interested in parties or meeting men. She was very happy with her close-knit family and girlfriends only. Her mother was very strict and Connie herself had ethics, where she was not interested in other parties which involved drinking and dancing. In addition to her education and intellectual nature, we found this to be the most common aspect among us. I think perhaps this is one of the contributing factors behind our getting together. Ordinarily, I would have gone back to India for an arranged marriage as there was a lot of proposals from rich families which had come my way. Perhaps God wanted me not to go as I was destined to meet this girl, Connie, who was beautiful both from the outside and from within. Connie liked to say, I was her first boyfriend and she was my first girlfriend, although we started as only friends. To this day, I don't know how I gained the confidence to talk to a woman because if you're growing up in India, talking to a woman is the most fearful and dangerous thing. Of course, after I came to America and met ladies in my corporate life, I developed the courage and faith to do so. The reason is that in America, men and women have been raised in different environments and they have been brought up full of confidence right from their childhood. I remember when I first came to this country, one of my subordinates who was working under me told me, Pradeep, let me tell you one thing. In this country, children are given the maximum freedom. I was astonished to hear that because in our era, even though we were given freedom, we were also being watched like hawks. We were always being kept track of our activities, where we went, etc. So I noticed a big difference in culture. If you talk to people over here, you notice how confident they are, irrespective of their age, because they have been brought up in such an environment. Now, I'm not trying to criticize or hurt anybody's feelings, but I'm just sharing my own experience and knowledge without offending anybody. When I go to the health clubs or shops or even in my professional life, women talk to me as if we've known each other for years. There is a lot of just joking around and conversations are full of fun. I have not seen that kind of atmosphere with Indian ladies, whether they are married or otherwise. They tend to be very reserved, so I think it is a big cultural difference, which I find very interesting. Once again, it is not a reflection on anybody, whether Indian or otherwise. I have traveled all over the world, whether it is America or Europe. I find that, except in India, people are more friendly and passionate. It is not as if people in India are not like that. They are very wonderful and hospitable, but there is some kind of a rhythm missing. I find that sometimes even young Indians are reluctant to talk. Even in America, I meet many Indian school and college students. Often, they don't even say hello. At times, if I ask them if they are from India, to which they mumble yes and claim that they need to get back to their work. This has happened several times, and to some degree, it has upset me. But then I decided that this is a cultural difference. But that is no answer. A simple smile and a little hello are always good. Chapter 32. Make good use of your time. During the late 70s and early 80s, both of us were working very hard to build our careers. On Saturdays, although I didn't need to do any work, I would get up in the morning and work on my reports because I wanted to increase my knowledge and I wanted to advance in my career. I would put in extra effort. I used to give 200% instead of 100, and Connie would do the same. The only difference between the two of us was that while working, I would turn on an Indian program produced in India called Chitrahar. I used to watch that program from 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock while I worked. Connie would let me watch it and not say anything. She was very selfless. She probably thought that since I enjoyed it, she should not interfere. Those were very interesting days for both of us. One day in 1979, my uncle Dr. Behel came, and when I was watching Chitrahar, he turned it off and said to me, "Why on earth are you wasting your time watching this useless program? I know that you're working from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., but instead of this junk Chitrahar, why don't you watch some financial programs so that you can do both, just like I do?" I listened to some lectures while writing my book, and this is why you teach yourself. His British wife told him, "Pran, leave him alone. Let him enjoy his program." He replied to her, "Listen, Marge, you don't know this is about his career. He is my favorite nephew, and I love him very much like my own son. I want him to shine, and I want that Connie should be proud of him. So he should stop watching Chitrahar." Turning to me, he said, "Pradeep, you forget about this lousy program and concentrate on your work." I enjoyed watching it for 1 hour, and I thought at that time that my uncle was being very tough on me. At the age of 55 and 56, I realized what he was trying to say then. Now, I don't enjoy these kind of programs. In 1984-85, I got into the habit of watching Indian movies. Connie was initially happy that I was enjoying watching the movies. Later on, when she saw that the habit was increasing, after about a year or so, she told me, "You waste your time watching movies which have no theme. Girls are dancing and boys are running. These are not intellectual movies. If you want to watch interesting movies, watch the movies based on true stories which make sense. Those movies have some sort of intellectual ending. You're not learning anything from Indian movies. It's the same plot. The hero fights with 100 people. The hero can do anything. Then the villain comes. Then they have a fight. The villain hits and hurts the hero. Finally, the hero meets the heroine. The actresses are gorgeous. I love their saris. But they are lip syncing the songs when they are dancing, unlike the actresses in ballet, Broadway shows, the stage plays, where they are properly trained to sing. These Indian actresses, no doubt, are beautiful, but the background dancers are not so beautiful because they want to show the contrast between the background dancers and heroines. Our American movies are not like that. I used to watch a lot of American movies when I was in India. We never missed American movies. After coming to the USA, maybe because I was homesick and I was away from my family, I started watching all the Indian movies which we used to see in the theaters in India. That habit persisted for a year or so. Connie told me, "If you use that time to read your reports, business documents, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, or even novels, you will get knowledge." I said, "I don't like to read any novels. Useless fiction anyone can write. I am willing to read autobiographies and biographies of people like Nelson Mandela, John F. Kennedy, Mahatma Gandhi, and Dr. Rajendra Prasad." She said, "Read whatever you want, but keep the habit, because it will give you a hobby. It will keep you occupied, and it will stimulate you, and you will become an intelligent person." I used to read during the days I was working, but after I took time off, I started writing articles for MBA students and many institutions. I would write about my passion, my subject area, which is commercial lending, merger, and acquisition. People used to ask me questions on the internet and ask for advice on how to solve them. There were questions from all sorts of people from the banking, internet banking, and commercial loans sectors. There would be questions about hostile mergers, how to buy companies, how to run a company, how to start a company, how to leverage it, and many other things including improving sales, etc. I used to write because I had a lot of knowledge. This knowledge did not come because I'm a special man of God, but because I worked hard for it. When I went to the university in the USA, I passed 30 other professional development courses while working for Hella, which was mandatory. So I had a lot of knowledge. Without bragging, I can talk about any subject or topic, whether it is about my career subject or spirituality. 10,000 years old civilization, Buddha, Shakespeare, Bible, Quran, Indian classical music, Mozart, or Broadway musicals. Thus, I developed my personality a lot, and the whole credit goes to Connie. If Connie was not there, and if she had not helped me, I would have not changed myself. I started feeling embarrassed that Connie might see me as the same person who was not well cultured and well developed. Thus, I ended up outshining both of us. I don't mean to offend anyone in my lifetime, but I see certain people in my own family who don't do anything on the weekends. They don't read, don't research papers. The only thing they do is gossip and waste their time all day. I'm surprised that some of them are born in the US but have not adopted any American culture. Their knowledge is limited to their job. Some of them, even though born in the USA, have been fired 10 to 15 times despite qualifications. I wonder why that happened. I think it was because they were doing their job half-heartedly, from 9 to 5, not doing much to enhance their career. For almost 10 to 15 years, they have been begging me to find them a job. I found one, but they were fired because they did not know the subject. Nothing is easy in life. The only thing that pays is hard and smart work with innovation. Education is a constant daily habit. Degrees stop at one time, but education and systems and technology keep on changing, whether it is in banking, finance, or computers. For example, in banking, different structures have been developed for different kinds of lending. I know all these new systems because I am interested in learning. This is all because I want to be proud of myself. Also, I was doing it for my wife so that she could say that I'm an intellectual person. That was the reason why, when we were going on different trips all over the world, I used to interact with people more than she would. She was sort of quiet. When the final exam at the end of the trip would come, Connie would answer the questions. She would answer because I was not well prepared. She did a fantastic job. She used to tell me that you should also take some initiative. Then I would stand in front of 100 to 200 people and talk about the subjective area. I have worked very hard for that. So, these incidents that I'm narrating would have not happened unless Connie was there. That is why I feel that Connie was special, and I will never find Connie again, except at my next birth. I pray every day that I get Connie again in my life. This is very important to me. I am willing to sacrifice anything for that. As I have repeatedly mentioned, her loss has been the most painful thing in my life. And no one else will ever understand what I'm going through. Our love was one out of a million people. And when I say this, I want to ask for forgiveness because people will think that I'm talking nonsense. They will say that their love was also the same. I agree that their love may be the same, but I don't know about it. Our love was great because we were known as Connie and Pradeep everywhere. At least 50,000 people must have told us over the last 40 years, including friends, family, and colleagues, that we were too attached and that God would bless us. Many people used to tell us that both of us were special. Chapter 33. I want to feel the presence of Connie in one form or other. My love for Connie is very deep and pure. We have the most amount of love for each other. I sometimes feel guilty or selfish about my grief, but I have seen many tragedies. Those tragedies also affected me very badly, regardless of whom the tragedy had befallen. I always thought why these tragedies took place and why such things happen. After the demise of Connie, I don't want to think of all the tragedies. All those tragedies are mitigated by Connie's death. I don't want to remember them. How has Connie's death changed my way of thinking? I don't want to say it is selfish, but you understand the grief only when it happens to you, when someone very close or a special wife who meant the world to you passes away. Both of us were inseparable. I don't think I should feel guilty about it. Even if I feel guilty about it, I don't want someone pointing it out because it is solely my point of view. God, forgive me. for what I want to say, but if something happens to someone, unless it is someone who I truly care about, I would not feel sad or sorry. Connie's death has made me bitter and angry, so perhaps I will not care. Probably will only feel sorry. The new realization in my life is that there is difference between feeling sorry and truly feeling their pain. I know that we all have to die. If someone is elder to me and my relative, if something happens to them, I do not know how I would react. Even if I go to their funeral, I am not going to say a whole lot of things. I will stand quietly in the corner thinking about it, and maybe at that time my tragedy will be with me. I will be there as a bystander without my emotions. The reason is that so many people did not care during my 3 years of pain, so I will not feel for them. Even if it's someone very close to me, yes, I will feel sorry, but nothing more. Nobody will be able to match my love and the depth of feelings that I had for Connie. What I'm writing is very difficult to put down on paper, but this is how I feel. Some people will hate me. Some people will think it's good that I'm being honest, yet others will think I'm correct and will say that I was very much in love. Some people will think I'm selfish and that I have one-track mind, but I'm not going to worry about them. If someone says something to me after reading this, my only response will be to say that I'm sorry. No one can compare my loss with any other person's. Connie was very special to me and will remain so. I went to visit her at the cemetery. It is September 29th, 2015, and I decided that I must. I used to go there 2 or 3 times a week and decided to go again. I think I was there for 30 or 40 minutes. Whenever I go there, I have noted that I get some peace of mind. Maybe not the peace of mind exactly, but it is just a shadow of letting go of the grief for some time. I feel that I am with her when I go there. The pain inside is deeper since I had never expected that I will have to see this situation. She was alive 6 months ago, with no inkling that she was going to die so soon, and today, she's no more. It was just yesterday that I used to take her to the hospital and doctors, how we used to sit together and chat, and suddenly in 1 second, everything is gone. Going to the cemetery makes me feel that I think I'm ready to live near her headstone. People will think that I've gone mad, but I'm not. I've seen how people used to live with dead people in some parts of the world where I have traveled, like, in Egypt. I think if I had a choice and they allow me, which I think is next to impossible, I would live in a small house near her. Even if it will be very hard for me, I will still take it. I have never had that experience, nor will I ever have it. It might look like the most stupid thing to do, but every individual has a different way of expressing grief. Many people don't think that as I do about this subject. I want to write every single thing which is coming from the core of my heart that I have already conveyed. I have thought many times, and I've shared this with my brother and everybody, and whenever I went to India and spent 2 months. When I think of going back to India for a month to have a change of scene and get some work done, I will see how I feel. When I leave the house for an extended period, the things I used to do with her, like putting her meals during the day, praying in her room and her picture and her cemetery, will haunt me now. I will feel that her soul is still around. I know that her soul is in peace, but my mind is not at peace. So I think it is going to be very difficult for me. In India, the girls weep and cry when they are leaving their parents' home after marriage because they will be missing their family. Similarly, I weep whenever I have to go anywhere. The girls cry for maybe 1 day, but I am grief-stricken whenever I go out of the house for more than a few hours, except when I go to the store or health club, when I know I'm coming back home shortly. If I have to go anywhere for an extended period, or if my relatives come to visit me and I go out with them, at least I will be in the USA. So the gravity of the pain will be a little less, but I still will be thinking about her. However, if I go overseas, out of the USA, then the gravity of the pain will be 1,000,000 times stronger, and my mind will be at home. After I reach the destination, maybe I will handle it for a few days, but after that, I will get restless and return home. So many times I think that I should go for 1 week or for a couple of weeks, but then I realize that it is not a small journey. It takes a lot of time to reach. It is not always easy to go for a week or 10 days. It was a different era when we were working and we both would go, or I would go alone to India, but never more than 2 weeks, including travel. Later on, I cut it down further to 12 days, including travel, because then I knew that I was responsible for my work and Connie. Now, there are no responsibilities. I have left my senior position, I am not working anymore, and Connie is no more. The attachment to home has caught me differently, and it is very difficult to get out. I don't think my grief will lessen, rather, it will become worse as time passes. Most people told me that it would take me 6 months to a year to overcome this, but I feel it is going to take much longer than that. It is a sign of my love for Connie. I don't know what Connie must have gone through when she was sick with cardiac arrest, and how she was holding my hand and she wanted to say something but could not. I don't know what she wanted to say, and that bothers me. This would have happened if she had passed away in the house, without any mistakes done by the doctors. I would have been very affected, no doubt about it, but the trauma I saw, the medical negligence by the doctors, why they delayed the response to her cardiac arrest, for 3 weeks I was fighting with them, that trauma is worse than anybody can go through. I pray to God that no one should go through it. I am very upset about it, and I just cannot believe it, that this happened in the USA. Things like these happen. Some people say it was destiny. Some people say her time on earth was finished. I don't buy that. I used to believe that when the time comes, you pass away. I refuse to accept this kind of death, which comes after so much suffering and negligence by doctors, so I now say that the end time is in our hands. I think I'm being naive, but my love for Connie is still there. I'm being very honest. Some people will appreciate it. Some people will say he is stupid. Yet others will say that they realize that it was true love. Hopefully, they will get some learning out of that. This is how I feel. And I think I'm going to put in the heading realization of my pain and others' pain. The only way I keep myself very happy is by talking to people I meet. They listen to me, especially young ladies over here, and they get touched by my story. Then I casually ask them if they want to tell me about themselves, if they are comfortable enough to do so. I think they are very honest, and once they trust me, they share their stories also. They say that they wish they had a marriage like ours. They wish their husbands are like me, and that they are still searching for the kind of love that Connie and I shared. I think in that respect, I'm extremely lucky. Many people in stores and restaurants who don't know me have told me that I am lucky. When I make phone calls to various companies and talk to various people, I have observed that 99% of people are touched by my story. Maybe 2% of people say that I should get on with my life, but I don't think I want to hear that. I think I need sympathy all the time for this incident. I know that whenever you ask for sympathy, you show your weak points, but I don't care now. I'm going to write what I feel. I think that when you read something written from the core of the heart, without worrying about what people will think, it becomes a gem of a book. That's how true stories are written, and so many movies are made about real-life incidents. I request people, and I hope that they will understand my emotions at this time. It is 5 a.m., and I'm going to sleep. In the past, I would wake up at this time and go to the health club. Yesterday, I was awake till 7:30 a.m., writing, but I didn't have to worry because it was a weekend. But tomorrow is a working day, and I know I have to do a lot of work. Even though I could not help writing her biography because I want to get it published as soon as possible, one day when this book is published, I will go back to my original routine of sleeping by midnight and waking up by 9 a.m. My main priority right now is to keep talking to the attorneys. I am ready to go to the highest court of law. I will not leave any stone unturned in my efforts. The rest I leave it up to God. I beg Connie to give me the power. I pray that I can find some attorney who will take my case, and we win the case. Then I will be somewhat happy, and Connie will be happy. This is why I am determined to go through with it. People ask me what is the point of pursuing the case. I tell them it is for my satisfaction. This is the way I feel about the trade-off between my love with other tragedies. Chapter 34. Connie is still with me. I have been noticing for the last 8 months that Connie has gone away. However, while I'm at my house seeing her pictures, I feel as if Connie is still with me and talking to me. Yes, it's a good feeling, but more than that, it's a very sad and upsetting feeling too. Stronger than good feelings. The other thing I have noticed for the last 4 months, from July 2015 onwards, is that when I turn on the lights in the middle of the night, I feel Connie would get disturbed by the lights, as she is asleep. I then, under a shock, realize the truth, and that is a double edged sword, and like an arrow to my heart. It takes me more than an hour to go back to sleep, and again in the morning, the same arrow. One can see better in the morning as all the house is empty. I have the lights on in her room till 8:30 evening, and at 8:30 automatic lights come on till 10:30 a.m. as then there is enough natural light. These days, of course, my sleeping hours are extended well beyond the usual 1 a.m. I sleep from 4:30 till 5 a.m. and even on occasions as late as 8 a.m. That was when I had written an email to some legal advisors, as they are already at work at 8:30 a.m. When I was working, I was in the office by 7 o'clock, and at other times, I was at the airport at 5 a.m. or the pool at that time of the day. This shows how life has changed. There are people I know who are elder to me who maintain certain daily habits. They get up at 4 o'clock and go for a walk, and then go on to work at 8 a.m. Although this is not a universal fact that daily routines or working hours change from person to person, not everybody is the same. People are different. However, I'm only relating my experience. Another day at 6:30 or 7 a.m., I was preparing to sleep, and when I went over to my balcony, I saw people walking dogs, etc. It was bright and early, people were going to work, which reminded me of my earlier life back in college and mostly with Connie. We both used to get up at 6:30 a.m. and Connie would leave by 7:40 and I would leave at 7:45 or sometimes earlier, since I had to travel in my job. I used to drive or take a train depending on where I was going, or perhaps at 5 or 6:30 a.m. my limo was waiting for me at the airport. Later, when Connie took early retirement after teaching for 36 years and doing volunteer work at the library, she kept the same schedule. Until 2006, when I also left my career to be with Connie for traveling, enjoying life, all the medical appointments, tests, dining out, shopping, and other things, we were together all the time till night. Time changes, the economy changes, but nobody can predict nature and its changes. Morning is followed by night, and that in turn leads to morning the next day. Nobody can control rain and snow or sunshine, so these days I feel as if Connie's around. I can feel the vibrations, and these days the intensity of the vibrations is increasing. I feel sometimes that I should wake Connie up as she's getting late for work. When I realize that she isn't there anymore, I still tell myself that perhaps she's in the bedroom, or maybe she is in a room watching TV and reading her books. But when I'm lying down, I suddenly realize, what am I thinking? Connie is gone. She's no more. It takes me 20 minutes to an hour to digest this, and it is the most painful experience one can go through. So these are the experiences I'm going through right now. I'm in Delhi today, and last night I woke up unsure as to where I was. At my house or elsewhere. I thought later that I was sleeping at home. I realized later that I was in India. And it was so surprising for me that I dreamt of Connie thinking as if I was at home. I think it will take me a certain number of days to understand that I'm in Delhi. But my mind is somewhat happy to be in Delhi to some degree. I'm happy to be with my nephews, grandnieces, and my brother. But other than that, and them, I have no desire to meet anybody else or to do anything else. I'm slightly tired right now, but I would go with my brother and nephew to the market to get some snacks or go somewhere for a couple of hours. I might go to the health club, but other than that, I am in no mood to meet or be friends with anybody or to attend parties and gatherings. These are all sad occasions for me. People tell me, it's okay, Pradeep, it is your grieving period. I'm not sure how long the grieving period is going to last. Perhaps it will last forever and will become part of my life for as long as I am alive. I may be also keen to do things in such a way that after I am gone, my house, art, furniture, rugs, and other expensive collections are taken care of. It often worries me as to what will happen to all those things. People tell me to look after my health instead of worrying about all these material things, but they don't understand. I'm not talking about material things. But Connie's soul or blood is in every single one of those items, which have been collected over years. So, it's not just about the material possessions, and I'm not crazy to want to sell them and get money in return. These have Connie's lifetime and soul in them. How could I possibly ever get rid of them? So, this is the tremendous hardship that I'm facing, and it is worse than anything else I've experienced before. I have faced so many tragedies, but I have forgotten about them, or at least tried to. I will never be able to forget Connie's loss. There are two kinds of losses for me. One is related to money and property, and there are disputes over them, leading to lawsuits and overall ill feeling over money. But I'm not talking about money. Money is nothing for me now. It is just a way to live. It is just a way to maintain myself and my lifestyle, simple living and high thinking. I am content that way. Even if I suddenly get millions and millions of dollars, they are not going to bring back my happiness or Connie. If there was a law, and I know it is impossible, whereby if you donate all your money somewhere and I can get Connie back, there are countries where you can donate money and get into schools and colleges and gain admissions. This is mainly for the private institutions, not necessarily for the good institutions. There are good places in India, and of course, America has got one of the best systems in the world. So, there are a lot of vocational courses where you can get a degree, but you have to donate a lot of money. But it is not possible that I can donate money and get Connie back. Because if it was possible, I would have given away all of my money. I was watching the Ram Leela, which is an episode from Indian history, and my brother and his daughter-in-law were discussing it with me. They mentioned that the characters in it can curse others and they can take their lives back. I wish I could find some of those people so that Connie might come back. They said it was not possible as they had done a lot of sacrifices for a long time to achieve that ability. I agree that their sacrifices were more than mine, although, as I have said in other chapters about the story of Savitri and Satyavan, if they could do it, why can't I? The answer was given to me by my brother's daughter-in-law. She said those people were different at that time. They had special powers because they had never done anything wrong in their lives. She said, I must have good karma, but it is possible that without necessarily intending to, I may have done something wrong. I agreed with her. Perhaps, sometimes, I lied, and other times I did not listen to Connie. There were occasions when I did not follow up on her advice, not giving her enough time. She used to ask me to develop new things, as she was very interested in my progress in life. Maybe I have sinned, thus, but she indeed tolerated a lot of things from me. I don't know the answer, only God knows the answer. But it is also true that there is nobody who can bring Connie back. And that is very painful. I just marked that I should keep thinking about this chapter for as long as I can. But at the same time, better is not always good. More is not always better. Connie said to me, I know there is a lot of repetition in my story, but it is all right to repeat things, especially as people will get reminded of things once they read again. Also, in my case, I don't use words like my wife or her, which is impersonal. That is why I use her name, Connie, again and again. Perhaps it is not the best way to write, but for me it is the best way. Those other words don't carry the same weight as the name Connie, at least for me. I don't expect that everybody will like my writing or that I will be a bestseller or that this will be the best book in the world. I'm only writing and facing my expressions and hoping that even if only one person can understand my pain, I will be very happy. I won't say there is only one because many people have already requested a copy of the book. Most of the people who are asking for a copy are unknown to me. There are people from technical support, computer technician, and airlines, and some of them are employees of call centers where I used to call for my banking needs, or Visa, or Citibank, or Bank of America, etc. They listen to me as I have to tell them honestly that Mrs. Berry is no longer there. The other day, I spoke to this person from Consumer Report magazine for almost an hour and a half. He was almost in tears, and he gave me a prize for the subscription. I promised him that I would begin reading all the magazines that Connie used to subscribe to, which is very instrumental in building knowledge. There is another book called Health and Nutrition as well as another to do with wellness and health. There is another magazine called Men's Health. There are magazines to do with health and nutrition in women, and I really don't want anything to do with the magazine for women, as I don't want any other woman in my life. But maybe I will subscribe to the others, as it'll give me happy when I read them. This is a new experience for me. I will also give away some of the other magazines that others have requested for us. I will never turn down any request that has anything to do with Connie. Except, of course, some of her possessions like her jackets. The other day she wore the jacket and asked me how she looked. That picture makes me cry. And I have had it framed. Connie laughing. That was the true love. I remember she'd gotten a brand new jacket and she was very weak. She had a complex, as if, she looked nice or looked bad. She looked very pretty and kept looking at the theme. That picture goes through my heart like an arrow and makes me break down. Before I came to India, I carried that picture with me, a small one in my pocket and my briefcase. I'm going to keep looking at that picture. It has become the most important part of my life. People will think I'm, talking about emotions and mental issues. I don't care. But I know I'm still able to do much constructive work, especially relating to Connie. These are not just emotions, but are a fact of my life. The other day, I had gone to the store to return some things I had thought we would enjoy. As per their policy, they took them back, but the man asked why I was returning them. When I explained, the man was touched and went out of his way to help me. The other thing was that on the 19th of October 2015, before departure from the US, I went to the cemetery. I had decided on the flowers that I intended to buy. I went into the store and told the young man what I needed. I showed him Connie's picture, and he was bothered by the story. He complimented Connie, saying she was beautiful and refused to charge me for the flowers. He said that out of the 2 different colors, 1 flower would be from the store in Connie's memory. The young man said that because I was a regular customer, the store wanted to give me something like, as a token of appreciation for the memory of my wife. It was only $6.5, and I took the 2 different flowers. I went to the cemetery, and it was very dark. I took pictures and sought Connie's blessings so that I could go to India in the morning. I slept for barely 2 hours, and now I'm here in Delhi. I hope the day will come that I will be in my own house back in the USA. I'm confused that if I stay there, I am very unhappy. And if I'm here in Delhi, there is some happiness but some sadness as well. So, I'm living in those 4 parts of the world. Happiness together with sadness. I have no idea when it'll get better, but I have to take it one day at a time. Chapter 35. Her home was her life. Beautifully designed and decorated. Only the best of everything in the house. It was one of the most important parts of Connie's life. Her exquisite taste, I claim, was much better than any professional. She was very selective in choosing the right and matching things like furniture, decorative items, paintings, carpets, kitchen and bathroom appliances, floor tiles, and millions of other things. We got praises and compliments for our house decor, cleanliness, and quality. People and friends waited for an invitation to come to our house to see the soothing atmosphere and food. We were extremely happy with our hospitality. She was extremely organized by making a list of all the items in the house and cleaning carpets, windows, and scheduled updates for the house. I have to say that our house was absolutely neat and clean all the time. Perfection, quality, cleanliness, and changing styles in certain aspects were in her blood. I have not seen anyone like that, nor will I ever see, I think. I remember when she renovated our kitchen with granite stone and tiles in 2006, it took us over 2 months to choose matching materials and fixtures. Later, she hired the best company to install the granite tiles on the kitchen counter, tiles on walls, and appliances in the sink and the kitchen were just amazing. Friends gave her super complimentary words. She invited all the 20 neighbors and friends for drinks and dinner. They all said that ours was the best house they had ever seen. They were all American friends. Even the 30 Indian families that visited us had the same compliments for our home. They could never get enough of the warmth of our home and always would ask us to invite them back again soon. A few years ago, she wanted a walk in shower and hired the best company and materials. It took 1 month to finish while we only had one functional bathroom we could use. After that, she replaced the air conditioners with new ones and a lot of other appliances. I was extremely helpful and happy for her for getting the best. Since she was my life, it made me happier to see her happy. Serving her and making her happy, healthy, and not too deprived of anything was the only happiness I was enjoying. It was giving me the most powerful stimulation to deal with the world and all the human beings. My happiness to teach the new generation and share knowledge, guiding the new professionals and students was great, as I was extremely happy as Connie was with me. I'm not going to enjoy all that now. I will explain the reason for that in her demise chapter. However, I still like to teach, share knowledge, and educate others with experiences of our life that might take away my loss and pain for my happy days. I feel lost. Temporary happiness and sadness are going to be my life now. I have seen the suffering of spouses married for a long time after a partner's demise or a divorce. How that pain is, I know more now because I'm suffering from that pain and withdrawal symptoms, which are incorporated into my mind and heart. This book is about a little happiness, but a lot more about the sadness that is always with me. I don't know what I can do with and what life I am waiting for, but I must face it. I will live to fulfill Connie's wishes, which is too painful as I can't see her. Mummies in Egypt was a great example in the old century for the loss of loved ones. I think it was right for those people at least they could still see the body, which might have given them a feeling that their loved ones are still with them. I don't know if I could have done that or not, as she wanted to be cremated. I never thought that I would have to go through that for her cremation. How much pain and suffering I had to go through, I just don't understand, and would like to know why. The wall in our house has frames of her photos, our photos together, and paintings. It is a combination of happiness and sadness, and I don't know what to choose. Would I have to go through my whole life to find the answer? Chapter 36. Cleanliness and house was in her blood. While talking about Connie, I remember how neat and clean she was with the house. She kept our house as a museum. And on top of that, she even took interest in maintaining it. Her collection was just unique. Sometimes it used to take her years before she could make a decision about the fabric, kind of covers, kind of kitchen, kind of granite she wanted to use. She was very selective in the house. I would say that her taste, her thinking, and the way she used perceived things were many times better than any interior decorator. She was very particular about cleanliness in the house. She could not tolerate dust in the house. She was very particular about the laundry, so she could change bed sheets every 2 to 3 days. She was so efficient and organized that cleanliness was ingrained in her. No matter what time it was, whether day or night, she would take a shower and change her clothes. She would wash clothes every 2 days, including my clothes. She was very particular that I wear a shirt for only 1 day. She would say, "No, it is more than enough." Sometimes I used to argue, "No, I just wore it for just 1 day. I can use it for another day." She would say, "No, look at that collar at the back. You have a professional job. People notice all of these things." I would say, "I don't think so because I wear a 3-piece suit." She would say, "You are not going to compromise. It is better that you buy, or I will buy for you 10 or 1 dozen white shirts or suits. You will not wear them for more than just 1 day." Then I would ask her, "Is it not too much work for you to do the laundry?" She would say, "I can handle it. It's not that difficult. Doing laundry in the house is very simple. You just have to put it in the laundry room and then you have enough time. I just do 2 loads every other day. It makes no difference." She was very organized. She would iron my shirts, t-shirts, socks, and handkerchiefs. I think these things show how dedicated she was to me, and she would take efforts to see that her husband looked great all the time in his professional job. She was very proud of me. I used to get a lot of compliments at work, especially when I was working for Hella. They would say, Mr. Berry, we see you as the most fashionable person in our whole organization. How do you do it? And I would say, well, my wife Connie is very particular about my suit and what kind of tie, scarf, and pen matches it. He would say, well, she has turned you into a model. I think you should be a professional model. So I would say, well, it's not like that, but I like being well dressed. I got a lot of awards for the best dressed person of the year, every other year. Since childhood, I wore three-pieces suit. And so I carried on that legacy. When I think about it now, I realize how much energy, how much effort she had to bear. God bless her. I don't think I could have done all of that with so much affection. Sometimes I would be upset that she even polished my shoes. I used to feel like really wrong that my wife is polishing my shoes. I did not polish my shoes as I thought that it was just dust here. Shoes don't get dirty. But she would say, no, I think the first thing people notice is shoes, and a well-dressed person is always liked. You have so much intelligence and personality. Being well-dressed will be like icing on the cake. I like that attitude, put a sparkle in me. I used to take pride in it. Regarding her clothing, she would rather buy two clothes, which were expensive and pretty, rather than buying buy ones. She always emphasized, Pradeep, I think it is better to buy good quality and buy less. Whenever you buy the best quality because they will last longer and longer good. We had friends who were executives, not exactly executives, but they were holding good positions and they would wear polyester shirts and cheap suits and ties. She used to be surprised about how they could thrive in the corporate sector. Finally, she could not tolerate it and she told them, I hope you won't mind me saying this, but I think in your profession at such a good position, you should not wear those polyester shirts and polyester jackets. I think you should try to learn how to dress up professionally. This is not a blue-collar job. I remember once a year when we did inventory accounts, we would be delighted that we don't have to wear a suit. We could wear casual clothes. Most people came in jeans, but she told me, jeans are unprofessional. She never allowed me to wear a pair of jeans. She was very particular even for casual dressing. She bought me so many kinds of pants and shirts. I think I must have over 100 shirts, and they are sitting with me. Some I never wore, and some I wore maybe a couple of times. I'm never going to give away those shirts because those are memories, and they are great gifts from my dear wife. I think I can go on writing about clothing. I have a lovely pair of socks from Nautica and Pierre Cardin. She was very classy, and I think all the Italian ties she bought were lovely. She used to buy at least 1 or 2 ties every month for me. Whenever she would go out, she would buy something for me. She would never ask me to pay for anything. I used to tell her, well, you're spending so much money. And she would say, no, it is my love for you. I also reciprocated that. When I traveled, I would go sometimes to India. I would bring a lot of gifts for her. She was so considerate. She would say, no, I think I want to pay. I would say, that is not right. You spend so much money on me, and when I want to give it to you, you want to pay. She would say, no, this is the way I am. I generally feel bad. I would say, no, please in the future, don't ever say that you have to pay me because this is my love for you. The way you love me, I love you. And she would say, I will accept it, but don't buy too much. If I ask you to buy 1 sweater or 2 bracelets, you get so many. She was very fond of silver and she'd say, okay, you can buy me a necklace and a bracelet. But I'd buy maybe 10 bracelets and 10 different kinds of necklaces for her. So she would say, you know what? You don't know the difference between 1 or 2 or 10. When I tell you to bring 1 or 2, you always like to bring so much. What a collection I have. So I would tell her, just keep it or give it to your friends or your nieces. And Connie would respond, I think next time when we go, we will try to return them. Like the way she was very considerate about my money, she was also conservative. She would use coupons and save money. About our house, she used to say, I would rather travel all over the world and be house poor. That's how we started enjoying life, and we went all over the world on different cruises. I can name hundreds of them. We went to the University of Michigan with Carleton, different alumni, and with professors. It was all intellectual, lecturers, studies, and sightseeing. The cruises gave a lot of intellectual input in every area of our life. This is one of the great qualities which she would combine in her house. There were some of the qualities she had. I'm going to write in more detail about many episodes and stories where she used to excel. We went to Ireland and she said, "You have to dance to this Irish dance because it is a cultural activity. Irish culture will ask you to wear these green clothes and the girl will ask you to dance with her." She was not jealous that some young girl would dance with me because it was a part of the Irish culture. She was very happy to see me dancing. She took pride that her husband was dancing and he could dance in the Irish style. I want to mention these things. I want to continue writing so that we can have a legacy about how much we love her and how much love she could give you. As a wife, she was a great companion. I am lucky that I had this opportunity. It was my destiny. There were a lot of girls that my family had chosen as prospects for me, and if I had gone back, perhaps, I could have been married to one of them, and I would never have met Connie. I lived all these years because Connie was with me, and now, after her demise, everything is over. This is most painful, and I pray to God that He can take anything from me, but give my wife back. Give my Connie back. I hope that in our next life, we will be together again as husband and wife. I would say if there is any power, if there is any miracle, we keep on taking new life every time, and we're always husband and wife, enjoying the same kind of life. If that happens, I'm going to get over my anger. After a few years, we will meet again. This is a great hope. You should never deprive someone of their hope because hope might be the only thing they have. Chapter 37. Her love for the best cuisines. Connie was extremely selective about the quality of the most exclusive foods, including vegetables, fruits, meat, fish, desserts, wine, and hospitality both at home and in the restaurants. She was an amazing cook and made different varieties of food and homemade desserts which I will never be able to get in my life. They were fresh, fat-free, absolutely healthy, and organic. She was the engine for taking me out to the best restaurants and excellent food. Her selection was extremely great and didn't care for the prices. Though she was very conservative in many ways and knew to save for old age and rainy days. Cutting coupons to save money was one of her favorite hobbies. Her passion for reading about new restaurants and recipes and trying different foods from all over the world was unique. I enjoyed all that a whole lot. At the same time, she looked after the house, shopping, cleaning, laundry, and taking care of my professional clothing and accessories, including ironing clothes, were a gift of God to me. Also, her choice of casual and travel clothing was another unforgettable gift of my life. She truly loved to do all that for me. I have never been blessed with that love, except for my elder brother who took care of my hen. I was in India. I would have to write a whole new book on every subject. I'm writing on each of her qualities. I also helped with everything as she was busy and we both were partners in cooking and shopping. It was only because of my love. I learned how to cook and shop. When I came to the USA in January 1976, I didn't know anything about cooking except how to make tea. I took a lot of observing others and self-teaching, but I can now say that I'm an excellent cook. Now, I doubt. I will cook as I have lost interest due to her absence. Chapter 38. Great Deeds, Ethical Values of Connie. Connie Darling did so many great deeds or good karmas. That includes, but is not limited to, charity for different organizations, schools, colleges, low-income families, hospitals, Red Cross, Salvation Army, USA Olympics, Blind Children's Society, Cry, Feed a Baby, Dimes for Blind, and many individuals for education. She was instrumental in looking after her parents, besides taking them for doctor's appointments, groceries, cooking, and bringing them to our home for dinner. After the death of Connie's father on December 20, 1989, we both insisted her mother come and stay with us permanently. We would have been very happy to look after her. But her mother refused, hoping her grandchildren, whom she adored and got the biggest joy from while sacrificing many things, she cared for and loved them much more than Connie Darling and Pradeep. It was a painful betrayal and bias for us. However, we both decided that if that gives her happiness, let it be. We used to do whatever she wanted us to do. Many times she behaved badly with us, taking their side while being nasty to us. We tolerated her happiness. Later, Connie Darling told her mother, "Mom, you better be nice to Pradeep, because when you are old, Pradeep and Connie would come to rescue you as he has been brought up to always respect elderly people." She had only one hobby, and that was her grandchildren. Right in the beginning, when Connie came into my life, it was a mind blowing experience for me. Connie told me that her mother is extreme, and she didn't understand it because my elder brother and I were brought up by our grandparents, and I came from a joint family system. Connie was so right that after Connie's father died, her son and grandkids didn't want anything to do with her. Connie was in tears after hearing about her brother not wanting to have anything to do with what his mother told her. She told me that he has so much money that he and his family does not have to worry for generations, but nothing for his mother and father, who did everything for him. He did not spend a penny for his father or his mother, not even for their funeral. He has all the wealth for his family, spouses, grandchildren, and even for his 3 sons-in-law, for whom he and his wife shower money so that they can have full control over them, as they are obsessive about their kids and grandkids. Money buys everything for them. It would never have worked for Connie and me. Connie and I took the decision that we would do anything to make her old age happy. It truly happened. Connie and I were instrumental to look after her mother. It was great to serve the elderly. True love should be selfless, to see others happy. I have seen many examples of these kind of sacrifices during our lives. When Connie and I met, it was love at first sight. We both wanted to be together and hopefully marry too. Connie frankly asked me if I had someone else in the USA, or especially in India, as arranged marriages were common in India. I said my parents and family have selected many girls for me to marry. However, I don't know if I have that desire. She told me that I don't want her to regret it later and willing to sacrifice my love if you have someone waiting for me in India. She also stated that she would then never marry anyone except me. I immediately told her the same thing. I would only marry Connie. It breaks my heart and upsets me. What am I even writing after 40 years? Where is my Connie? Where did she go? Why am I left alone, and when would I meet her? In her absence, I am reminded of the cruelty of Connie's brother and his family towards their mother. I remember very well that Connie's father always told me and Connie to take care of his wife, Connie's mother, if something happens to him. He told me, Pradeep, my son, and his wife have so much money that they can buy or do anything. His son too admitted to me that, Pradeep, my kids are well settled and they don't have to worry about anything in their lives, including my grandchildren. He was sincere and honest. I truly admired him and told him that I'm very happy for you all. He continued and said that tell mom to make her friends, as neither he nor his kids have time to spend with her, as he had built a mansion on the lake to enjoy and wants to travel the world and have their own life of fun. Connie was extremely hurt for years about this, and so was I. American people that I know in general are passionate and helpful, but this was one rare case. I tried to forget it all and tried to support and love Connie as much as I could to overcome her troubled mind. Further, I would have never written this if Connie was alive. Her demise has brought many hidden painful episodes. Now, all these new wounds are in my life. Connie used to bring her mother to our home to stay for months. I was very happy to see that. Connie is happy and Connie's happiness was my happiness, and joy to see both happy. Most themes in the world have many reasons. However, in my opinion, the majority of them are due to money, greed, property, and love, jealousy. Connie and I were extremely upset when her brother, who never cared for his parents, suddenly decided to take his mother against her will to a nursing home rather than his own big home. Their own home and the nursing homes are 3 hours away from our home and mother's home. There are plenty of nursing homes near our home. The motive was kidnapping for the property. Mother was not keen, but her son and his wife played with her weakness, grandchildren. Connie and I knew their motives. Connie got a rare skin disease in September 1998 and was difficult to diagnose. It was PRP that restricted Connie to bring her back, as her mother wanted to come back to her own house. However, her son was determined that their mother lived in the nursing home to have a hold on her money, or watch what she does not give anything more to Connie. They wanted to grab everything of hers so that Connie got little of her share. Money is a disease, and it proved true. How wrong and dirty they were. Connie was the most ethical, honest, proud, and giving person. She wasn't greedy at all and never had any bad intentions towards anyone. And I truly mean this. I might have lagged somewhere, but Connie was perfect. She was looking after her mother without expecting anything. Rather, she spent money on her and took care of her. Connie told me that her parents put her through school and college, and that is enough. I'm extremely grateful to them for spending money on my education. It is amazing and true that she never took a penny from her parents. She rather was doing part-time jobs to pay for her education. I was new in the USA and was surprised to see that. In India, we were used to asking for everything from our parents or grandparents. It was a new wave for me and took me a few years to know and learn about it. I am now the same kind of person who is a giver and doesn't expect, nor would I take anything from anyone. In the past, many people have wanted to give me a token, but later I knew I can't accept it. I'm sure God is going to take an act of extremely powerful revenge as they are not human beings, but have animal stings. Connie and I were instruments to look after her mother. It was great to serve the elderly. True love should be selfless and sacrifice to see others happy. I have seen many examples of these kind of sacrifices. Point number 1. Decided to take his mother against her will to a nursing home rather than his own big home. Their own home and the nursing home are 3 hours away from our home and mother's home. There are plenty of nursing homes. Chapter 39. Our Love Destiny. Our life was a true story of pure love. It was wonderful to feel and vibrate to enjoy each movement, even while we both worked in highly professional senior positions. Due to the best education from the elite colleges and universities, everything is gone and I am lost. I will not go to the places where we used to go. It will haunt me like a ghost, make me go through more pain and suffering. I wonder if I will find an answer. In memory of Connie, I might start humanity and teach undergraduate and MBA students and professionals in commercial financing, mergers and acquisitions, buyout crisis management, and if needed, spirituality or world economy, etc. Sharing knowledge is the best way to survive for Connie, and she was that way. I would always seek her blessings and forgiveness if I ever make any mistakes. Her life was to live for me and mine was to live for her. I am thankful that with a broken heart I was able to do her 2 days of cremation and spread her ashes in her plot, next to her parents. My happiness and unhappiness were a necessary combination. I wanted the best cremation of 2 days, decrease my pain as she was special, and God kept me alive to do that. Otherwise, what would have happened is also a thought that tears me up. She was very special and not a charity case. Peace comes and pain starts after seeing her 40 years of our pictures of going to different places and now her cemetery and maintaining her home. It felt overbearing like a double-edged sword. However, these are my lifelong possession. I'm sure we would meet again in our next lives, even though she isn't physically with me spiritually. She is and still guiding me. Even when she was going through medical care, I left my high-paying job and truly enjoyed every movement. Serving her was a great happiness. While I was very upset about her health and the last 2 years of wrong medical treatment, it was painful for both of us. But still, sitting and looking at her gave me satisfaction, and I was devoted to her. I was extremely hopeful that Connie Darling would be alive for another 10 to 15 years, and I always used to worry about her and prayed to God to keep me alive to take care of her. But I never thought she would go so fast, and I was shattered and practically broken down and didn't think I could survive it. But I prayed to God to keep me alive to do her cremation and chapel of peace and to bury her ashes on her plot. Every moment with Connie is in my mind and heart is broken when I think of the last 2 months. I start shaking and lose all the happiness. I don't think I can be at peace anytime soon. I have no desire to remarry or to have a great social life. I get peace and sadness at our house. Peace of mind even when I am visiting my family in India is not there. My brother and his family give me all the love, but still Connie remains in my mind, body and soul, and I don't enjoy anything. Yes, my brother and his family and my 2 grandnieces, 9 and 4, are giving me happiness, but inside, I think of Connie too, Now I realize why people enjoy their grandchildren. However, I have seen many relatives and friends who miss their spouses and are not gaining much happiness from the grandkids. Each to their own. Some immediately go for a second or third marriage. It is an individual choice, depending upon love and other factors, and there is no universal law. In my case, I took the demise extremely hard, and I have known for years that true love is only once in a lifetime. That is the way I feel, and I don't expect anyone to agree with me. I'm not perfect and think of many things I should have but could not do for her, due to different circumstances. However, at the same time, we did so much that others can't even imagine or think of. Chapter 40. Connie and her devotion for my professional help in many places. I would like to mention how much help and support Connie gave me in my professional life. My experience of traveling was her great gift to me. Her exposure to get the USA culture and personality development was a precious gift for my career and advancement. Connie bought so many things for me to make sure I look great. She never ever lied, cheated, or hurt anyone. There are millions of other things, both ethically and selfless work for me and others. If I start writing all the other things, I would have to write another book. In reality, there is no end to her good karma and deeds. My mind is blank, and I can't wait to write that. Connie, darling, was extremely exciting and fun. I have never seen such a great person, a human being and super bright and beautiful. I too did good karma that would justify why I'm upset. Why God didn't save her when there was hope. She would live and do more contributions to the world. Why didn't God save her from death? I would like to write about the incident when Connie and I were traveling towards Palm Springs and we came across the most powerful sight you can ever imagine. We were driving in the mountains and the roads were very curvy. I asked Connie, do you think there is any problem in driving? Do you think people take that many chances in driving? She was familiar with the surroundings, so she told me, oh no, I don't think you'd have to worry about anything. Because it is pretty safe and it is not like other underdeveloped countries where people worry about driving. It is just this time of the year. Unfortunately, you're not finding too many cars, so don't worry, just relax. And also, if you're uncomfortable, then I can drive and you can watch. But I told her, no, let me gain some confidence. So I took us about 2 hours and then we finally reached Orange County. That was one of my most difficult driving experiences in the United States in the mountains. When I came back, I said, oh my God, that was a piece of cake. And Connie told me, I told you that. I think the reason I'm mentioning this incident is to point out how Connie helped me to gain confidence about driving, about every aspect of it, and how to control the car. When we came back from where we stayed, I was ready to drive anywhere, especially in California and San Diego. So this is worth mentioning how much Connie helped me from every angle. We were trying to find different places to go and Connie told me, the best way is to call the hotel people or let me get the magazine. She was very good at reading and finding out directions. So we stayed for 2 weeks in Palm Springs, Orange County and San Diego, and we enjoyed every single part of it, and also a couple of other places. So I must say Connie had a super intelligent brain. Later on, we went to Carlsbad, which Connie knew and read about. We made many trips like these, and I'm sharing her experience, and after that she also told me, next year we should go to Santa Fe. Let me tell everybody that Santa Fe is one of the most charming places. It is the third largest place on earth as far as art and crafts are concerned. Number one is considered either France or New York. Even if New York is number one, then France is second, and then Santa Fe. In Santa Fe, people and artists come from all over the world. I was amazed at the art that I saw in Santa Fe, New Mexico. The other great experience she gave me was taking me to French Quarters, and that was magnificent. We stayed in French Quarters, and the food and the culture there are different. We had a ball, and she showed me everything because she was very adventurous. I must say that I was not adventurous, whereas Connie was very adventurous. And as a result of that, I was able to enjoy myself because of her. A similar incident happened later when I was working and my company told me, Pradeep, do you want to come back or do you want to stay there? So I said, well, I don't know. To which they offered, if you want, you can have Connie fly over and just put it on the expense report. So I called Connie and she flew over. I picked her up and we stayed there for 1 week, and it was again a ball. I was working and she would drop me at the office, pick me up for lunch, and then she would go and do her shopping. In the evening, we would go back to the hotel. I would work for half an hour or an hour on my report. Then we would go and have fun. Again at the night, when we would come back, she would watch TV and I would do my reports. So, this way, I think Connie was a great contributor to traveling with me so that I was not lonely. Chapter 41. Sympathy and Empathy, but Pain. I would like to add in my memories that I'm trying to understand the pain of some of the people I had met in my professional life who have gone through such tragedy that one cannot imagine. Though, even at that time, I understood how much pain there was. After the demise of my darling wife, Connie, I can understand the gravity of pain that they went through. I will give an example that I must narrate. I think it was sometime in 1983. I had flown to Charleston, Virginia for some work. I flew on Sunday night because of Connie. She had gone with her college and school students to show them the political system in this country. In those days, she was teaching Spanish, French, and political science. She had to go on Friday and was supposed to come back on Monday. There were to visit the White House also. Since I was not doing anything, I left on Sunday afternoon. My clients, the borrowers, were the second largest trucking company in the United States. They were desperate to get a loan at that time, as the trucking industry was deregulated. This company was struggling in their business, although they were very wealthy. To expand their business, it was important for them to show certain credits in their financial statements. When I reached there, the borrowers picked me up and took me out for dinner, and then I stayed in the hotel. The next day, one of these partners took me to his house and treated me to dinner. Now, here is the real story that I wish to share. On Wednesday, as I remember, one of the main owners, who were extremely wealthy, took me to his house. He said, "Mr. Berry, I want you to have dinner with me, and then maybe you can sleep in my house." It is very rare that a borrower who is not known to me will take me to his house. I think he must have liked me very much, my professional approach, my conduct, and my behavior. He was highly impressed. He said, "Mr. Berry, let's go out tonight, and I will show you something." It was pitch dark when he took me to a place and he stopped his Audi car. Then he got down and he said, "Mr. Berry, please walk with me to this place." As I walked, he said, "You know, this place where I have brought you is where my young son, who was 24 years old, was killed in an accident. As a result of that, I have lost everything. I cannot function because of this tragedy. My son was going to take over my business. All my hopes have gone. My daughter, though she is working, is not capable. She is not highly educated. My youngest son has no desire to do anything except become a truck driver. I have bought him a truck costing $250,000. We were chatting in the night and he said to me, "I don't know, Mr. Berry, somehow or the other I feel that you should join me. I will pay you double the salary or 3 times the salary, plus I will pay for your wife's salary, and I will buy you a house, and I will give you 30 to 40% stock in my company. Finally, I will give over this company to you as I cannot work anymore because of the tragedy of my son." He was practically begging me, really requesting me, and said, "Please listen to my pain and please move to Charleston, and I can assure you that you will be very happy because of you I will get a new life." I felt very sorry for him, and I was confused. It was a good offer, but at the same time, I thought of Connie's career, of leaving Evanston, her parents, and everything else. So I declined the offer. It kept on bothering me how this person must have gone through such tragedy. I have been trying to contact him, and I found out later that he closed his company under the shock, and then he sold it and then just disappeared. For the last 20 to 25 years, I have been looking for him, but I cannot find him, and I have no idea where he is. If he's alive, or if he's there, I would love to go and share his tragedy and my tragedy. Now I can understand what he was going through at that time. It is something you understand only when it happens to you. This is what I want to add. I have many other stories that I will mention related to pain, when some other person's in pain and that pain is not that deep, but when the same thing happens to you, you realize actually how painful it is. I will never forget this realization that relates to me and is affecting me. Chapter 42. Cruises, part of our world travel. Cruise trips with Connie. Connie was very adventurous. She took me along and gave me the opportunity of going to different parts of the world. She used to take interest in reading about which cruises are available from the University of Michigan, Harvard, and Kellogg. These were the universities in which we were educated in. Of these, The University of Michigan is supposed to have one of the best cruises. Recently, I heard Carlton has also started offering cruises. We took many cruises together. Some of them were Norwegian, Caribbean, Alaskan, Tuscany, and Finland. One of them I remember was from Budapest to Amsterdam. We also made some trips which were not cruises. For example, we went to the All Black Mountains in Germany and France. We also made trips related to my business. During one of our trips to the Rhine, Connie had a desire to go and take another trip, which was from France, which would go through many countries, all the way up to Amsterdam. From Amsterdam, it would go further to Switzerland, from there to one more country where you would rest overnight in a hotel and return to the United States of America the next morning by flight. They also provided the option of adding extra stops if wished, as we did in Norway. We flew with them, and since we were part of the Advantage group, so we stayed 4 days in Bergen. It was such a wonderful thing and a beautiful country. Connie and I were staying in the hotel with about 30 people. On the final day, when we had to depart from Bergen back to Norway in a show, 98 more people joined us. All these trips that I have mentioned above were not the kind of trips ordinary people make. The people that came on these trips were interested in learning, and they were intellectual people. These trips are not just ordinary trips. There would be many lectures given at every stop by different professors about different Rhine and Daniel lakes. They would explain how the dams were constructed and how the wanted is controlled in Rhine and Daniel, the most historical site in Europe, how they have to match and control the water. It is a magnificent thing to see how the Yorkmen have controlled the water system. In addition to the beautiful sightseeing, the lectures there would also be beautiful sightseeing in small boats which carry 120 or 130 passengers only. The tourists on these trips were intellectual people from the universities who have graduated in different years and mostly seniors. There were no kids and only very bright people and professors. There were doctors, professors, banking and finance professionals, and teachers. We would share common tables during breakfast. We would sit with different people for every meal so we could have stimulating conversations with different people. Sightseeing would also be done with different groups. In the buses, the drivers, coaches, the guides would guide us and they would tell us the history. As a result of that, we learned so much about that country and its history over the last 500 to 1,000 years. We would also visit different schools and colleges, meet the professors there and listen to them. Finally, there would be a small exam which we had to pass. I don't mean to say that they would give you grades so you could get a degree, but it meant a whole lot because nobody wanted to fail those exams. So I had to study for the exam. Cultural activities would also be included in the program. For example, we would have to dance according to the particular culture. When we were in Ireland, it was part of their custom that girls as young as 17 or 19 years old would ask the guests to dance with them. I was sort of embarrassed when one girl just grabbed me and said, "Come on, we have to dance." So I had to dance with her for half an hour in the Irish way. Connie was watching me, but she didn't feel jealous. She didn't think, "Oh my God, my husband is dancing with a young girl." It was acceptable to her because Connie had a lot of faith in my character, and I also had a lot of faith in her character. However, it is not very popular in Irish, German, or French culture for men to ask ladies, who are not their wives, to dance with them. So when we had to dance in France, I needed to dance with Connie, and we were very well dressed up. I knew the different kinds of dance steps to some degree, but Connie taught me a lot of different steps. She also told me, "Pradeep, you should take some dancing classes," which I did. So look at how many cultural things she exposed me to, and she cultivated in me a love for dance and experiencing different cultures. This, I would say, is added experience for me. I think with so much experience now, I can talk about it in schools and colleges for hours. I can explain different points of the culture and how Irish, German, English, Norwegian, and American cultures are different. This world is a magnificent place if you know where you go. However, some people would just go on the buses and they don't get that experience because they are not educated and they don't have professors and coaches to guide them on the trip. Recently, I got a mail from Connie's Carleton College that they are taking a trip to Rhine and Switzerland. We have already been on this trip, although they are covering slightly different cities this time. I would love to go with Connie if she was alive. We would never have thought twice about it and we would have just made the reservations. It is starting in November, but I don't think I want to go because I will be depressed. I also received a brochure from Carlton alumni about a cruise that is going to Sri Lanka for 19 days. I thought in case I'm in India, I can take a flight to Sri Lanka and join them there. I'm not going on my own accord without approval from Carlton. Carlton would love to take me because it is not a business, but they just want that Carlton's trip to be recognized all over the world. You will be amazed if you see Carlton graduates and their accomplishments, Carlton's students and their credentials. Connie's connection with Carlton will give me the power to say that Connie is with me and she would be happy that I'm attending this cruise. I know that I will not meet Connie, nor will I be able to meet Connie's batch. However, I'm sure there will be a younger batch of people. I feel like there is some sort of a bond in our conversations during lunch, dinner, or other times. I will have some sort of a background, a great tool, and the power to talk about Carlton and why I came to the cruise. Then I can talk about my wife, Constance Berry, how she was part of Carlton, and my memories of her. Since people are so passionate, they will respect me for this. They will give me the moral support and they will say, "Oh, Pradeep, I think you should do this more and it's a good tribute to your wife, Connie, and it will be the greatest thing you can do." So they might encourage me to travel more. Otherwise, I will be sitting in the same big hole. Connie went to Harvard. She went to another top university, both in Mexico and in Spain. She finished her MBA both in Spanish in Spain and also in Germany. Both of us were there when she was teaching. I had got myself transferred there since we had offices all over the world. So we were together, and I would say in my married life of 40 years that she accompanied me for travel on an average 30% of the time. My company used to pay, so they had made my life very easy. Chapter 43. Cleanliness and house was in her blood. While talking about Connie, I must say how neat and clean she was in the house. She kept our house as a museum. She used to take a keen interest in the house. Her collection was just unique. Sometimes it used to take her years before she could make a decision about the fabric, kind of covers, kind of kitchen, kind of granite she wanted to use. She was very selective in the house. I would say that her taste, her thinking, and the way she perceived things were many times better than any interior decorator. She was very particular about cleanliness in the house. She could not tolerate dust in the house. She was very particular about the laundry, so she would change bed sheets every 2 to 3 days. She was so efficient and organized that cleanliness was ingrained in her. No matter what time it was, whether night or day, she would take a shower and change her clothes. She would wash clothes every 2 days, including my clothes. She was very particular that I wore a shirt for only 1 day. She would say, "No, it's more than enough." Sometimes I used to argue, "No, I just wore it for 1 day, I can use it for 1 more day." She would say, "No, look at the collar at the back. You have a professional job. People notice the small collar." I would say, "I don't think so because I wear a 3-piece suit." She would say, "You are not going to compromise. It is better that you buy or I will buy you 10 or 1 dozen white t-shirts or suits. You will not wear them for more than 1 day." Then I would ask her, "Is it not too much work for you to do the laundry?" She would say, "I can handle it. It's not that difficult. Doing laundry in the house is very simple. You just have to put it in the laundry room and then you just have enough time. I just do 2 loads every day. It makes no difference." She was very organized. She would iron my shirts, t-shirts, socks, and handkerchiefs. I think these things show how dedicated she was to me, and she would take efforts to see that her husband looked great all the time in his professional job. She used to feel very proud of me. I used to get a lot of compliments from my office, especially when I was working for Hella. They would say, "Mr. Berry, we see you as the most fashionable person in our whole organization. How do you do that?" I would say, "Well, my wife Connie is very particular about my suit, and what kind of tie, scarf, and pen matches it." He would say, "Well, she has made you a model. I think you should be in the model industry." So I would say, "Well, it's not like that, but I like just being well dressed." I got many awards for the best dressed person of the year every other year. I was like that from childhood, wearing 3-piece suits, so I carried on that legacy. When I think about that now, I realize how much energy, how much pain she had to bear. God bless her. I don't think I could have ever done all that with so much affection. Sometimes I would be upset that she would even polish my shoes. I used to feel like a criminal when my wife is polishing my shoes. I did not polish my shoes as I thought that it was just dusting. Her shoes don't get dirty. But she would say, "No, I think the first thing people notice are shoes." And a well-dressed person is always liked. You have so much intelligence and personality. Being well-dressed will be like icing on the cake. I think that attitude wrought a sparkle in me. I used to take pride in it. Regarding her clothing, she would rather buy two clothes, which were expensive and pretty, rather than buy cheap ones. She always emphasized, Pradeep, I think it is better to buy good quality and buy less. Whenever you buy the best quality, because they will last longer and look good. We had friends who were executives, not exactly executives, but they were holding good positions and they would wear polyester shirts and cheap suits and ties. She used to be surprised about how they could thrive in the corporate sector. Finally, she could not tolerate it and told them that, I hope you won't mind me saying this, but I think in your profession, when you're holding a good position, you should not wear those polyester shirts and polyester jackets. I think you should just try to learn how to dress up professionally. This is not a blue collar job. Also, I remember once in a year we did inventory accounts. We would be delighted that we wouldn't have to wear a suit. We could wear casual clothes. Many people used to come in jeans. She told me jeans are unprofessional. She never allowed me to wear a pair of jeans. So she was very particular even for the casual dressing. She bought me so many different kinds of pants and shirts. I think I must have over 100 shirts and they are sitting with me. Some I never wore and some I wore maybe a couple of times. I'm never going to give away those shirts because those are big memories and they are great gifts from my dear wife. I think I can go on writing about clothing. I have a lovely pair of socks from Nautica and Pierre Cardin. She was very classy and I think all the Italian ties she bought were lovely. She used to buy at least one or two times every month for me. Whenever she would go out, she would buy something for me. She would never ask me to pay for anything. I used to tell her, why are you spending so much money? She used to say, no, it is my love for you. I used to reciprocate that. I used to travel whenever I would go, and sometimes I used to go to India and I would bring a lot of things. She was so considerate. She would say, no, I think I want to pay. I would say, this is not right. You spend so much money on me, and when I want to give it to you, you want to pay. She would say, no, this is the way I am. I generally feel bad. I would say, no, please in the future don't ever say to me that you have to pay me because this is my love for you. The way you love me, I love you. So she would say, I will accept it, but don't buy too much. If I ask you to buy one sweater or two bracelets, you get so many. She was very fond of silver. So she would say, okay, you can buy me one necklace, one bracelet. I would buy maybe 10 bracelets and 10 different kinds of necklaces for her. So she would say, you know what? You don't know the difference between 1 or 2 or 10. When I tell you to bring 1 or 2, you always like to bring so much. What a collection I have. So I would say, just keep it or give it to your friends or give it to your nieces. She would say, I think next time when we go, we will try to return them. Like the way she was very considerate about my money, she was also conservative. She would use coupons and save money about her house. She used to say, I would rather travel all over the world and be house poor. That's how we started enjoying life. And we went all over the world on different cruises. I can name hundreds of them. We went to the University of Michigan with Carlton, different alumni, and with professors. It was all intellectual lectures, studies, and sightseeing. The cruises gave a lot of intellectual input in every area of our life. This is one of the great qualities which she would combine in her house. She used to combine housekeeping with my dressing. There were some of the qualities she had. I am going to write in more detail about many episodes and stories where she used to excel. We went to Ireland and she said, you have to dance this Irish dance because it is a cultural activity. Irish culture will ask you to wear these green clothes and the girl will ask you to dance with her. She was not jealous that some young girl would dance with me because it was a part of the Irish culture. She was very happy to see me dancing. She took pride in her husband's dancing and she could dance in the Irish style. I want to mention these things. I want to continue writing so that we can have a legacy about how much we love her and how much love she could give you. I always consider my wife Connie as not only my wife, but also my best friend, sister, and mother. I think in Indian culture, in 500 BC, Chanakya wrote about the same 4 qualities of women and that they can play different roles. It is also written in Sanskrit in our Vedanta that a woman has 4 qualities, which I already mentioned. There were times when her love was like a mother and her advice was like a sister and a friend. As a wife, she was a great companion. These kinds of qualities, I would say, are very rare. I'm lucky that I had this opportunity. It was my destiny. There were a lot of girls that my family had chosen as prospects for me, and if I had gone back, perhaps I could have been married to one of them and I would never have seen Connie again. I lived all these years because Connie was with me, and now after her demise, everything is over. This is most painful, and I pray to God that He can take anything from me, but He should give me my wife back. Give my Connie back. I hope that in our next life we will be together again as husband and wife. I would say, if there is any power, if there is a miracle, we keep on taking new life every time and we're always husband and wife, enjoying the same kind of life. If that happens, I'm going to get over my anger. After a few years, we will meet again. This is a great hope. You should never deprive someone of their hope because hope may be the only thing they have. Chapter 44. Connie's Character. Regarding Connie's character, I think I can tell you we were made for each other. I was raised in an environment with very strong values and with an emphasis on character building. Our grandparents were very strict about focusing on studies, sports, and other activities like Scouts and NCC. I was extremely good in Boy Scouts, was the NCC battalion sergeant, and had a lot of extracurricular qualifications. We were given the strongest foundation possible to build our character. That also meant not having any relationships or attachments with the opposite gender. The priority was to get educated first, and all the other things could happen after one was well settled in life. In reality, because we were brought up this way, we never really even thought of having any female friends. It was unlike today, where it is very common for people to have boyfriends or girlfriends, where whom they might or might not marry each other. In any case, that was a different era. Connie was also brought up in the same way. Her focus was only on her education and her research. She was keen only on her studies, and she was not interested in parties or meeting men. She was very happy with her close-knit family and girlfriends only. Her mother was very strict, and Connie herself had ethics where she was not interested in these parties which involved drinking and dancing. In addition to her education and intellectual nature, we found this to be the most common aspect among us. I think perhaps this is one of the contributing factors behind our getting together. Ordinarily, I would have gone back to India for a pre-arranged marriage, as there were a lot of proposals from rich families which had come my way. Perhaps God wanted me not to go, as I was destined to meet this girl Connie, who was beautiful both from the outside and from within. Connie liked to say, I was her first boyfriend and she was my first girlfriend, although we started as only friends. To this day, I don't know how I gained the confidence to talk to a woman, because if you were growing up in India, talking to a woman is the most fearful and dangerous thing. Of course, after I came to America and met ladies in my corporate life, I developed the courage and faith to do so. The reason is that in America, men and women have been raised in different environments. They have been brought up full of confidence right from their childhood. I remember when I first came to this country, one of my subordinates who was working under me told me, Pradeep, let me tell you one thing. In this country, children are given the maximum freedom. I was astonished to hear that, because in our era, even though we were given freedom, we were also being watched like hawks. We were always being kept track of, our activities, where we went, etc. So I noticed a big difference in culture. If you talk to people over here, you notice how confident they are, irrespective of their age, because they have been brought up in such an environment. I'm not trying to criticize or hurt anybody's feelings, but I'm just sharing my own experience and knowledge without offending anybody. When I go to the health club or shops or even in my professional life, women talk to me as if, we've known each other for years. There is a lot of just joking around, and conversations are full of fun. I have not seen that kind of atmosphere with Indian ladies, whether they are married or otherwise. They tend to be reserved, so I think it is a big cultural difference, which I find very interesting. Once again, it is not a reflection on anybody, whether Indian or otherwise. I have traveled all over the world. Whether it is America or Europe, I find that except India, people are more friendly and passionate. It is not as if people in India are not like that. They're just very wonderful and hospitable, but there is some kind of a rhythm missing. I find that sometimes even young Indians are reluctant to talk. Even in America, I meet many Indian school and college students. Often, they don't even say hello. At times, if I ask them if they are from India, to which they mumble yes and claim they need to get back to their work. This has happened several times, and to some degree, it has upset me. But then I realized this is the way they were raised, so it is unfair to blame them. Connie also told me the same thing. She used to tell me that when I used to meet some Indian friends, it felt as if we were glued to each other like brother and sister. I'd like to say to her that it may seem like that, but in reality, I felt as if I was imposing on them, as it was I who made an effort to go talk to them, whereas they were reluctant. Our interactions were full of such exchanges because we were of such innocent character. Possibly because of this. I told her that we should get married. Connie thought about this for a while, but she was not sure. She wanted to know how long I intended to stay in the US or if I'd leave her dry and high. She said to me, Pradeep, you know, I like you and care for you and love you, but I don't want the possibility that you may leave me alone, and if you do so, I will not be able to bear the loss. I think I will go crazy if you leave me and you never know what I can do because I'm not one of those who can remarry again. To me, marriage is sacred. She said I should take a few months to think about it. Even when we were about to get married, she asked me 10 times if I was serious. She did not want to be betrayed. She asked me repeatedly if I had any doubt whatsoever, or if I was marrying her under some kind of pressure or force, then we were better off remaining friends. I remember reassuring her that I would never leave her under any circumstances. I will treasure the memory of Connie in her bridal gown as she said all these things till the day I am alive. When I think of those days, it reminds me of what a wonderful gem my Connie was. Chapter 45. Truth Always Wins. The last position I held in an organization was as head of the Midwest Region General Manager, or you can say head of the division for leverage funding. Before that, I had my consulting firm. When their offer came, Connie told me, Pradeep, I think you're making a big mistake by joining this large company. They're offering a very good package. However, you are doing much better in your consulting and already have projects lined up for the next 6 months to 1 year. I think that you shouldn't get tempted because it will be very hard for you. Just think about it. Right now, you have your consulting firm, you travel when needed, and then you can come back home. You have a choice whether to go to the office or work from home. You are only looking for benefits. These benefits are mitigated by the fact that your freedom will be compromised. Your consulting allows you to spend more time at home if you don't want to work for a few months. This sort of thing will not be possible once you join. She was totally against me joining, but this company was persuading me, forcing me, and I was confused as it was a difficult decision to make. It was in December 2002, and I remember not being able to sleep for the whole night. Connie was so upset with me in the morning that she said, I don't think that you ever want to listen to me and you will regret it. I think Connie was right. It was a 45 minutes drive to the office. We always had 2 cars. One car Connie would use and the other car I hardly drove because I was flying most of the time. After that, Connie told me, I think considering the amount of money you spend for parking and maintenance and the fact that you hardly drive, you should get rid of this car. We have 1 car, and if you're working in Chicago area, your company allows you to rent a car. You can always rent a car. In my consulting, it was not mandatory to have a car because they would pay for mileage. But it was just my idea that I wanted to have a car in case Connie drove the other one. But she said, where do I go alone? Wherever we go, we both go together. So finally, I listened to her and sold my car. When I got this job, we had to end up buying a second car. She decided she would pay for the car. Look at her sacrifice. She told me, you must buy your car, but don't worry. You've been very kind to me, so I'll buy you a new car. She bought a new car in 2 days and she would drive her car, which was also brand new. So again, we were stuck with 2 cars. So on the first day, I wore my suit and drove the new car to reach the office about 20 minutes before time. I was standing in the parking lot and thinking, should I go inside or not? I was just about to leave when suddenly the vice chairman who had hired me saw me and said, Pradeep, what is happening? We're all waiting for you. And we have hired 10 new young blood MBAs and some graduates. They're all waiting because you're going to be responsible for starting a new division, so please come inside and we're going to welcome you. So I think for a minute, I got happiness. In the office that I met everybody, they were all excited and happy. They told me, now that you are here, we're going to learn from you and we are going to grow. So the first day was totally enjoyable. But on the way back home, I thought, oh my God, now I will have to start going back and forth again every day. It meant getting up early. I was used to my independence earlier and now I had lost my independence. So I went into a serious depression from January 2002 for about 6 months. Connie told me, I told you, you might as well quit the job. I talked to my other consulting clients and they said, Pradeep, people make this mistake. Don't worry about it. If you want to quit, quit right away and start our project. I think I should have listened to Connie and started on my projects right away. I was independent. I was getting paid more. If you compare the benefits of working for an organization and self-employment, they are equal. Overall, even if they were giving the benefit of Medicare, I think with my practice, I was still ahead. So now, since I was committed, I did not quit. As much as I wanted, and as much as Connie wanted, she sacrificed. I was miserable. Later on, I started liking the job because training all those 23, 24-year-old young people were the only thing that gave me happiness. Looking back, I think maybe God wanted me to train them in 3 years compared to the 10 years it would have taken them otherwise. Another person was working there as a senior, but surprisingly, he did not know anything. He used to think that he is my boss, and I told him, listen, I'm not working for you. Rather, you are going to be working for me. There was a lot of politics involved. So when I told this incident to my senior boss, who was the chairman, he told me, since I hired you, you were reporting directly to me, and all the staff of 20 people will be reporting to you. You are their boss. This man still thought that he's my boss, so I was unhappy, and I was about to quit. Then they told me that they warned this guy and told him, if you don't behave with Mr. Berry, we will get rid of you immediately. So finally, he apologized to me. I'm mentioning this because I don't know how political connections work. I left that position in 2005 when Connie became sick. After that, I took an oath that I'm not going to work at all and I will dedicate myself to Connie. Now I will recount an incident that shows dedication of Connie. I had left the job and I had to take new medical insurance. They were providing me cover for 18 months. I said, I will take it. I was in a senior position, so they gave me insurance called Cobra, and I had to pay more than what they were paying. I was paying the full cost because the program was very good. So when it ended after 18 months, I was fiddling around getting quotes from different insurance companies. I found out that there are a lot of loopholes in these policies. Sometimes they can say, we don't cover you for this and we don't cover you for that. Medically, I was fit. I didn't have a problem, but still, you should take precautions. When these companies have to pay a buck out, they are very careful and they can also say, oh, it was a precondition, so they don't have to pay out. I had heard from that from many people. My insurance company, though, was very clear and they had sent to me in writing, but Connie told me, listen to me, my insurance from the Education Board System and Illinois Teachers Association is very large. You better take my insurance because my insurance is the best in the country. Of course, they used to subsidize her insurance coverage. She said, I will pay. It was very expensive, almost double the amount I was paying. I was paying $300 and it was about $750. So I said, why to pay $750 when I'm not sick? She said, listen, you never know. If God wills that you be sick and you have to claim, then they will say that you have a precondition. So don't get involved with all this nonsense. I will pay. So I said, no, I will pay. So she said, listen, I'm telling you, if you wanted to pay $350, you pay only that much. The rest I will pay from my pocket. I declined. But it was her greatness on her part, how much she loved me and how much she cared for me. Otherwise, in this day and time, I have not seen anyone offering that. Since she truly loved me, she was paying for 3 to 4 years. Later on, I think she was not getting the government Medicare. Medicare is a system where everyone has to pay when they are working as a social security, where you pay 50% and the same way with FICA, which is also the same thing. Taxes all go to the government. So we all have to pay. It is the law here. Only if you do pay, you get a check, whereas in my case, I had to pay for every single thing on my own. I used to get a 1099 form, which is only issued in the United States of America. The rest of the countries don't issue 1099. They send you a statement showing how much you have earned if you have a foreign account or something like that. So I was getting my 1099 and I filled my taxes very promptly. Connie would tell me, I don't want you to ever miss any income because by chance if the other company has not sent you the 1099 form, then it is your responsibility to pay. I said, I know that. She said, otherwise, if we get caught by the IRS, there will be a lot of trouble. And I don't want to get into any trouble. And I know that both of us were ethical, so I said, you don't have to worry about it. One time, one of my clients told me, Mr. Berry, we're not going to inform the 1099 form. As far as we know in the human resources, we don't report. I said, it's not possible. Someone must be reporting it because you have to report this as part of your P&L. You are wrong. I will not take any chances. Either you send it because someone might find out. Electronically, I want to be honest and I want to have a good sleep. So we were both ethical and everything was going fine. So the time came when I decided to take my earlier benefits, which are called Social Security. Connie was paying into the Education Board System where she was not qualified to get Medicare. She was just missing maybe 10 credits and maybe 1 year kind of a thing it was. She had worked very hard in a private institution that she was taking care of for Social Security and Medicare. I made a big mistake, which I regret, that in my consulting, she used to do a lot of work for me. When I was so overwhelmed with the reports, she used to edit my reports. She used to print it out. She used to make the folders for me. She used to email my borrowers. She used to do a lot of other work, and I should have been paying her some money as a secretary. And I would have put it as an expense, and I would have saved on my income tax. During this time, she would have got those credits for her Medicare. She would have been independent to get in a year or year and a half what she did free of cost for me. I wish to God that I should have paid her enough money because it would have helped my taxes and it would have helped her to get Medicare. She was so nice. She never even asked me to pay her. Where would you find a rare person like Connie? It was bothering me today while I was swimming. I thought, what a big mistake I made with that great precious diamond. I was very upset and I said, I pray to God that Connie will forgive me because she did so much work for free, selfless work. But I did not realize her worth. Later on, when I got the rest of my Social Security, then she was eligible to go into Medicare. But there was also a problem because there was also a time factor, which we did not. The Medicare people told once you get your benefit, Mrs. Berry will also be entitled to Social Security and Medicare right away. I have a full record of all those people, but they refused to pay, and I decided to fight. So we fought with Social Security. They said no. They were charging her more premiums, and they were not giving her the benefits for another 2 years. So finally, I appealed. I had to fight for the right thing, and Connie told me, just forget about it. But I said, no. You have done so much for me, now I'm going to do the same thing for you. So I filed for an appeal, and generally, they say in the appeal, you generally lose. But I thought if we have done some good karma, we will win. So there were two choices. Either we go for a trial in front of the judge, or we could have it over the phone. We just thought that if God is there to help, we will win regardless of whether we go to court or over the phone. So we got a letter that on such and such date, at exactly 11:30, the judge will call us. Luckily, on that date, exactly at 11:30, the telephone rang, and the secretary said, "Are you Mr. Berry? Is Mrs. Berry with you on the line?" I said, "Yes." So then, Honorable Judge came on the line and he said, "Mr. Berry, Mrs. Berry, how are you?" We replied, "Honorable Judge, we are fine. How are you doing, sir?" He said, "I'm fine. I understand that you've been appealing. It has been the most difficult thing, and I think the final verdict was already given to you. I do not know why there is so much confusion, and I don't think I can do anything for you or reverse it for you because the final judgment has already come." I told Honorable Judge, if you listen to us for 15 to 20 minutes, both of us will be very grateful to you. Then I started telling him that we were both very ethical people. We had been paying our taxes for the last 40 years, and we were good citizens of this country. We always paid our taxes in proper time. We were not involved in any crime. My wife has been a teacher and professor for 34 years. She had gone to the top schools. I had so many degrees. I told the Honorable Judge, my petition in this, Honorable Judge, we will never tell lies. I have the names and dates of these people, she said. I got all that in written letters. How do you prove it? So I said, well, I, under oath, you earlier asked us to take the oath. I said all this under oath. This in itself is a big thing in the United States of America that we are saying this to you on the phone under oath. I said, I don't think you need a better explanation than that. I have my handwritten note, which I can email it to you or fax or send a copy, whichever way you want. But it's a little amount, and we're not going to lie to you, sir. This is the mistake of this person. She was very rude to us, and she was sort of jealous maybe that Mrs. Berry is making more money in her retirement than her. She was spiteful because she asked me why she needed Medicare since her income was so much. She could pay any amount of money premiums. She had no business being so rude because she was just doing a job, and we are entitled to our rights. We have paid our taxes. It is not as if the United States of America is paying us for free. It is our money. We have a contribution to this system. My wife contributed to a different system and she's only getting a pension. But she's not getting any benefits and she is maybe short of one credit of maybe 1 full year, and I think you should reconsider. The judge listened to all of that and said, both of you are very ethical people. You people deserve it. And I will have a look into further investigation. I will make calls and talk to those people. I'll give you my answer in the next 3 to 4 weeks. Good luck to both of you. It was nice talking to both of you. Let's see what happens. We were still in confusion, but from the message, I could understand that hopefully we would receive a positive answer because he mentioned it when ending the phone. We were both convinced that we were going to get a positive reply. With great help from God, in 2 weeks we got a letter that we have won the case. And it was written that whatever extra Mrs. Berry had paid in premiums, whatever was not covered, they had to send us a check back. So the amount which we lost, Mrs. Berry got everything back from the hospital and the Medicare system. So this is called the United States of America. This is called karma. So this is why we should be honest, because honesty always stays through the life of the person. Dishonesty is caught very soon, and people lose their trust. Especially in America, two things people don't like: lying and not asking for an apology or showing remorse. If you apologize right away, they will forgive you. But this is why this country has an advantage. I'm sure in every country, this is the way. But it is true, especially in this country. Whenever there is a trial and a murderer says, "I am very sorry, I think I made a big mistake, and I apologize to the family members of the people whom I killed, and I hope that they will forgive me." If he shows remorse like that, the judge will give him less sentence. If the murderer says, "I'm not going to apologize, I'm not going to do this, I have done the right thing," then the judge will increase the sentence. I think people who are reading my book and are in the United States will not take much interest because they already know. But if someone is in India or another place, I think this will be a great example. I'm sure even in India, people are very intelligent and they will know. But still, I think it is important for me to write this incident, which is a tribute to my wife, and that is because of the beautiful things she did that we got rewards. Unfortunately, despite all these things that I'm saying, the truth is that Connie is no longer with me. This is the biggest thing. No matter how much I praise her, it is not going to bring her back. I hope that I become her husband in my next life so that my purpose will be successful. I pray to God that all the time, God, give me Connie, the only Connie, same, the beautiful, external and internal, beautiful Connie, that she should be with me. And in fact, in our next life, we should meet when we are very young as in kindergarten. That would be a wonderful thing to happen to us, that our childhood would start as little children. Later, we would grow up together and then fall in love and get married. And if that happens, I think I will be the happiest person. I don't have any other wish like being born into a multi-millionaire family or being rich. I only want Connie, who would be my sweetheart from a very young age. If that happens, my sorrow, the pain will go away. Today, if I hear God telling me, "Pradeep, I grant you, after your death, immediately, when you are reborn and Connie is already there, she may be elder to you by a couple of years and you can meet her," I will accept, however much older she is than me. I will accept that if I hear a voice coming that in the next life that she may be elder to you, but she will be still your wife, would you accept it? I would say yes. I don't care if I'm 15 or 16 years and she's 30 years old. Even then, I will accept it. I love her that much. Miracles do happen, and I'm ready for anything. Even if she meets me like a sister or she becomes my mother, I would still take it, regardless if she is my wife, sister, or mother. That is why Chanakya quotes, "A wife can be your wife if she can be your best friend, sister, and mother." The same thing is written in the Vedanta about the duty of the wife. So this is my pain. It doesn't reduce if I go to a support group or read. Connie is on my mind all the time. So, this is it. Chapter 46. Realization and Enlightenment of Pain After Connie. Death. Memories of my paternal grandfather. I wanted to share one more thing, and that is about my parental grandfather, my father's father. He was a very learned man, very spiritual and very knowledgeable. He had 4 sons and several grandchildren, and we were, of course, his first grandchildren. We lived together, all 17 to 19 of us, in a very big house in Delhi. My grandfather was pretty wealthy. He was supporting everybody, and his sons were working in the business too. We were students then, and we were just about finishing our education. When my grandmother died, I remember he did not go for the cremation. But he asked his eldest son and everybody in the family to just take her away. He managed to say some sort of goodbye. It was clear then that he was very upset, but I still fail to understand why he did not perform the last rites or did not even attend the cremation. After the cremation, he asked if everything was done properly, which we informed in the affirmative. He used to stay alone on the ground floor, while the rest of us stayed on other four floors of the house. I think we were all ignorant of that time, but he was all by himself in a dark, lonely house with many rooms. I remember asking him if I should stay in the same room that my grandmother used to be in, but he declined. He said that he was fine. And he was very knowledgeable, adding, "You people have to study, and as a result of that, I don't want to do such things that will ruin your studies." I think I asked him a couple of times, but perhaps I did not mean it very seriously. I doubt if I had thought of the pain he was enduring then, because I felt he was very knowledgeable and capable of handling it. He was the one who told us about the inevitability of death, and I felt that such a learned man would cope. However, to my surprise, within no time, he started deteriorating rapidly. He had the support of his family, but he was just not himself, and despite being surrounded by so many people, he was very lonely inside. I think he especially struggled at night, a time when all of us are alone with our thoughts. We never thought it would happen, but quite unbelievably, he also passed away after 2 months. When I think about it now, I realize he went through a lot of pain before he died. I feel today that he must have suffered terribly, but he never said a word to anybody and bore the pain silently. He did not write a biography or share his feelings with anybody. I'm sharing this to tell everybody that one should not be silent and that they should share their pain so that they can let others know that they should be prepared to face this kind of unexpected tragedy. That is why I think I'm feeling more pain, because although I have seen these kinds of painful moments, I had not imagined how difficult it would be. I thought that I would suffer perhaps 50 to 60%, but not 100%. Now that it is happening to me, I'm enduring with a lot of pain, more than 100%. I saw the same thing happen with another family member who was living in the USA together with his children and grandchildren. He was also very close to his wife, and I think close to his grandchildren as well, because he was happiest when talking about them. When his wife died, however, he turned around and felt very lonely. I don't think he had any great love for his sons, or doubt if he was crazy about even his grandchildren. Additionally, I think there was a dispute about money amongst his children, and it gradually became worse as his children wanted to grab his money. As a result of this, there was deep enmity amongst his daughters-in-law. It was around this time that he moved out of the home. Sometimes he was living back in India with his daughters or with some other friends in the USA, and at other times in a hotel. He used to tell me, "Pradeep," he used to call me Papi. And he used to call me every day, and I remember I used to call him at least 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times a day. I used to call him uncle and made sure I called him irrespective of whether I was working or traveling. He got a new lease of life from me. I don't know what the connection was, but perhaps because we had an old relationship, he trusted me. I did a lot of work for him when he was going through this crisis. I settled his accounts, even spoke to his children as to why they were misbehaving with him. I spoke to his daughter-in-law and other members of the family, reprimanding them for stealing money from his account. I doubt if that made much of a difference, though. I remember a time when I called him at the hotel he was staying in. I spoke with an Indian Gujarati gentleman attending to him. He said to me, "Mr. Berry, I want to worship you and touch your feet. Why don't you come over here?" When I wondered why I should do that, he told me that my uncle thought of me every time. He told me his uncle used to wait for my call from the moment he got up in the morning. When I called again the next day, the gentleman said, "Why don't you come here? I want to meet you because you are something. You have the power to heal his wounds." He told me his uncle looked forward to my call in the morning at 8:30. I used to call him from my office and we would speak for half an hour. I used to call him in the afternoon and at night as well. I was doing it out of my love and passion, as at that time I was feeling very sorry that he was missing his wife. I had no idea in reality as to how much he was suffering, and because it was 20 years ago, I can only guess. The difference between these two examples and mine is that they were still occupied with their families. such was not the case in our lives because we had decided not to have that kind of extended family. Thus, in our case, our love was 100% split between Connie and me. We had time for each other only. Their love could be 50-40% towards the wife, or 70% or 30% towards the children. There was surely a distribution of love between them and their children or grandchildren. His wife was extremely fond of their son too, so much so that sometimes she used to fight with the husband over them. So I think they suffered so much despite there being a division of love. Sometimes I compare that with my situation and wonder how much suffering there can be if one is 100% devoted to someone as Connie and I were to each other. Even in the other cases, if there was 100% devotion to the other person, it's just not possible. For example, if you travel with your grandchildren, your wife is alone at home. Similarly, if the grandmother leaves her husband alone for months while she is with her grandchildren, there cannot be 100% devotion to each other. So it is not an apples to apples comparison, but I can see that he still suffered after his wife passed away despite there not being 100% commitment. I have seen another case that is somewhat like mine. I have seen 2 to 3 cases where a husband was married to his wife for almost 40 years, and she died, and this man has no regrets whatsoever. He missed his wife, as you would expect, but not as much as I thought he would after 40 years of marriage. He used to say, "Oh, Mr. Berry, it is fine, you know." He was thinking of making more money, which sickened me, but I suppose different people behave differently. There was another person who was married, who supposedly could not live without his wife. This woman was so sincere to him, and I was shocked to death when I found out what happened after she died. Some 5 to 6 years later, he went and brought in another bride, and he thought he would be happy, and look at the effect. His bride took all his money and left him on the road. So these are different variations of life, and everybody goes on with their own thing. I can give you 1,000 examples, but this is not the purpose of my biography. While I saw the pain of many people, but that is irrelevant to me as my biography is meant only for my wife. I would say to some degree pain is always there for you, dear loved ones, whether it is your wife or whether it is your children. It is different kind of pain, but it is difficult nevertheless. Some people have overcome the pain, or possibly they're just acting. Some others manage to keep on going. I spoke to one friend of mine who lost his son because he committed suicide, and he did not want to talk to me, saying it was a topic he wanted to avoid. I respected his wishes, but he called me the next day apologizing about his rude behavior. He said his son was his darling and shared a few of his feelings. Thereafter, I was careful not to bring up the topic unless he wanted to talk about it himself. I suppose everybody is different and people handle their grief differently. Some start giving to charity, some others, marry again, and certain people start doing humanitarian work. And that's the way it is. But in my case, I don't think I will haphazardly do anything. For example, in the last couple of days, I have kept busy writing articles, meeting people about important matters, talking to attorneys, etc. So there are some diversions, but the moment I leave the office, the pain starts right away. It is a small thing which is called remuneration, and according to psychologists and psychiatrists, sometimes when you start thinking about one thing, that stops you from thinking about other things. In my case, I do not even want to go to those places where I used to be with Connie. I have written that I have stopped reading the newspaper and stopped watching TV whenever I read the name Constance Berry in the magazines we receive. It truly bothers me. I begin to think perhaps I should start reading them, but I don't think I am ready right now. However, I'm determined about one thing though. Whenever I receive a letter from Mayo Clinic and other organizations in her name, I will donate some money to the extent possible. Connie passed away at the Mayo Clinic. I donated some money and they sent me a letter of appreciation and they asked if I want to donate more, which I will do as much as I can. Reading her name, going to her drawer, going to her room, not finding her in the bedroom washing her clothes is the most painful thing in my life. The other day I was sitting at my desk looking for certain papers and I found her degrees. I could see how much love she got from her students, how much appreciation she got from the dean, and how many prizes she had won. I knew about all of these things, but at that time I was not appreciative of their value. Now all those things are like a monument to her. Last night, I saved all of those things in her room and I got busy organizing all of them. I sorted out all the degrees and gifts and letters from her students and school authorities. I looked through all the tributes that Connie received from her college and the dean, noting how she was highly regarded. When I read these things, I lose control and wonder, isn't all the knowledge and education that one has futile? All of us have to go one day. None of us is special. I think the doctors made a mistake with Connie, in my opinion. If the doctors had acted differently, Connie would still have been with me today. The main problem with me is that Connie did not die of natural causes, but her life was snatched away by these doctors. Chapter 47. Different reactions of people to grief. I have seen many painful circumstances, and that is why I want to understand how people who have lost their spouses, who are very important to them, react to the painful situation. This is what I'm trying to find out for my knowledge, but their experiences are not going to help me. People tell me to read books about Buddha, where he asks disciples to get rice from any house that has not seen death. I have read it, and I know all of those things. People tell me there is no house where tragedy has not taken place. I know that. But because of my over attachment and my total pure love for Connie, all my knowledge has vanished. I want to compare events that happen to different people. But at the same time, I'm curious about people who lost their spouses and how they deal with it. I know some people deal with it positively. I have some friends and relatives who just that now the spouse is gone, but I have to carry on. I was really surprised because they were very close to each other. I don't know if he was close to his wife or he pretended to be. Sometimes people pretend they are close, but they are not very close. When his wife died, I don't think it made much difference in his life. He was very upset, but at the same time, he just carried on without mentioning her to me. We met many times after that. He was my distant relative, but I don't think he ever mentioned her to me. I used to ask him how he felt without his wife, and he used to say, "I'm okay. She had to go. And she had to go." I was surprised that he was regularly going to his parties, drinking, and wherever there was a function, he would be there. I don't think he was in any pain. Now, people challenge me. They say, "How do you know he was not in pain?" Maybe he was suffering, but he did not say anything. I would probably reply that if the person is suffering or if that person is in pain, he would not be mixing up with people and acting normal. In my judgment, I did not see any remorse in his life that he lost his wife. So sometimes reaction brings action and action brings reaction. The whole family told me that he had adjusted and he was not missing his wife much, and that was very surprising to me. I also want to share one more incident. I think it was sometime in 2012. We were on Captiva Island, one of the most beautiful islands in the United States, south of Fort Myers. There are two excellent islands. One is called Sanibel and the other is Captiva. The islands are very small. Within 10 miles, there are beautiful resorts with nature, with the Mexican Gulf right on the ocean beach. It's just beautiful, and they don't allow any fast food. They don't allow any large buildings. They don't allow any commercial shopping centers. It's a very isolated kind of place for people to relax, and it is mostly a second home for the rich. It's a very rich place, and people who have gone theory love it. It is one of the world's most important places for collecting seashells. So people come there from all over the USA, and I think it is just beautiful. So we used to go there from 2005 for 5 weeks or so, and then 3 weeks on Marco Island. On one of our trips, we were both having lunch at a very famous place, and it was very special to Connie. There is a special kind of fish called grouper, and that grouper is available only in Florida, especially from Sanibel and Captiva. It is a special delicacy available only in Florida. This group of fish you will not get fresh anywhere else in the USA, just like salmon comes only from Alaska. Number one, we had seen the best quality of salmon in Alaska when we were there in 1987 and then again in 1989. That fish they catch directly from the water from the ocean and right away they prepare the fish. It is just out of this world. Similarly, in New Orleans, they have white fish which is delicious. So going back to our incident in Captiva, there is this restaurant called the Bubble Boy, and they make their fish in a brown paper bag, and then they grill it. It is just magnificent. You cannot get that kind of a taste anywhere else. It is fresh, just like fresh coffee in Hawaii. When we went to Hawaii, To visit the farms of Kona coffee, they gave us samples of coffee to drink. The coffee they gave is grown only on Kona Island, Hawaii, nowhere else. Similarly, they have delicacies in every part of the country. In India, mangoes are the best in the world during summer. It also has many different fruits which are seasonal. And then there are vegetables. Nature and God have been very kind to India. I think India is the second largest producer of fruits and vegetables in the world. It is the largest producer of potatoes, milk, fiber, and jute. So India has a lot of natural resources, and South Indian coffee, which India has a completely different, gorgeous taste. So I think every country, region, and part has a different taste. According to the Malthusian theory, who was an economist, he mentioned that every 15 to 20 miles, language, food, and way of people is different. Now, since we are living in a globalized village, I think the distance now probably has gone up to 40 miles. If I go from where we live about 40 miles away, I think the people over there have a different way of living. The houses are different and the standard of living is different. If I go 100 miles away, say Champagne, Peoria, that is completely different. I think Malthusian was right when he said that India is a rich country inhabited by the poor. So, coming back to this point, we met a person who was sitting by himself in the restaurant in Captiva. I'm sure he was close to 80 years old, handsome, good looking. He had maintained himself very well and looked very educated. He was sitting next to us and we kept looking at each other. Finally, I decided to talk to him. He asked us, why don't we sit together for lunch? So my wife, that gentleman, I forgot his name, he was very nice and we started talking. We asked him where he lived and he said, I don't live here, I live in Spain. But I come to Captiva Island every year for 3 months and I have a small cottage and the rest of the time I live in Spain. So I asked him if he had a family and he said, I have 2 daughters and they live in Spain. I have grandchildren also. I meet them and enjoy with them, but more or less I just live for myself. So I asked him about his wife. He said, I lost my wife 20 years ago. I asked him, so did you not marry again? He said, no, she was my darling. She was my love. I will never remarry. I'm just being alone and I have no other choice. I was very taken aback. So I said, pardon me for asking, but what was your profession? He looked at me and said, do you remember seeing my face in the 50s and 60s? Then I suddenly remembered he was one of the most popular journalists who used to cover India, China, and Asia. He was one of the most intellectual journalists and TV persons who would announce the world news. He then told me that he met Prime Minister Nehru, Dr. Rajendra Prasad. Later, he also met Prime Minister Shastri and many other politicians. He knew everyone. Then I recollected and said, yes, oh my God, what an accomplishment for you. Then he said, no, I don't do anything now. I used to travel extensively. I was very happy. But after the loss of my wife, my darling who was my baby, I don't travel so much anymore. I did not have the experience of losing a spouse at that time, hence I couldn't sympathize. Now I'm recollecting that incident and imagining how he must have gone through it. Or maybe even now he must be going through it. I think it is one of the examples I want to give. Even after Connie and I said goodbye to him, we were still talking about him. He was being looked after well by the young waitresses. They just used to treat him like their father. They used to help him if he needed something. These kinds of experiences, I don't know whether they make me strong or they make me weak, but each to his own. I'm not going to compare his life with my life, and that is my message to people that we should not compare. It is good to compare to get some knowledge, but if you think that you can follow the same principle, you follow a particular person and he is your idol. It does not work. If someone says, look at him, take that example. The doctors give me examples of people who work their way out of grief. I'm not ready for that because their pain may be different, but my pain will be different. So I think people should not compare, and when people are grieving, I think other people should not say a whole lot except just trying to tell them, please look after your health. Do whatever you want to do, whatever makes you happy. One should not dictate to people how they should lead their life because one cannot understand the pain they have gone through. This is another important message I want to let people know. Do not play with somebody's sentiments by giving false hopes and saying, look at him or read about him. Some people recommend some autobiography or biography of some person. I have read and I'm still reading, but it has made no difference to me. This is an indication that our love was unique. I can only say that. Perhaps many people had never had this kind of love. People never had this kind of feeling that we had for each other. I don't want to make this a very negative book. I don't want people to feel that he's talking only about his pain. I think in this kind of hidden pain, there is a hidden message also. The hidden message is that one should try to understand the grieving person's mind. A person who was so happy with his wife, who was his first girlfriend, and the last one. People should appreciate rather than just telling me, oh, this is the way of God and life are. Forget about the past. Life goes on. I think sometimes I don't want to hear all that, but I don't have any other choice. I think I just want to be on my own, lead a very simple life, and I don't want to go anywhere except India because it gives me some happiness to be with my brother and his family and grandnieces. After a while, maybe after 5-6 years, I will be able to travel somewhere. Right now, I'm so desperate to get out of the house and go somewhere, but I don't know where I should go. I'm still getting so many emails, so many invitations from Viking, Vantage, University of Michigan, Carleton, and other elite colleges where we went for their trips. I think I will also not go because I will be depressed. I will think of Connie. How Connie used to be with me every minute. How we used to take the taxi, get down at the airport, and fly with the whole group. How happy we were. We would be picked up, and then we would stay in the hotel. Then there would be a land tour. Some of them would be in the ocean. I don't think I'm mentally ready at all. Chances are, I won't go to places I have been. I might go to small places which I haven't gone to, like Russia and Turkey. We wanted to go, but somehow or the other, we could not go. I will have to evaluate if I'm ready or not. People behave according to what they believe. I hope people understand the message I am conveying. I hope they understand the pain people go through. But again, people handle it differently. Chapter 48. I can see Connie everywhere. I think I would like to mention the many practical things about this sadness I feel. For a long time after Connie's death, the caretakers and other people were doing the laundry. I didn't do it because I was doing other things. Today, I wanted to change the sheets and wash the few clothes that I have. So I was waiting for our helper to come. But since she's not coming until next week, I decided to do it myself. So today, September 20th, 2015, I started doing laundry. I think it is one of the most emotionally difficult things I did today. It was intolerable, especially when I changed the sheets. The sheets are very clean, and the side on which Connie used to sleep hasn't been touched. It was just very painful for me to have this experience. This is the same kind of heartache I feel when I see that she's not in the bedroom, her study room, living room, kitchen, and shops or with me in the car. I remember when we had just met each other 38-40 years ago, she had so much stamina to take care of everything. She was full of energy. She would change the sheets 2 to 3 times a week, make beds, do cleaning, do laundry including my clothes, iron both of our clothes, and put them neatly in the cupboard. She was a perfectionist. When she got sick later on, I think in the last 2 to 3 years, only then did I do a lot of household chores. I was not a perfectionist like her. I would put my garments here and there and not hang them properly. So many times she would come and she would see the way I had arranged her clothes and she would say to me, "Is this the way you want to put away my clothes? Haven't you seen how I would do it?" I would tell her these things were not important anymore and that we would have to change our priorities. But then she did not have much energy and control and was very argumentative. So remembering such small things are very painful for me. I thought I must write about this experience and right away I started. It was around 2 in the night and I decided that I have to write this so that I will not forget. I think these kinds of things are the true rhythm of pain. Another thing has just popped up in my mind. Maybe I should write another book or change the title of the bottoms to Living in Pain for 3 years or Living in Pain for 18 months so that I can describe how suddenly our health can deteriorate. I think the doctors ruined her body. Otherwise, I would have never imagined that she will go down so fast. I avoid going to her shower room, a walk-in shower that she specially built for herself. In one of our bathrooms, we had a tub, and when she couldn't use it for the last 2 to 3 years, she spent a lot of money and got an exclusive walk-in shower built for her so that she could enjoy her bath. Sadly, she did not have enough time to enjoy the new shower. I just cannot believe that when she got sick for about 18 months, she was not capable of taking a shower herself. She was on the concentrator. She would sit on the walker and I would make her comfortable so that she could enter the shower. She was very modest and independent. She would ask me to just pass her the towel and leave the shower. I would later help her with the drying and when she was done with the shower. Her legs were swollen and I used to massage her legs with cream for a few minutes every day. It used to bring tears to my eyes that she was retaining so much water. I thought her doctors were not very concerned, so I reprimanded them. I would tell them that they saw Connie only for a few minutes and that they were so busy, but if they were forced to see what she was going through for 24 hours a day, they would realize the damage they had done to her. I said this to the doctors so many times. One of our doctors was very good in the beginning, but when the case went out of control, then he was willing to listen to anything, and he would not answer back. Although I am sure he didn't like listening to criticism. If he had argued with me then, maybe we would have had more complicated problems. I was ready to fight with him in a court of law. The most important thing for me was Connie and I had decided that if the doctor said anything or argued with me, I was ready for a battle. I think I did not pursue that more because I did not want to get distracted from paying attention to Connie. One of the other things I faced every day when I go to check my postbox or if I'm coming in from the front door, I imagine I can see her sitting alone in the balcony with her walker along with her oxygen. I remember how I would bring my car outside, help her into the car, and she would sit with me on one of our numerous trips to the hospital. I know it was the most difficult thing for me and for her, but even that gave me some happiness and sadness. I used to feel more sadness, but also feel a little bit of happiness that she was still alive and she was with me and we were together. Even if I had to carry her wheelchair, I would be very happy. Such happiness I had never felt earlier when we were taking trips all over the world. When we were young and we were having a lot of fun all the time, that was also loved, but this love was like worship to God. Just like you surrender yourself and become a saint, like you have renounced the world, I had left the whole world and practically my whole life was to be with Connie. Her weak body had become my worshipping place. So instead of praying to God in the temple, I would offer my prayers in form of my devotion to her. Whenever I would see her sitting, sleeping, or uncomfortable, I would pray to God that if there was good karma, to please give her strength and make her better. This is the way I was worshipping her. Even now, it is very difficult for me to take a shower in her walk-in shower. To avoid that, I go to the health club almost every day. I swim and exercise and then take a shower there. These are the lengths that I would go to just to avoid the pain. I'm not saying that this is the reaction of every human being because everyone has gone through grief. Perhaps they may have had some different experiences. I'm not trying to compare, nor am I trying to say that I'm the only person who has seen suffering, because every individual on this planet has gone through some kind of suffering, and everyone's suffering is different. I consider happiness and unhappiness as sisters, and my philosophy is that a candle has less light and more darkness. With a candle, only a few people can study, but if you move away from the candle, there is darkness. I think it is very difficult, and I don't want to be ungrateful to the mighty Lord, but I'm certainly in a lot of agonies. I cannot describe this agony. It is very easy for people to say that she was sick for a long time and everyone has to pass away, but I have not only seen her death, I have also seen her suffering. I'm sure many people have seen that. I'm sure some people are all alone like me and some people suffered by themselves. I'm not making any comparative statement, nor do I have any statistics, but I think my life, I might have seen very few people who were alone. Even in those cases, they found children, husbands, friends, and far away relatives to come and help. Some of the ladies used to volunteer with the Northwestern University. I'm not sick right now, but if I ask faculty there for help, then students there who have a program that helps seniors who live alone will surely come and help. I don't want to ask for their help right now because I want to be active. I should keep on moving all the time. The things that I'm describing right now are very painful. And I don't know how long it will take me to overcome the grief. People who thought they understood my pain did not even understand it 1%. I think it is very hard for me when they say that they are sorry that she's gone. If they had seen the kind of suffering, perhaps it would have stayed with them for their whole life. This suffering will stay with me till the day I die. Every single incident has stuck in my brain, mind, soul, and heart like a movie. It may be a good message or it may be a depressing message for people. I have no idea how readers will perceive it, but at least they will know how to pre plan and be prepared so that they don't have to go through this. I have seen many people who had no plan and they suffered in the end. However, there is no guarantee that even if you plan something, things will work according to the plan. Look at Connie. She had planned long term care, but look at what happened. If I have offended anyone, I want to ask for forgiveness. Because this is my personal experience and has no relevance to anyone. Chapter 49. I want to feel the presence of Connie in one form or other. My love for Connie was very deep and pure. We had the most amount of love for each other. I sometimes feel guilty or selfish about my grief, but I have seen many tragedies. Those tragedies also affected me very badly, regardless of the tragedy that had befallen. I always thought about why these tragedies took place and why such things happen. After the demise of Connie, I don't want to think of all the tragedies. All those tragedies are mitigated by Connie's death. I don't want to remember them. How has Connie's death changed my way of thinking? I don't want to say it is selfish, but you understand the grief only when it happens to you, when someone very close or a special wife who meant the world to you passes away. Both of us were inseparable. I don't think I should feel guilty about it. Even if I feel guilty about it, I don't want someone pointing it out because it is solely my point of view. God forgive me for what I want to say, but if something happens to someone, unless it is someone who I truly care about, I would not feel sad or sorry. Connie's death has made me bitter and angry. So perhaps I will not care. Probably will only feel sorry. The new realization in my life is that there is a difference between feeling sorry and truly feeling their pain. I know that we all have to die. If someone is elder to me and my relative, if something happens to them, I do not know how I would react. Even if I go to their funeral or their last rites, I'm not going to say a whole lot of things. I will stand quietly in the corner thinking about it. And maybe at that time, my tragedy will be with me. I will be there as a bystander without any emotions. The reason is that so many people did not care during my 3 years of pain, so I will not feel about them. Even if someone is very close to me, yes, I will feel sorry, but nothing more. Nobody will be able to match my love and the depth of feelings I had for Connie. What I'm writing is very difficult to put down on paper, but this is how I feel. Some people will hate me. Some people will think it's good that I'm being honest. Yet others will think I'm correct and will say that I was very much in love. Some people will think I'm selfish and that I have a one-track mind, but I'm not going to worry about them. If someone says something to me after reading this, my only response will be to say that I'm sorry. No one can compare my loss with any other person's. Connie was very special to me and will remain so. Today, I went to visit her at the cemetery. Today is September 29th, 2015. And I decided that I must go to the cemetery. I used to go there 2 or 3 times a week and decided to go again. I think I was there for 30 or 45 minutes. Whenever I go there, I have noticed that I get some peace of mind. Maybe not the peace of mind exactly, but it is just a shadow of letting go of grief for some time. I feel that I am with her when I go there. The pain inside is deeper since I had never expected that I will have to see this situation. She was alive 6 months ago with no inkling that she was going to die so soon, and today she's no more. It was just yesterday that I used to take her to the hospital and doctors. How we used to sit together and chat, and suddenly in 1 second, everything is gone. Going to the cemetery makes me feel that way. I think mentally I'm ready to live near her headstone. People will think that I have gone mad, but I'm not. I have seen how people used to live with dead people in some parts of the world where I have traveled, like in Egypt. I think if I had a choice, and they allow me, which I think is next to impossible, I would live in a small house near her, even if it will be very hard for me. I will still take it. I have never had the experience, nor will I ever have it. It might look like the most stupid thing to do, but every individual has a different way of expressing grief. Many people don't think as I do about this subject. I want to write every single thing which is coming from the core of my heart and that I've already conveyed. I have thought many times and I've shared this with my brother and everybody when I went to India and spent 2 months. When I think of going back to India for a month to have a change of scenery and get some work done, I will see how I feel. When I leave the house for an extended period of things I used to do with her, like putting her meals during the day, praying in her room, and her picture and her cemetery will haunt me now. I will feel that her soul is still around. I know that her soul is in peace, but my mind is not at peace. So I think it is going to be very difficult for me. In India, the girls weep and cry when they are leaving their parents' home after marriage because they will be missing their family. Similarly, I weep whenever I have to go anywhere. The girls cry for maybe one day, but I am grief stricken whenever I go out of the house for more than a few hours, except when I go to the store or health club, when I know I'm coming back home shortly. If I have to go anywhere for an extended period, or if my relatives come to visit me and I go out with them, at least I will be in the USA. So the gravity of the pain will be a little less, but I will still be thinking about her. However, if I go overseas, out of the USA, then the gravity of the pain will be a million times stronger, and my mind will be at home. After I reach the destination, maybe I will handle it for a few days, but after that, I will get restless and return home. So many times I think that I should go for 1 week or a couple of weeks, but then I realize that it is not a small journey. It takes a lot of time to reach. It is not always easy to go for a week or 10 days. It was a different era when we were working and we both would go, or I would go alone to India, but never more than 2 weeks, including travel. Later on, I cut it down further to 12 days, including travel, because then I knew that I was responsible for my work and Connie. Now, there are no responsibilities. I have left my senior position. I'm not working anymore, and Connie is no more. The attachment to home has caught me differently, and it is very difficult to get out. I don't think my grief will lessen, rather, it will become worse as time passes. Most people told me that it would take me 6 months to 1 year to overcome this, but I feel it is going to take much longer than that. It is a sign of my love for Connie. I don't know what Connie must have gone through when she was sick with cardiac arrest, and how she was holding my hand and she wanted to say something but could not. I don't know what she wanted to say, and that bothers me. This would have not happened if she had passed away in the house without any mistakes done by the doctors. I would have been very affected, no doubt about it, but the trauma I saw, the medical negligence by the doctors, why they delayed the response to her cardiac arrest, for 3 weeks I was fighting with them. That trauma is worse than anybody can go through. I pray to God that no one should go through it. I am very upset about it, and I just cannot believe it that it happened in the USA. Things like these happen. Some people say it was destiny. Some say it was her time on earth that finished. I don't buy that. I used to believe that when the time comes, you pass away. I refuse to accept this kind of death which comes after so much suffering and negligence by doctors. So I now say that the end time is in our hands. I think I'm being naive, but my love for Connie is still there. I'm being very honest. Some people will appreciate it. Some people will say he is stupid. Yet others will say that they realize it was true love. Hopefully, they will get some learning out of that. This is how I feel, and I think I'm going to put it in heading realizations of my pain and others' pain. The only way I keep myself very happy is by talking to people I meet. They listen to me, especially young ladies over here, and they get touched by my story. Then I casually ask them if they want to tell me about themselves, if they are comfortable enough to do so. I think they're very honest, and once they trust me, they share their stories also. They say that they wish they had a marriage like ours. They wish their husbands are like me, and that they are still searching for the kind of love Connie and I shared. I think in that respect I'm extremely lucky. Many people in stores and restaurants who don't know me have told me that I'm lucky. When I make phone calls to various companies and talk to various people, I have observed that 99% of people are touched by my story. Maybe 2% of people say that I should get on with my life, but I don't think I want to hear that. I think I need sympathy all the time for this incident. I know that whenever you ask for sympathy, you show your weak points, but I don't care now. I'm going to write what I feel. I think that when you read something written from the core of the heart without worrying about what people will think, it becomes a gem of a book. That's how true stories are written, and so many movies are made about real life incidents. I request people and I hope that they will understand my emotions at this time. It is 5 a.m. and I am now going to sleep. In the past, I would wake up at this time and go to the health club. Yesterday, I was awake till 7:30 a.m. writing. But I didn't have to worry because it was a weekend. But tomorrow is a working day. And I know I have a lot of things to do and a lot of work. Even then, I could not help writing her biography because I want to get it published as soon as possible. One day, when this book is published, I will go back to my original routine of sleeping until midnight and waking up by 9 a.m. My main priority right now is to keep talking to the attorneys. I am ready to go to the highest court of law. I will not leave any stone unturned in my efforts. The rest I leave up to God. I beg Connie to give me the power. I pray that I can find some attorney who will take my case and we win the case. Then I will be somewhat happy and Connie will be happy. That is why I'm determined to go through with it. People ask me, what is the point of pursuing the case? I tell them, it is for my satisfaction. This is the way I feel about the trade-off between my love with other tragedies. Chapter 50. I can see Connie everywhere. I think I would like to mention the many practical things I feel about the sadness. For a long time after Connie's death, the caretakers and other people were doing the laundry. I didn't do it because I was busy doing other things. Today, I wanted to change the sheets and wash a few clothes that I have. So I was waiting for our helper to come. But she informed me that she is not coming until next week. So I decided to do it myself. So today, on September 20th, 2015, I started doing my laundry again. I think it is one of the most emotionally difficult things I did today. It was intolerable, especially when I changed the sheets. The sheets are very clean, and the side on which Connie used to sleep hasn't been touched. It was just very painful for me to have this experience. This is the same kind of heartache I feel when I see that she is not in the bedroom, her study room, living room, kitchen, and shops, or with me in the car. I remember when we had just met each other about 40 years ago, she had so much stamina to take care of everything. She was full of energy. She would change the sheets 2-3 times a week, making bed sheets, clean, do laundry including my clothes, iron both of her clothes, and put them neatly in the cupboard. She was a perfectionist. When she got sick later, I think in the last 2-3 years, only then did I do a lot of household chores. I was not a perfectionist like her. I would put my garments here and there and not hang them properly. So many times she would come and she would see the way I had arranged her clothes and she would say to me, "Is this the way you put away my clothes? Haven't you seen how I do it?" I would tell her these things were not important anymore and that we would have to change our priorities. But then, she did not have much energy and control and was very argumentative. So, remembering such small things are very painful for me. I thought I must write about this experience. It was around 2 at the night and I decided that I have to write this so that I will not forget. I think these kinds of things are the true rhythm of pain. Another thing that has just popped up in my mind, maybe I should write another book or change the title of the book to Living in Pain for 3 years or Living in Pain for 18 months so that I can describe how suddenly our health can deteriorate. I think the doctors ruined her body. Otherwise, I would have never imagined that she will go down first. I avoid going to her shower room, a walk-in shower especially built for herself. In one of our bathrooms we had a tub, and when she couldn't use it for last 2-3 years, she spent a lot of money and got an exclusive walk-in shower built for her, so that she could enjoy her bath. Sadly, she did not have enough time to enjoy the shower. I just cannot believe that when she got sick for about 18 months, she was not capable of taking a shower herself. She was on the concentrator. She would sit on the walker and I would make her comfortable so that she could enter the shower. She was very modest and independent. She would ask me to just pass her the towel and leave the shower. I would later help with the drying after she was done with the shower. Her legs were swollen and I used to massage her legs with moisturizer for a few minutes every day. Used to bring tears to my eyes because she was retaining so much water. I thought her doctors were not very concerned, so I reprimanded them. I would tell them that they saw Connie only a few minutes and they were so busy. But if they were forced to see what she was going through for 24 hours a day, they would realize the damage they had done to her. I said this to the doctors so many times. One of our doctors was very good in the beginning, but when the case went out of control, then he was willing to listen to anything, and he would not answer back. Although I'm sure he didn't like listening to criticism. If he had argued with me then, maybe we would have had more complicated problems. I was ready to fight with him in a court of law. The most important thing for me was Connie and I had decided that if the doctor said anything or argued with me, I was ready for a battle. I think I did not pursue that more because I did not want to get distracted from paying attention to Connie. One of the other things I face every day when I go to check my postbox or if I'm coming in from the front door, I imagine that I can see her sitting on the balcony with her walker along with her oxygen. I remember how I would bring my car outside, help her into the car, and she would sit with me on one of our numerous trips to the hospital. I know it was the most difficult thing for me and for her, but even then, it gave me some happiness. Even if I had to carry her wheelchair, I would be very happy. Such happiness I had never felt earlier when we were taking trips all over the world. I think this was true love. When we were young and we were having a lot of fun all the time, that was also love, was loved. But this love was like worshipping God. Just like you surrender yourself and become a saint, like you have renounced the world, I had left the whole world and practically my whole life to be with Connie. Her weak body had become my worshipping place. So instead of praying to God in the temple, I would offer my prayers in the form of my devotion to her. Whenever I would see her sitting, sleeping, or uncomfortable, I would pray to God that if there was good karma, to please give her strength and make her better. This is the way I was worshipping her. Even now, it is very difficult for me to take a shower in her walk-in shower. To avoid that, I go to the health club almost every day. I swim and exercise and then take a shower there. These are the lengths I go to avoid the pain. I'm not saying that this is the reaction of every human being because everyone has gone through grief. Perhaps they may have had some other or different experiences. I'm not trying to compare, nor am I trying to say that I am the only person who has seen suffering because every individual on this planet has gone through some kind of suffering, and everyone's suffering is different. I consider happiness and unhappiness as sisters. And my philosophy is that a candle has less light and more darkness. With a candle, only a few people can study. But if you move away from the candle, there is darkness. I think it is very difficult, and I don't want to be ungrateful to the mighty Lord, but I am certainly in a lot of agonies. I cannot describe this agony. It is very easy for people to say that she was sick for a long time and everyone has to pass away, but I have not only seen her death, I have also seen her suffering. I'm sure many people have seen that. I'm sure some people are all alone like me and some people suffered by themselves. I'm not making any comparative statement, nor do I have any statistics, but I think in my life I might have seen very few people who were alone. Even in those cases, they found children, husbands, friends, and faraway relatives to come and help. Some of the ladies used to volunteer with Northwestern University. I'm not sick right now, but if I ask faculty there for some help, then students there who have a program that helps seniors who live alone will surely come and help. I don't want to ask for their help right now because I want to be active. I should keep on moving all the time. The things I'm describing right now are very painful. And I don't know how long it will take me to overcome the grief. People who thought they understood my pain did not even understand it even a little. I think it is very hard for me when they say that they are very sorry that she's gone. If they had seen the kind of suffering, perhaps it would have stayed with them their whole life. This suffering will stay with me till the day I die. Every single incident has stuck in my brain, mind, soul, and heart like a movie. It may be a good message, or it may be a depressing message for people. I have no idea how readers will perceive it, but at least they will know how to pre-plan and be prepared so that they don't have to go through this. I have seen many people who have had no plan and they suffered in the end. However, there is no guarantee that even if you plan something, things will work according to the plan. Look at Connie. She had planned long-term care, but look at what happened. If I have offended anyone, I want to ask for forgiveness because this is my personal experience and has no relevance to anyone else. Chapter 51. My Emotional and India. I must mention that Connie Darling was and will always be special to me all my life. Our first trip to India was in July 1979, after 3 years of our marriage. We both were thrilled and visited for 7 weeks. It was great for us, our family and friends, and I felt like I was on a different planet. We stayed with my brother, and every day from morning till night, family and friends would walk in, as it was very common in India to visit someone without calling beforehand. A true showcase of hospitality during that time. Now that has changed, and people mostly call before paying a visit to someone. I think I like that, and not surprise visits, as we may have plans to go somewhere. Besides, people have no time and traffic due to expansion in India. I talk about Delhi families have moved further to different corners of the city, and traffic is a big problem, and I don't want to travel far to see people because of the traffic. We traveled to Kashmir, Missouri, Agra, and Jaipur. We even did sightseeing in Delhi, saw all the centuries old forts and historical places, visited Chandni Chowk, and shopped in Connaught Place, which was great fun. There was a variety of valuable handicrafts and things that I exported all over the world. Lunches were usually outside, usually at some family friend or relative's home. We even visited my world-renowned great-uncle and his English wife, Mrs. Marjorie Behel, was an attraction. Connie and Marjorie became best friends in India. After coming back to the USA, my uncle Dr. Behel and Marjorie, along with the Dr. Vanitha, visited us in Evanston, Illinois, suburban Chicago. We had a great time. My uncle didn't expect me to take any day off as he was devoted to his medical profession and was busy writing books and giving conferences at Northwestern University and presenting his thesis, etc., along with enjoying his vacation. Connie was also working, but we did our best in their hospitality. I learned a great lesson which I have been following even now, except later when we got a comfortable life. Uncle told me, "Son, I want to stay with you to spend time with you, both of you, and catch up on our years of missing each other. However, I would like to contribute to our expenses." I responded saying, "Please do not feel that way. We can afford it easily, and I wouldn't take a penny." But he insisted that if I didn't agree, then he'd stay in a hotel. I did not argue and told him that he will not stay at a hotel when we are home. I would accept the cost of the phone calls to India, as it was $3 per minute compared to 30 cents now. He agreed, and that consideration enlightened me. Connie and I never stay anywhere in India except at my brother or at Dr. Behel's house. I then started getting emotional about India. I wanted to come every year to India for my vacation, and Connie always joined me. Chapter 52. My Present Life. Pain After Connie. It is so painful for me to even think of going anywhere without Connie. Sometimes I feel I should try to go to a restaurant or travel by myself to see how I feel. Right away, my heart and mind refuse. Our entire life, we always went together except when we were working. The only exception was when I went to India every year for 2 weeks, which was also difficult. Even Connie would say that I must go, but I still did not want to go because leaving her was difficult. I miss her a lot when I was away. On the way to the airport, I would stop talking in the car, and when she dropped me at the airport, I would have a strong urge to cancel my trip and go back home. But Connie was strong, and she would encourage me to go on otherwise. Regret it. Finally, I would fly to India, but my mind was always drifting back to my Connie. I would call her 5 or 6 times a day and have long talks. Connie used to tell me, "Either go or don't go." I can keep her busy by cleaning the drawers and organizing her stuff. This sentence, and knowing we would be in touch over the phone for hours, made my yearly trip to India to see my brother and his family. It was a struggle then. Even I face the same struggle when I leave the house alone. In reality, all these are a sign of our love. Once in a while, I think I wouldn't mind going somewhere, but the thought of going or even taking a flight is a reminder of the same feeling, and it scares me, rather upsets me a lot, and my immediate thought stops me, and I can't even think of going. Her absence stops me from going anywhere. To leave our home, her chair, her table, computer, her study room, even her walker and whatnot is an unbearable feeling. How much pain do I have to face and continue for as long as I am without Connie? I know I can keep repeating the same stories, same emotions, and maybe that is not a sign of a good writer, but it has a soothing yet painful effect on me. I never want to stop the same message. If someone is in my situation or wants true love and hasn't tried, this book might give some solace. Maybe at that time they will forgive me that this book was no good and appreciate the depth of our love. Leaving home to go to India too is just unbearable. My mind forgets to go anywhere. Home has become my favorite place to stay. I have mentioned before that whenever my mind wanders to memories of our traveling together and thoughts of Connie, it completely shakes me. My mind then thinks of the most painful episode I went through and starts wondering if it's true that Connie is gone. At times I forget and my mind blocks the horrible memory and wants to believe Connie is in the study room. My thoughts are all over the place regarding how I could do it all. Is it true that I was brave enough to do the last rites? I think my love and God gave me the strength to do all of it. The saying that time heals the pain is false for me. Rather, it continues to increase. But I relate to a common saying that any incident of some fall, cut, or little burn looks fine, but its effect is worse the next day. Let me share one instance with you. One of my uncles died at a very young age. My aunt was grieving her loss. Her husband's maternal aunt said to her, "Right now, you are surrounded by a lot of family members and friends. Once they go back to their home, you will have to bear this loss and pain by yourself." Connie's fall, ambulance trip to the hospital, and staying with the hope of coming back the same day were painful. But the happiness of coming on February 22nd, 2015 was tolerable. However, the evening before her cardiac arrest shook me, and the delay in performing the CPR and my fight was a lot of anger. Her lying on the hospital bed with tubes in her mouth was unbearable. Fighting at the time was painful for me, and then taking the tubes out without my permission was a criminal act and was shaking me each minute. Her demise broke me down completely. I don't know how I could handle all of that. Later, her cremation and the ashes in her plumerias were another trauma, and it is still haunting me after months. At that time of great shock, pain, and to do the best cremation and selecting the best of the caskets and urn along with priest services, my mind was occupied, and that pain took a different direction, so I could do all of these things. This play was taking different waves. I haven't had this experience. My priorities were the world's best funeral. I knew it had to be done. I'm writing about Connie's demise and the whole episode again and again. It is for two reasons: my pain and also how the human and brain works, and how my new brain cells open, giving us billions and billions of brain cells. But on that, at least for me, new brain cells opened and some old ones became of no use. This is a new segment of my life, and our relationship is making me write all of these things. I still have no answer for this, and I still doubt if I will ever find that answer. Many tributes for Connie from our neighbors. Dear Pradeep, thank you so much for this note. It was an honor to attend the service for Connie. I always had such high esteem for her. From the time I moved into this building, she was a source of good sense, good humor, infinite practicality, and kindness. This building overall would have been a much worse place if it was not for her. Not only in terms of her leadership for all those years, but also in terms of her radiant goodwill. She was truly what the biblical phrase calls salt of the earth. We all were lucky to have her, but you most of all, of course. Never having been married, I can only imagine what you are going through in terms of the loss you feel at every moment. But I do know from having watched friends and family members move through grief that you will get through it. Things will become easier and you'll be able to let go of things gradually. But grief has its own schedule with every single person. There's no timetable. I'm very glad that you're going to India and for such a long time. It will truly give you time and space apart to breathe, to be, to consider what life might hold for you in its very different form now. And you'll be with your brother, another thing about which I'm glad. If I may presume to say so, a person can't do all of this alone. We're put here to lean on and help each other. Let your family do that. You deserve to be supported right now. Take this time for yourself. You have spent years devoting your time to Connie, which of course was the best and the right thing to do. But now, the caregiver needs some care. Godspeed, Pradeep. I hope that when I see you next, you will be refreshed and will have found a measure of peace. Dear Liz, thanks for coming to the peace ceremony of my darling wife Connie of over 39 years. I'm absolutely at a great loss without her, and she was the most important part of my life, and would remain that way. I miss her all the time, day and night. I used to go to India for 2 weeks every year, but didn't go since 2011. I was in a different mood then. Now I'm planning to go see my brother and his family and other family members this weekend for 2 months, depending upon how I feel. I have not told any of my relatives in India or over in Chicago about her demise, as I took her death very hard. The only person I told is my real elder brother. I have been busy sorting out many things. How mighty Lord gave me the strength, I don't know. I have to find a way to cope with this never-ending loss. Connie had always thought very highly of you. She went suddenly from my life, leaving me alone. I can't believe or imagine. Thanks for your time and support. Sincerely, Pradeep. From Mary. I pray that the frustration and anger over the bad memories of Connie's care heal, Pradeep. They will only weigh you down. Connie had such a long, beautiful life, Pradeep. I've forgotten how many cancers she survived and all the suffering she experienced, yet kept pulling her up. Surely, God was with her cancers and suffering. In each incident, God blessed her with more time, and again more time, and again more time. He prolonged her life, along with your care, far longer than other cancer patients. He could have taken her with first cancer or anyone immediately after that. Instead, he took her after this last cancer. She needed to be at peace. Her struggle was for so long. She didn't want wheelchairs, oxygen and walkers, and seclusion at home, Pradeep. God released her. It was time. If the doctors failed, and if they lied to you, that is very tragic, Pradeep. What you will do about this, I don't know. However, it will only take away from the time you have remaining to enjoy God's blessings and what Connie left for you. Don't let an emotional cancer eat away at you, Pradeep. We'll talk later, Pradeep. Mary, thanks for your kind words. Yes, you are right. I didn't want to be social anymore and wanted every time with Connie. I was happy if someone wanted to come and see Connie and be there for hospitality. Sharon's visit every 2 weeks. I used to serve her cookies, things from Benson, and make a mango shake, which was her favorite. All these things gave me happiness. As long as we were together, I was happy. Her 2 weeks in the hospital and my anger like a tiger on doctors, including others, would be remembered by them whole their lives. They were the culprits. I told all of them, when they went behind my back to take her tubes, they are rascals and Draculas. Her tubes were to be taken on March 2nd, and they told me that I have to make a decision. What next? I had to decide. They took it out on the 27th without my permission. However, I have lost my Kohinoor diamond. I went to the USA Embassy to celebrate 4th of July. I got the invitation and it's only for USA citizens. The program was extremely wonderful, but I was thinking of Connie. There were over 700 to 1,000 people, USA, Indian citizens and kids. Guard of honor, band, food, drinks, singers, dancing, fireworks, rides, and things for the kids. They don't allow other than USA citizens. I talked to the USA staff, Indians working there, as well as the food prepared for the USA citizens in their own kitchen. They don't allow any food from outside. Everyone has to pay for the entrance and food. Delhi police and military security were there. Diplomatic people live like lords and they were USA tourists, students on exchange programs, etc. It was nice, but with Connie, it would have been gold. I would tell you more about it and the doctors when I get back on the 23rd of July. Thanks for your kind words and phrases. Anything you want me to bring? Don't hesitate. Pradeep. Mary. Trust you and your family are doing well. I have been thinking about you for a while, but just didn't write it. It is hot and I stay mostly in the house in air conditioning. I don't go to some places if my brother and his son are going. They offer me to take everywhere. I want to go, but I don't think I have a great desire to do much, or do I want to meet anyone, as I used to when Connie was alive. In fact, Some of my other family and friends I don't want to meet. I'm happy with my brother's family, including his two boys, Mona and the girls. I'm waiting to come back to my home, knowing that Connie's not there. But still, her lovely decorative place gives me both happiness and unhappiness. Also, going to her cemetery gives me the same. I have practically lost my charm of going, and meeting my friends and relatives here and in Chicago. I'm happy meeting people like you, Jill, Florida, and some outsiders, like in the funeral home, ladies who helped me with the cremation, and a few selective. I don't think I want to see Connie's siblings. I know they want me to come and see, but I won't. They could not find time to see Connie, and I think they are a high class people. Connie was too upset with their behavior for a very long time, but still wanted to see her family. I never ever said no, and we used to meet. But inside, Connie's siblings were insecure that her grown up kids don't come close to us, as they were crazy for both of us. I would not say anything to her siblings except hello, but I don't want to meet as Connie's absence would pain me. Let me know if there's anything new. Take care. Pradeep. Dear Pradeep, it would be presumptuous to say I know your pain. Only the person who is experiencing it knows its depth. In the past, I lost a 25-year-old brother, the most painful ever for me. I was the one who identified him at the county morgue. I prayed and prayed to God to return him to us. I said, God, you can do miracles. It took me 2 years to accept. People told me, my own husband told me, to get over it, like it was a feather you could just brush off your shoulder. Yes, it will be difficult for you to return because you had been so very busy at that time Connie died, making arrangements, taking care of business. Then you had Florida with you. Next, you had Mona and the girls with you. Then you went to India. Constant movement. When you return, everything will still stand for you, and you will have to be strong. You will have to lean more than ever on your God. You already know that. Pray for direction. Pray for the right people to be presented to you in your life. Prepare first to feel the grief here all alone. But if you ask God for direction, you will be led to the right people, places, and things to help you move forward. Again, Pradeep, I can only say that we are alone in our grief. We can feel alone in a crowd. You will get through this. You will not get over it, but you will be able to live a full life with Connie at your side in a different way. You are not giving up on her. Give my love to Mona. She is such a lovely lady and such a good mother. Please don't worry about bringing anything back for me, Pradeep. Take care of yourself. Mary. Don't worry about my call, Pradeep. You were and still are such an exceptional husband, Pradeep. Not many women are given that gift. You, Pradeep, will someday have your spring, your own eternity. For now, all you can do is remember Connie in your heart, in your dreams. She is with you. Talk to her as if she was standing next to you. Now she is all wise, all knowing. She can read your mind and your heart without you ever speaking word. They know us more than they did when they were with us. Take care, Pradeep. 5:38 p.m. Mary, thanks for your kind words and phrases. I renewed Connie's account, which perhaps might have cancelled, as I had no desire to read, watch TV and other magazines, and I was still paying for the TV, and AT&T cheated me by saying they would put a hold, but they charged the whole amount, and they are doing the same thing. Consumer report person was very nice, and he renewed Connie and yours and due to the circumstances. He was touched and was charging me and less than the regular price, and upon Connie's wishes, he gave a great price for you also, and now I would get that from January, and you, I think, when yours is expired. So you would keep getting it, and I would get happy to read on her behalf. Panera bread would still be in the picture, and certificate you would have to take, and I can tell you, and no matter you say no, I might leave on 20th of October 2015, and I was thinking of 1 month or 5 weeks, but then I made the reservation for December. This is due to the fact that I'm using my miles and they have little inventory, but I would keep on checking to come early. Please suggest to me, am I going for a long time? 2 things. I feel it is long for you to do the things. Secondly, I would be thinking of Connie's house, where she is gone and home is alone, while I too miss her chairs, her computer, her room, her pictures, and her cemetery, where I come quite often. In fact, I'm writing this from the cemetery. India attractions are that I want to see my brother and his family and grandnieces. However, I can try to come early if I'm missing Connie and her rooms and the home atmosphere. How much my life and mind has changed due to Connie. I'm writing a biography and want to finish at the earliest. Time would do that. I never thought I would be so much upset and suffer pain for Connie. I never ever do not want to see her family, nor do I want any relationship with any of them. The same thing with some of my whole family except my brother and his family, including Mona and the girls. Here, I have Mary and Jill, and a few in the health club, and I just talk to people in the stores when I go for shopping groceries. That is enough, and I'm happy with that. Thanks for your help and support. Take care of yourself. Regards, Pradeep. If you ever want to go for dinner, let me know. I would treat you. Lunch or whatever, Pradeep. Danilo. Thanks a lot for your kind words and phrases, and I'm extremely grateful to you and your kindness. Yes, I'm truly going through a series of pain and suffering due to my wife of 41 years, and I will not be happy with any of my friends and relatives. Though it may be a temporary diversion of my mind, but after that, I would be the same. I don't enjoy anything and stopped eating at the super restaurants and food and travel. I just make a simple food to survive, and that is all. I have no desire to travel like we were doing it. I was the happiest person who has now become totally different. I don't buy anymore that God had a different purpose and I ask God what bad I did or she did except helping others and attending the good and bad events of all. I would be happy when her biography is written, but sadness would be there. However, I truly admire your passion for me and I would try to follow the suggestion. Thanks, Pradeep. Sent from Yahoo Mail on Android from Danilo Escolano Jr. on Saturday, September 19th, 2015 at 9:20 a.m. Danilo Escolano Jr. wrote, Good day, Sir Pradeep K. Berry. I am the guy you spoke with earlier over the phone. I decided to send you a message today because I'm so worried about your condition and I really wanted to show you my deepest sympathy for the death of your wife. I hope that you will be okay soon and be strong. Remember that God has a purpose for all the things happening in our life. I know for certain that we never lose the people we love, even to death. They continue to participate in every act, thought, and decision we make. Their love leaves an indelible imprint in our memories. We find comfort in knowing that our lives have been enriched by having shared their love. Leo Buscaglia. I know for certain that we never lose the people we love, even to death. They continue to participate in every act, thought, and decision we make. Their love leaves an indelible imprint in our memories. We find comfort in knowing that our lives have been enriched by having. Attachments area, return to alumni farewell comments, September 2015 at 2:12 a.m. Pradeep Berry. I don't know where to start and where to end. I can write and write, but it is no ending story of true love. Yes, I am Pradeep Berry, husband of over 39 years of my most precious, best friend and darling wife, Mrs. Constance Berry, or Connie. Full name, Constance Fuller, when she graduated in 1959. I had the opportunity to visit with Connie at Carlton. I would say 6 years ago during her alumni. I truly enjoyed and the food and the lectures were great. My Connie demised on February 28, 2015, which was not expected. I wish, in my opinion, she had listened to me to go to the Mayo Clinic, the best on this planet, which detected her condition in 4 days on November 8, 2014. However, it was too late. My life has changed since then. I don't know what I'm going to do without Connie. She was everything to me. We were two bodies and one soul. I pray to the mighty Lord we meet again in our next lives as the same loving couple, Connie and Pradeep. This hope is giving me the power to live and fulfill the desires of Connie. Though physically she is not with me, but in the spiritual way she is with me and watching over me. I am also writing a biography for darling Connie and would do my best to bring many parts of our lives while giving some great quotes from many world scholars and their quotes. I just feel like talking and talking about Connie, which gives me the most power. I could have never imagined I would go through such pain, as I know very well that we all have to go one day. God exists all the time, but human beings and animals have to go. However, when it comes to me, the loss of some special person's knowledge vanishes. I'm only quoting this only for myself, as each person handles things in their way, But I have to bear this no-ending pain all the time. I pray to Connie that to give me the power to bear this loss, I can realize the pain of the king who made the seven wonders of the world, Taj Mahal, in memory of his wife Mumtaz Mahal, as she had asked him to build a special monument in her memory so that the world can remember their love. Pradeep Berry, Evanston, Illinois 60201. Pradeep Berry at sbcglobal.net. Thanks for giving me the chance to write. Loving husband Pradeep Berry from Evanston, Illinois 60201 847 328 1355. Pradeep Berry at sbcglobal.net. On September 5th, 2015 at 5:11 a.m., Mona Berry. I have no words to describe her personality. As much as I know her, she was a wonderful person, full of life, who wanted to explore the whole world and was a dedicated wife. With her far-sightedness and her way to judge, no one can be like her. We all are missing you, Connie Auntie. We have lost a gem of our family. Return to alumni farewells. Recent comments. Clark Chambers, 43 P85 W42. Dr. Chambers was the best professor I had in my American Studies MA program. Constance Fuller Berry, 59. I have no words to describe her personality. As much as I knew her, she was... Hi, Pradeep. Again, I am very sorry for your loss. I am happy to do everything I can to make this process easier for you. For security purposes, please attach a scanned copy of the death certificate. This will give us the authorization we need to access their account. Once I have this, I will be happy to look into your request. Thank you for your patience and again, my sincerest sympathies during this difficult time. Regards, Patrick B., Supervisor, Customer Support. Mary. Thanks for your kind words and phrases and advice about Connie. I would discuss a few points more with you when you meet me around 5:30 or whatever is okay with you. I would come home from my doctor's appointment tomorrow and can be available around 5:30 or 6, whatever is good. Otherwise, you give me the date when you can come. I have a few doctor's appointments this week and one for physical therapy, but I can always adjust the time according to your convenience. Wednesday, I should be home by 6. Thursday, I can be home by 5:30 or 6. Friday, I can be home by 6:30. Nothing is happening on Saturday and Sunday. Monday, 12 is okay. You see your schedule and decide, and I would go at your convenience. Hope you find a good doctor and get 200% better and better. Thank you for your help, Pradeep. From Mary. Subject, RE, Consumer Report. You are not to feel guilty for your dedication to Connie's memories, nor to continue grieving. Pradeep, it's such a tribute to Connie that your love continues. We can set a time and day for me to come downstairs before you leave. Mornings are bad and then always go out to fit in an errand and to challenge my foot. Perhaps we pick a day at about 5:30 p.m. when I return home and also have time for both to use our evening. I don't know what time you go to. I'm busy on the computer trying to research a hip surgeon and other medical things, also purging cartons of old files and shredding. It's slow and tedious. I'll wait to hear. Mary. Mary, thank you for your kind words and support. I would say once a week, and if it is not too much for you, you can come over and I can show you also. Also, I want you to see the collide pictures and other things I have put together. I love them, and I would like you to see the beginning of our 41 years of age marriage pictures and some in between. I would like to put more later on. That gives happiness and sadness. I, therefore, live in two worlds, happy and sad. I can't take Connie out of my mind, nor do I want to believe she is no longer with me. Please let me know if the plans, etc. are too much due to your knee. I want you to be frank, as I want your health being first. My flight so far is on the 20th. I am so happy that you asked for Consumer Report magazine. If you want any other magazine, please let me know too. I would like you to see those pictures and a very rare thing, Thanka, which Connie bought 35 years ago from India. That was one of her favorite paintings, but she wanted to frame and find a place to hang it. I got the framework done over here and asked someone to hang it along with other pictures. You could suggest to me, too, if I should try to hang Thanka somewhere else, as Connie would not have allowed me to put it in the living room. So whenever you have time, come over. Please take care of your health and fitness. Regards, Pradeep. Thank you for all your trouble, Pradeep. It's the small things that make some people happy and have worse medical problems. I hope your trip arrangements are going smoothly. Mary. Mary, thank you for your kind words and phrases. I renewed Connie's account, which perhaps might have had cancelled, as I had no desire to read, watch TV or other magazines, and I was still paying for the TV. And AT&T cheated me by saying they would put a hold, but they charged the whole amount, and they are doing the same thing. Consumer report person was very nice, and he renewed Connie and yours, and due to the circumstances, he was touched and was charging me and less than the regular price. And upon Connie's wishes, he gave a great price for you also. Now I would get from January, and you, I think, when yours is expired. So you would keep getting it, and I would get happy to read on her behalf. Panera bread would still be in the picture, and certificate you would have to take, I can tell you, and no matter you say no. I might leave on 20th of October 2015, and I was thinking of 1 month or 5 weeks, but then I made the reservation for December 24, which is due to the fact that I'm using my miles and they have little inventory. But I would keep on checking to come early. Please suggest to me, as I'm going for a long time. 2 things: I feel it is long for you to do the things. Secondly, I would be thinking of Connie's house, where she's gone and home is alone, while I too miss her chairs, her computer, her room, her pictures, and her cemetery, where I come quite often. In fact, I'm writing this from the cemetery. India attractions are that I want to see my brother and his family and grandnieces. However, I can try to come early if I'm missing Connie, and her rooms, and the home atmosphere. How much my life and mind has changed due to Connie? I'm writing her biography and want to finish at the earliest. Time would do that. I never thought I would be so much upset and suffer pain for Connie. I never ever do not want to see her family, nor do I want any relationship with any of them. The same thing with some of my whole family except my brother and his family, including Mona and the girls. Here, I have Mary and Jill and a few in the health club, and I just talk to people in the stores when I go for shopping groceries. That is enough, and I'm happy with that. Thanks for your help and support. Take care of yourself. Regards, Pradeep. If you ever want to go for dinner, let me know. I would treat you. Lunch or whatever. Pradeep. Thank you very much, Pradeep. Pradeep, I hoped you would be able to get the free guest issue, as Connie found. Let me know your leave date and approximate return date from India. I'm still searching for a second opinion on hip surgery. It might have to wait until after the holidays, depending on the surgeon's opinion and the dates available. Weather will be against things. Also, like recovery days are harder to get back and forth for follow ups and physical therapy. But one step at a time. Thank you for sharing the last 2 emails with me depicting your memories of Connie. I don't take them casually. You just keep doing whatever it takes to keep her in your heart and life. Thanks again for the renewal, Pradeep. It doesn't take much to make me happy. Lol. Hello, Pradeep. What a lovely idea. I think it will be wonderful and therapeutic thing for you to write about your cherished life with dear Connie. Such a dynamic, well-rounded, and humane person should be memorialized in writing. And you, who knew her best of all, are the perfect person to put her into words. I wish I could say I'm just the person to help you edit your work, but unfortunately my expertise is quite different. Furthermore, I'm afraid I can't take on a project like this at the moment, as I have to focus on finding a job. I am still unemployed, and any freelance projects I take on the need to be in my field. There is a local organization called Chicago Women in Publishing that has a job board called Jobvine for people seeking editing help. You can either fill out a form as an employer that will be posted, or you can check out the dictionary of freelancers. If I were in your position, this is probably where I'd start. I have gotten freelancers through this mechanism in the past and have been quite pleased. I'm so sorry for your pain, and I miss Connie, as I am sure several of us in the building do. Her intelligent, benevolent presence leaves a great void. I'm sorry I can't be the one to help you in this noble project, Pradeep, but I hope this is of at least a little aid. Please take care of yourself. Liz. Dear Liz, it was in my mind for some time that I talked to you. I'm writing a biography about Connie and bringing out our love destiny, true love, and just love quotes from the world's scholars going back 520 BC. Painful end, my suffering, her education, reading, love for world travel. The house was her life. Best restaurants and food, our experiences of travel, some true episode, some of her best things she always remembers. Her role as a wife, best friend, sister, and a mother with evidence of this written in the Indian century ago books with proof. A message from Gandhi, Dr. Nelson Mandela, Dr. Luther King, our bad relationship with her family and nephews and nieces, though she was the best aunt of there, and how spoiled they are due to their rich and greedy mother, Mom, and some of the other experiences of all the Broadway shows, Las Vegas show, Mozart, and Vienna, and her character, her charity and believed only in ethics, honest living, no lies, her contributions in exposing USA culture 41 years ago, and so many things under different headings, etc. I was wondering if you know someone who can proofread and edit the grammar in just a second eye. Although I can write well, I want it to be the perfect one. I know you are a great writer too. If you want to do it, it would be a great pleasure. I'm willing to pay you for that if my budget allows me, depending upon how much. We should be extremely honest, and I would not be offended if you reject or something else. I have great respect for you, and Connie was crazy for your intelligence and personality and being a team player. So frankly, let me know. Hope you're doing well. It is 7 a.m. morning. People are going to work and I'm going to sleep. How life has changed for me without Connie, who meant a world to me, and I'm truly living in pain and the trauma and the malpractice and I would say conspiracy which killed her. I'm not going to rest until I find someone to fight, as many attorneys has refused to take the case, and I would keep trying. I have informed the FBI and Senator Dick Durbin. I have recorded 32 minutes of videos and 6 to 5 minutes of videos each showing negligence which, while she was alive, and how much I fought with these doctors, and I was like a great tiger. God gave me the strength, and again, a second time when they did something behind my back when I was just gone for 1 hour. Otherwise, I was in the hospital from 20 to 28. Had lived on 3 to 4 hours of sleep. I don't know how I was able to do all of that. More later. Thanks, Pradeep. I didn't edit and kept writing as I'm extremely tired. Mary, trust you and your family are doing well. I also hope your knee is better and better. I'm doing well with my family including Mona and the girls. I don't go anywhere except with my brother and elder nephew to the market and just to pass time. I do go to the gym for 1 hour as there is no indoor swimming pool. I'm also getting pain in my kegs, which started on May 22nd, and when I came from India on July 23rd, I saw a few doctors and went for physical therapy. How is everything in the building and our apartment? Connie always remains in my heart and soul all the time, and I can't believe that she's no more with me. I would never be able to forget Connie, who was my world and precious diamond. I'm writing a biography, but has been slow. I'm going to spend 4 to 5 hours daily. I was writing the whole day, sometimes till 6 a.m. in the USA. I have to proofread and edit again and again. I would show some English professionals or editors before publication. Please be in touch. Pradeep. Connie's book. 2 November 1 at 7:51 p.m. Hi Liz. Hope you're doing well. Liz, do you happen to know some super malpractice attorney in Illinois? Although Mayo Clinic detected the case when I took my darling wife, Constance Berry. Highly educated and extremely bright wife of 40 years, 2 bodies and 1 soul. Mayo Clinic said before testing and from the end reports, the case has been ruined, and after extensive tests, Constance was given palliative care. E-Hospital didn't perform the 4 mistakes by not performing 4 tests in the last 2 years. Furthermore, discouraged us to go anywhere else and were upset that we are going to Mayo Clinic on November 2nd, 2014. After that, doctor avoided us for 1 month and then gave the case to another specialist, known doctor in the same hospital, who was extremely angry as why didn't the other doctor have a specialty, didn't consult me, as this case should have been given to me 2 years ago. He started new treatment in December 2014, January 2015. And in February 2015, she fell from the home bed for a checkup and was to be released the next day. I noticed the DNR code which we both told the 2 doctors to change and promised in front of 2 nurses and Connie's caretaker and me, as I stayed every minute with my precious wife, my world. The day she was to come home, did not want to eat and eat at home. But little salad caused cardiac arrest and doctors refused to give CPR as code was not changed. I shouted like a tiger, an unbelievable blast they did. The CPR, but 9 minutes were wasted and were put on the ventilator. And tubes were to be taken out on March 2nd, 2014. But on the 27th of February, the first doctor who had handled the case to another doctor came when I was gone for some work, and his whole team played conspiracy in my absence to remove the tubes without my permission. Backstabbed me, and I yelled in front of the palliative doctors, who had been telling me that Connie would be fine with their treatment and would be great for many years. They all joined hands with the first doctor, who had no business to even come, as he had handed over the case to another one. Later on the same night, my best friend, my world, my life of 40 years, biggest wealth and happiness, was leaving me in front of my presence. End of my happiness. Much Oscar-winning life was over on 28th of February, 2015. The end. Mails. To CC, October 22nd at 8:48 p.m. I am Pradeep Berry. Hereby swear under oath to send my medical records, mostly medicines and lab tests, and appointments with doctors to be sent to me on my email in the absence of my traveling. This email should be considered as this form to release the medical records. I would appreciate your help and support in this matter. Thanks, Pradeep. From date 10/19/2015, 3:12 p.m. GMT 6. To Pradeep Berry at sbcglobal.net. Subject: Release Form. Dear Patty, trust you are doing well. My name is Pradeep Berry, and I am the husband of my darling wife and best friend, Constance Berry. Constance Fuller, before marriage. A graduate of Carleton College in Minnesota and the University of Michigan in 1960-61. Constance and I were married for over 40 years. We were two bodies in one soul. We had been getting emails from the University of Michigan for 40 plus years, and I've taken many trips with the University of Michigan alumni. To name some, Crotona and Tuscany in Italy, Ireland, Budapest to Amsterdam, and Rhine later. We cruised with Vantage to Norwegian, Europe, etc. It breaks my heart and soul to inform you that Connie, my world expires unexpectedly. In my opinion, due to the negligence of the doctors in North Shore Healthcare in Evanston, Illinois, on 28th of February 2015. It was Mayo Clinic in Rochester on November 2nd, 2014, that they detected her case as palliative care for my precious gold. Later, after many painful episodes and a series of traumatic things she and later myself went through, I think every moment of my day, I lost my battle and saw my wife taking her last 4 breaths, and I could do nothing. I have lost my life, and I don't think I would do anything including travel, dining, symphony, Broadway shows, and Oscar-winning movies to name some. Finally, I would like to be connected with the University of Michigan. She left money for Carleton and the University of Michigan. I would like to continue sending some small donations. I had left a very high-powered senior management position in 2006 for my darling and never looked back. Connie wanted to enjoy and travel more and more. We truly enjoyed whatever Connie wanted. Having said all that, we had been working and traveling to the USA, India and Europe, Alaskan cruise and Caribbean cruise, and other countries before also. In our 40 years of marriage, we were both extremely happy. I wrote long as a part of a tribute to Connie. Thanks, Pradeep Berry. From sent Wednesday, November 11th, 2015, 2:32 p.m. to Adam Peterson, CC, Pradeep Berry. Subject: RE negligence case. Mr. Adam, thanks for your kind message, and you must have received the medical records. I want to add that I forgot that Constance fell from the home bedroom on 20th morning, the day she was to have chemotherapy. An ambulance was called for precaution, and they took her to North Shore Healthcare in Evanston. She was kept for a night for urinary tract infection and was to be released the next day as her tests were okay. I saw the DNR code, and Constance and I told Dr. Woods and Dr. Fish on the call to change the full code DR to save her from any cardiac arrest or problems. Both Dr. Kind of Wood and Dr. Fish came to the room in front of me and the nurses and assured us that they have changed the code and Constance would be saved by all means, and that was what Constance and I wanted. We were sure that Constance was to be released on Monday 22nd or 23rd February 2015. She ate some salad around 6:25 p.m. in front of her caretaker and me and a nurse. Soon, she felt some sort of breath problem and got a cardiac arrest. I called the nurse and other staff came and requested doctors to perform CPR, but the doctors refused as DNR wasn't changed. I shouted like a tiger to do the CPR. My tiger's voice and shouting scared them, and they did the CPR, but 9 minutes were wasted, and most likely that was the first step towards her death. They were clear that the tubes would be out on March 2nd, Tuesday, 2015. I had to decide to take her home after the tubes with palliative care or take her to the Holy Family Hospital after they make a small hole in the neck and later rehabilitation. The hole would be closed after she is absolutely fine. They were sure it would work, but I do have to go through all of that. I told them yes and would take a great gamble, and Constance told me by my writing notes and body language that I was prepared to take her to the Holy Family Hospital. The second reason for her death was again Dr. Brockstein, who had given the case to Dr. Merkel, was no longer her doctor and had no business to be hanging around that room and that area. Finally, he achieved what he wanted: death. He had no business persuading palliative care, and the same nurses who were telling me that I have to decide by March 2nd, and the same with the palliative care doctors assuring me that they would respect what I want. Constance and I wanted anything to avoid demise. Bruce wanted death, and therefore, when I was gone for 2 hours to Northbrook on Friday 27th of February 2015, Bruce and his cronies told me when I got back at 1:30 p.m. that they are going to take out the tubes against my will and against Constance's wishes, which I have, where she marked that I should decide as she wants to live, as she beautifies her home. Bruce did not listen and said that Constance told him to take the tube out. Lies but lies. She was hating Bruce after Mayo Clinic gave us a negative palliative care report. We both had been blaming Bruce and never wanted to see his face. Tubes were taken without our will, and around 3 p.m. and Constance was talking to me till 4:30 p.m., but the palliative care doctor came to tell me that Constance may not survive, as we promised that we would shift her to the palliative care unit, and after a few days, Mr. Berry, you can take her home with our team and she might live 1 to even 10 years, as she's doing well. No care was given after 4:30 p.m. Friday. Weekend fun. Everyone was gone and no one came till I was yelling, screaming, shouting, and I have 32 minutes of videos and 6 minutes of videos from my Verizon wireless phone. One can see Constance was suffering and I was shouting and nurses were walking around, but no one came. It was after I made 50 phone calls from my Verizon wireless phone and later hospital, and finally Constance died at 12:50. I was holding my urine for 9 hours, and it was only at 9 p.m. when 2 Indian nurses came and put oxygen mask and morphine injection, which extended Constance's life from 9 p.m. When hospice and palliative care nurses came at 7 p.m. and didn't do anything and declared dying at 9 p.m. But Indian nurses extended Constance's life close to 4 hours, and at 12:35 minutes, after holding 9 hours of urine, went to the bathroom. And when I came back with confidence that Constance would live and God listened to my prayers, but God didn't give me what I wanted, as Constance died at 12:50. After I saw her taking her last breath. What a trauma I went through, and this whole thing is stronger than the medical records. And I would like to be a prosecutor to speak in the court and judge. I'm ready to give my testimony in front of Bruce and other doctors and nurses. I have to get the malpractice case active and do whatever I can do, even going to see the Attorney General or the President of the USA. I would not have the guts to write to you and in the courts if I wasn't genuine. I would not have the nerve or guts to do all of that I do unless I'm right. Thanks, Pradeep Berry. From Adam Peterson, date 11/11/2015, 2:18 ARE, GMT 5:30. Subject RE. Mr. Berry, thank you for all the information you provided. We have reviewed and listened to it, but would need to see the medical records to decide whether to proceed with a malpractice action. From sent Monday, November 16th, 2015, 3:40 p.m. to Adam Peterson, CC, Pradeep Berry. Subject, negligence case. Mr. Adam, I want to apologize for writing again. I forgot a few points. Perhaps you have already read and listened to the voicemail. Please think, as a judge or defense lawyer, Dr. Brockstein, who ruined Constance's case and handed it over on November 25th at 6:30 when he left the message on our voicemail. I still have the same message saying he has been discussing the case with Mayo, and I am going to give the case to breast cancer and specialist Dr. Merkel in the same building. Why he was trying to see if would like to talk to me, and why he was there in the intensive care with 4 days before when the other doctors assured me that they would be extremely helpful to Connie with her palliative care, and Constance Berry would be fine, and after we have stabilized for 2 days and she would be fine, and later they all joined hands with Brockstein, who ruined Constance's case and finally took her tubes in my absence, and I without my permission, and my wife died the most same night. Please seriously think over this point. Regards, Pradeep Berry. On Tuesday, November 17th, 2015 at 3:58 a.m. Adam. Thank you, Mr. Berry, for the email and information. I have made progress on reviewing the records and expect to be finished by the end of the week and will reach out to you then. Please feel free to provide me with any additional information in the interim. Thanks again. Adam. Arun Berry's biological brother, Mrs. Constance Ann Berry, and husband, Pradeep Berry, Rai S. Lala Durga Prasad Berry, Pradeep Berry's grandfather, Mrs. Devika Rani Berry, my grandmother, Shri Ishwar Das Mehra and Mrs. Mohan Devi Mehra, Pradeep Berry's mother's parents, Mrs. Shani Mehra Berry, mother of Arun Berry and Pradeep Berry, who died after having 2 boys, Mrs. Kanta Mehra Berry, second mother and younger biological sister of Mrs. Shanti Berry, who too died after having a daughter, Rita Berry. Ram Prasad Berry, the father of 2, Arun Berry and Pradeep Berry, and Rita Berry, remarried to outside the family girl Uma Malhotras Berry, who was not interested in raising Arun Berry and Pradeep Berry and Rita Berry. Grandparents of the 3 raised the 3 children of Shanti and Kanta Mummy, especially R.S. Lala Durga Prasad Berry, raised Arun Berry and Pradeep Berry, and their educational wealth, high school, college and postgraduate and chartered accountant. Pradeep Berry, lawyer Arun Berry. Shri Ishwar Das Mehra's raised Rita Berry. Uma Berry and Ram Prasad Berry raised their biological children, Sunil Berry and Vikram Berry, and a daughter who died at an early age, and brought up Sunil Berry and Vikram Berry, and our father left all the inheritance to Sunil Berry and Vikram Berry. Arun Berry, Pradeep Berry, and Rita Berry got 0 inheritance from our biological father, Shri Ram Prasad Berry, except our basic relationship is over and we are truly not in talking terms with them, especially with Sunil. About the author. Pradeep Berry, an author of 14 books on Google, YouTube, LinkedIn, Amazon, and videos on Google, YouTube. These books are based upon the true story of a Delhi boy from Katranil, Chandni Chowk, an alumni of Sri Ram College of Commerce, Delhi University 1966, and Chartered Accountant 1969, and a teaching partner in the North Campus of Delhi University 1967-1969. He migrated to Chicago, USA on January 15, 1976 with $7 in his pocket and an open ticket sent to him from USA, based company owned by his cousin's husband and his partner. On his way to America, he had a change of mind at Frankfurt, but the pilot convinced him to it would be the best to complete his stay in the USA and then head back to India. However, something that he didn't even imagine in his dreams happened to him. He had no idea he would fall in love on first sight with a beautiful young girl, Dr. Constance Ann Fuller. Constance was a highly educated lady with degrees and a PhD from Harvard Business School, University of Michigan, and Carleton College in Northfields, Minnesota. She was teaching Spanish, German, French, and English literature at the University of Chicago and other institutes for her research. She had a close friend and a student, Miss Whitney Lombard, and her other student, Miss Laura Richard, with whom she had come for Indian food on January 24, 1976 at 5:45 p.m. at a fine dining restaurant at the famous neighborhood Old Town, right across from the famous comedy theater Second City. Mr. Berry and Dr. Fuller fell in love with each other and decided to get married on January 27, 1976. The best wishes day to bless with them happiness and prosperity was January 28, 1976 at 4:16 p.m. This was a very, very, very special first and only love for with each other. The marriage was without letting anyone else know except for both the lovebirds. The marriage lasted 40 years until the demise of Dr. Mrs. Constance Ann Berry. That was the beginning of suffering from depression and anxiety and pain of loss in Pradeep's life. A devastated and crushed Pradeep Berry decided not to let this get the better of him and asked for blessings and from the Lord for strength to do something more for the humanity and kindness towards others. The idea of writing books was the beginning of a new career for him, along with teaching banking and macroeconomics and mergers and acquisitions, crisis management at the university. After the publications of his books, Pradeep received a lot of emails and phone calls for invites to book signing. Book festivals at Los Angeles, New York, Miami, Tucson, Denver, Mexico, Paris, London, Canada, Toronto, Germany, Frankfurt, and Beijing. He had many calls who called him and met him to discuss the medical system in the USA. And they too had gone through similar kind of experience like him, medical malpractices. He suggested them to write books on the same topic with him and they agreed to. However, nothing has matured as yet. The author says, I'm absolutely convinced that there is a whole lot medical negligence and malpractice in the USA besides other countries including India. I would like to say I'm the first person perhaps who has written a true story about the medical negligence and the conspiracy in the medical system, the USA. He believes that it happens in other countries as well, but no one takes the pain to express their feelings about their experience in a book besides talking about it or complaining about it. Answer is to find a solution and no complaints. Do something to mitigate the complaints. Pradeep Berry did his best to bring out the facts and how these doctors and the system failed him deliberately. Email and references. I'm also writing a biography about Darling Connie and will do my best to share precious parts of our lives along with some great quotes from many world-renowned scholars. I feel like talking about Connie all the time and it gives me the most power. I never thought that I'd have to go through such pain. Even though I understand no person is spared such a loss, God is immortal. But we humans and animals are mere mortals. Despite my lifelong awareness of this, it seems all of my knowledge and know-how have vanished from me. The loss of someone special is something that life does not prepare you for. My full efforts for her justice. This is the second voice message for Honorable to Mr. Simon. Mr. Simons, please fight for justice. This is the USA, and not an underdeveloped country where there's no justice and no humanity. If there is no justice for my 40 years of marriage to the most precious super education and priceless American-born darling Constance Berry, I would say we should not take pride in the USA. We then are in the same crowds as other countries. The USA has an obligation to investigate the case even if these doctors have to be summoned in the law of the court under oath. We need strength and courage to do this, to leave a great future for the coming generation and keep the USA on top of the world. Thanks for your help and support in looking into this. Sincerely, Pradeep Berry. Dear Pradeep, I have received and reviewed your legal inquiry. Law Offices is honored by a request that we review your potential claim. Sadly, we cannot accept all the cases we are offered and regret that we were unable to represent you in the connection with this claim and cannot take any action on your behalf. This does not mean that we are expressing an opinion that you do not have a viable claim. Other lawyers may be very willing to undertake your case. Also remember that there are one or more statutes of limitations and/or statutes of repose that may apply to your case. This means that if you do not file a lawsuit within the time established by law, your claim will be barred forever, regardless of its merit. Therefore, if you wish to pursue your claim, you shall contact other attorney without delay to discuss the appropriate time frames and to take immediate action to preserve your claims. To locate a lawyer that practices in this specialized area for a second opinion, you should contact the Chicago Bar Association Referral Service 312-544-2001. Dear Mr. Templin, September 29th, 2015. I had been reading your articles. I wanted to ask you, could you kindly edit and proofread the book? I'm writing for my darling wife of 40 years, Mrs. Constance Ann Berry, a graduate of Carleton and the University of Michigan with and masters in Spanish and French. The most diamond in my life died, in my opinion, due to the negligence of doctors. Until I took her to Mayo Clinic MN, and they detected in 4 days palliative care. I'm in deep pain. She was born in Glenview in Illinois, American, highly intellectual and a great reader, and more and more. We were two bodies and one soul. I should finish with the book in a couple of months. Thanks, sincerely, Pradeep Berry.